Yeah, I like this guy. Yeah, it was a big deal, so. Yeah, it came up there very so no go. He was like, yeah.
I know that we're still getting settled, but we have a full agenda today, so I'd like to go ahead and get started. My name is Doug Shipman. I'm the Atlanta City Council President, and I'd like to call to order this regularly scheduled meeting, October 17, 2022, first day of early voting in Georgia, to session. And I would like to ask the clerk to please call the roll.
President Doug Shipman. Council members, Post 1 at large, Michael Julian Bond. Post 2 at large, Matt Westmoreland. Post 3 at large, Keisha Shawn Waits. Council District 1, Jason H. Winston. Council District 2, Amir Faroki.
Here.
Council District 3, Byron D. Amos. Council District 4, Jason Dozier. Council District 5, Liliana Bakhtiari. Council District 6, Alex Wan. Council District 7, Howard Shook. Council District 8, Mary Norwood. Council District 9, Dustin Hillis. Council District 10, Andrea L. Boone.
Present.
Council District 11, Marcy Colley Overstreet. Council District 12, Antonio Lewis.
Let's go.
Quorum present.
Thank you. I'd just like to note that Councilmember Bond has also joined us just after the call.
Duly noted.
Thank you. Oh, Councilmember Amos has also joined us.
Duly noted.
Thank you. The agenda was sent out ahead of time. One update, Proclamation 0053 will not be presented today. It's only 4 proclamations. Any other changes to note for the agenda? If not, I'd entertain a motion for adoption.
Councilwoman Overstreet, would you please?
Moved by Councilmember Shook, seconded by Councilmember Wan. We can do this via unanimous consent if there are no objections to the agenda. Any objections? Hearing none, Mr. Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to adopt the agenda.
Unanimous consent of members present is 11 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. 11 yeas, 0 nays. By unanimous consent, the agenda is adopted. We'll now move to the invocation section. We do not have a guest here today for the invocation, so I will call in a moment for a moment of silence. But I would like to recognize anyone who has passed. Councilmember Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to ask for condolences for the family of civil rights legend James Orange. He lost Jamida on yesterday suddenly. Jamida was a civil rights hero in her own right and was the young lady that kept all of the civil rights children together. So please keep Cleo, Tamara, Jaclea, Cleon, Deidre, the entire Orange family in your prayers. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Yes, I just want to take a moment to acknowledge that it is Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and for us to take a moment to, being someone who's lost a few friends to domestic violence, I wanted to make sure that we took a moment to remember those who had been, that are survivors of that and victims as well. That's all.
Thank you. Any others? Councilmember Dozier.
I just wanted to echo Councilmember Boone in her acknowledgement of the passing of Ms. Jamida Orange. Just in a few weeks, our office in the Oakland City community was planning to celebrate Reverend James Orange Day at Reverend James Orange Park. And so this has been a monumental loss not only for our community, particularly the Oakland City community, but for our city. So I just wanted to echo Councilmember Boone's remarks and make sure that the city of Atlanta, all of us know how important she was to who we are in our history and that bridging that gap. So I just want to acknowledge that as well.
Thank you. Any others? Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to lend my voice to echo what my colleagues have said about Jamida Orange. She was a dear friend of mine for many years since adolescence. We traveled together in civil rights causes as young people. We took on the nation back in 1990 with the student call to Washington that was organized here out of Atlanta. And we made the trip there, raised the money to take busloads of students to protest the policy of Bush 1 at the time. She was a dynamic person, a beautiful soul, and she was sorely be missed, and just want to extend my public condolences to my friends in the Orange family.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis.
To echo the statements of the former council member, of the other council members, I want to send my condolences to the Orange family. I do know that Ms. Jemita, she told me my role when I met her in the streets marching. She up until this year, she was still marching. I seen her with my staffer Mina this weekend doing some more work in the community. I want to say thank you to Ms. Jemita Orange, for making sure I knew my role now and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Amos.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just want to echo my sentiments as well to the Orange family, but also we have not lost this person, but to our world ambassador, number 55 for the Hawks, former Hawks, Dikembe Mutombo, who is facing health challenges on his own. Just want to keep him in our prayers as well.
Thank you. Any others? For those left unsaid, if you please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. And now if you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. We will now move to proclamations, commendations, and other special awards. Without objection, if we actually, because of their need to get back to service, if we could begin with 0056 in recognition of our fire service heroes. I would invite Councilmember Waits and all of those associated with the fire service heroes recognition to come forward, please. Don't be shy. Fire and rescue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can all members of the Public Safety Committee join us as well? Hey, you want to do this one? This is the letter that we want to read. It's the same letter. We can read it. But it's essentially the same. It's the same.
Can the recruit just stand in the front right there?
Okay. Can you ask them for me?
Recruits, stop.
Recruit. Greetings to everyone. As someone that had a childhood fire, anytime you receive a phone call regarding a multifamily complex being on fire, it can be the most frightening feeling. On October 3rd, we received that phone call. And I'd like to just simply read the letter that we've prepared to recognize Battalion Chief Deontay Greer and Ms. Claudine Nash for your many years of service, but also for your heroic actions the evening of October 3rd. And it reads, thank you for your heroic actions, an amazing display of servant leadership. I struggle to find the words to convey my gratitude and admiration for your selfless service to the 7 families that were impacted, 18 adults, 6 children, and 3 pets displaced following a devastating fire that took place at the Aspen Court Apartments located at 1700 Stanton Road on October 3rd. Your presence Your empathy, demonstration of kindness, understanding, strength, patience, and commitment serves as a reminder of why we choose the life of public service. Battalion Chief Greer, Special Coordinator Ms. Nash, your round-the-clock and continuous updates throughout the night reflected your dedication to the families displaced and the city of Atlanta. You made our neighbors feel valued, heard, important, safe, and hopeful in their darkest hours. As you are aware, fires are not limited by political boundaries nor political discourse. As a victim of a total loss house fire as a child, I still remember vividly the fear of almost losing our lives and the uncertainty of tomorrow, the shame of having no clothing, no furniture, no home, an overwhelming feeling of loss. To date, my family and I are grateful to the first responders that answered the call that night. You went above and beyond the call of duty, and you deserve our city's highest recognition. Your display of professionalism, courage, leadership, and dedication to the displaced families for their safety and well-being was a personal choice to give more and do whatever was necessary. On behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, we salute you and we thank you for your service and sacrifice.
And this is especially for Ms. Claudia Nash. You know, we have worked together for many years, and to hear about the bravery of you and these other outstanding firefighters and employees of the department, it is an honor to stand here and present this proclamation. Ms. Nash has done so much in my Fulton County Commission District, feeding the homeless, serving families, low-income families, providing all types of resources to those during the 2020 and 2021 COVID pandemic when so many people needed so much. So, Ms. Nash, now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Claudia Nash for her dedicated service to the citizens of Atlanta and Fulton County, and does hereby proclaim Monday, October 17th, 2022 as Claudia Nash Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations, Ms. Nash.
You'd like to say a few words?
As I look around, greetings, greetings, greetings. I just want to thank my Lord and Savior for giving me the strength to stand on the shoulders that you see around this circle. Without them, I'm nobody. But with them, I'm everything and a little bit more. So I just want to accept this award with my red shirts, recruits, my chief, he did join us, Chief Smith. Thank you for just allowing me to be me. I know I get on y'all nerve, but it's okay. And if it's okay after Chief Grill make his remark, it won't hurt your ears. I'm gonna blow what I do best.
Like Ms. Nash said, first of all, greetings. To Councilmember Ms. Waits, thank you for this honor. We as firefighters, sometimes we just think sometimes we're just doing our job. We go day by day, we run a call. Next thing you know, we just run another call. We don't think of anything else. But for someone to recognize us, to see the job that we're doing day in and day out, it's always a blessing, always. I would just like to thank all the council members, to our fire chief, Chief Smith. Thank you for your dedication and your leadership to this department. And to his senior staff, thank you guys as well. To my beautiful wife right here, thank you for all the long days. I know I get on her nerves because I bring my work home all the time. She tells me I just need to sit down. But I care about people so much that it's just what I do. So to my mother, without her, I wouldn't be here. So I just want to thank her because she's always taught me to treat people how I want to be treated. So I've always carried that through my life, and I'm going to keep carrying that. So I just want to thank everyone for this award, and just thank you. It's appreciated. It's very much appreciated. Thank you.
I just want to recognize my daughter. Would you please raise your hand? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Waits, Commissioner Hall. Council members, it is a pleasure to stand here today, not because of what we do for the city of Atlanta, but it is very easy leading an organization like this when you have selfless servants. They love the city of Atlanta. Some of them are from the city of Atlanta, and many of us reside in the city of Atlanta. So I just want to say thank you for allowing us to serve. We will continue to do so to the best of our ability, and thank you for acknowledging our members for the services that they provide. And thank you, Claudia. Thank you, Greer. Love you both. Keep doing what you do. Keep serving with the spirit that the Lord gave you.
Thank you so much. Okay. We have our next two honors are for former council members, and we have a number of elected officials and former elected officials, including former council members that are here. I just wanted to acknowledge them. We have, of course, Commissioner Natalie Hall, and also Commissioner Khadija Abdul Rahman is here with us, as well as former council members. And I apologize if I miss anybody. I have the list I have. Mary Davis, Jabari Samama, Debbie Starnes, Aaron Watson, Derek Bozeman, and of course the two that we are going to honor. I believe we are also going to be joined by Mayor Dickens, who we are welcome to have here. So if we could begin by asking everyone associated with honoring Cleta Winslow to come forward, and Councilmember Bond, I would invite you forward for this honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. And as they come forward, I'd like to ask my staff if they could bring the proclamation to me. That would be nice. But as they make their way forward, is this on? Oh, okay. As our guests make their way forward, I'd have to say I first became, well, I'm talking directly into the mic. They got to turn the volume up. Man. No.
How you doing, sir? Good to see you again.
And if there's some others that want, you know, to stand.
Wait. You don't work here anymore. That's right. You're being honored, right? You're the honoree.
Somebody told me I need to stop giving this.
That's right. Right. Now, we're here to honor you for your distinguished service. Okay. Are we still having a problem with the mics? Channel 26, turn the mic up. Who's in charge of turning the mic up? Did they just do it? Thank you, sound person. Well, I would say it's just a privilege, a pleasure, and an honor to be here amongst not only the citizenry of Atlanta, not only amongst distinguished alumni of this chamber, not only amongst fellow elected officials from other sister governments, and of course, to be in the presence of great public servants, people who have given years of their lives in service to the general public here in Atlanta and Fulton County. We're here today to honor Councilwoman Boone, myself, and Councilmember Lewis, two such ladies that have given exemplary service to our great city and our dynamic county. And as you can see, if the camera can pan around to see how many wonderful people are here today that these ladies' lives have touched via their service. And so I first met Cleta Winslow when I was running for office in 1990. I was running for the State House of Representatives. And for those of you who know my history, know how that turned out. Cleta was the head of the National Association of Neighborhoods, and we met at 970 MLK, the original Pascal's restaurant, because the district I was running for covered not only my home neighborhoods of West End, Washington Park, et cetera, went south to cover West End and said, if you're going to talk to somebody in West End, you need to go and talk to Cleta Winslow. Now, I'd seen Cleta before, and I never cut school, but sometimes I would leave school and to come see my dad down here at the Capitol, and we'd make our way from the county buildings, city halls, et cetera. And I saw Cleta at work when she worked for the Board of Commissioners. I saw her when I was an active member of, then, people talk about MPUR today, but MPUL was hell. It was the, we're going to have Dorothy Bolden's legacy honored here today and George Prather. That was a real tough NPU, and Cleta was the coordinator over that. I got to see her from afar, but having sat beside her when I was in the greatest council district seat there is, District 3, and I sat next to Cleta Winslow, we got to become more than fast friends. And so, yes, our mayor's here. We're going to make sure the mayor has a word and speaks. But I have a proclamation here today in honor of one of our alumni from this great hallowed hall, City Hall, that has served over 36 years in public life. Was it 36? 40 years in public life to the service of the citizens of Atlanta. Let's give a round of applause for that. I just heard a comment, longer than some of the people here in the rostrum have been alive. Cleta's been giving back to the community. And so, I will read the proclamation in pertinent part that I've gone over her career and history, and because the font is size 9. Now, therefore, we, the members of the Legislative Council, on behalf of the citizens of the city of Atlanta, do hereby proclaim this day As Cleta Winslow Day in our fair city, and witness thereof, I've set my hand and have caused the seal of the city of Atlanta to be hereinto affixed. Congratulations, Cleta Winslow. Bravo. That's right. Oh, we've been married. Now, before you speak, just like late night television, but wait, there's more. We're joined here today. I'm going to allow our commissioner and then our mayor to speak. Our commissioner has more for you, Cleta. So let's welcome Natalie Hall, the distinguished commissioner from District 4 from the Fulton County Board of Commissioners, to come forward.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Well, oh, and my colleague is standing right behind you, Commissioner Abdul Rahman. And Cleta, you know, it is an honor to present this to you because, you know, you used to work on my nerves when I was chief of staff to the late Commissioner Joan P. Garner. She used to call, Cleta would call me and text me talking about rat infestations and garbage and all types of things. And I tell people still to this day, you work so hard for the people and people didn't even know it. I would literally see you give your personal phone number out to every single person on the street. It didn't matter who they were. They could be homeless. They could be wealthy. It didn't matter. You are a true public servant. And you've done, yes. And she's done so much for so many people, and just all times of the night and morning, holidays and weekends. It is something that I always tell my team, this is not a job that you punch in 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. You work it holidays, weekends, evenings. It is a lifestyle, and you live it because it is hard work. It literally comes from your heart. So Cleta, it is an honor to present you with this. And the proclamation reads, and I have to say this part, Councilmember Cleta Winslow was born in Rockford, Illinois. And I can appreciate that because I'm from Chicago, Illinois, and we've talked about how gangster it is in Chicago politics. And no, I won't tell it all. And she earned her Bachelor of Science degree from Tennessee State University, and that means a lot to me as well because I was born in Pine Bluff, Arkansas, and used to always go over to Tennessee. And her master's degree from Clark Atlanta University, I know that means a lot to all of those who attended and graduated from Clark, with both a concentration in social work while a student at Tennessee State. Councilwoman Winslow became a member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. Yes, I hear y'all trying to do that. Alpha Chi chapter, and is presently an active member of the Atlanta Alumni Chapter. And now therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Councilwoman Cleta Winslow for her many years of dedicated public service to the citizens of the City of Atlanta and Fulton County, and does hereby proclaim Monday, October 17th, 2022 as Councilwoman Cleta Winslow Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. You know I love you.
Righty. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Council President Shipman, and all the members of the Atlanta City Council for allowing me to be here today to share this time with you in honoring our great Councilwoman Cleta Winslow. When I served on council for 8 years, I was serving right beside Councilmember Winslow as she showed me what it was like to be an extremely dedicated public servant. You worked days, nights, you worked tirelessly, Councilmember Winslow, to serve the people of your district, the businesses of your district. You had a hands-on approach. You really knew every street, every business, every community member and high rise, and that dedication and commitment shows where your heart lies, and it shows where your commitment to the public is still and was then. And so through many years of watching you on TV, when Shirley Franklin was mayor, and then Mayor Reed, and then Mayor Bottoms, and then I'm just thankful for your example to council members now and to council members to come about how to really do it the right way. Work hard and diligent and stand up for the people. Always stand up for the people, and that's what I remembered about you. And so I have this letter that I've written on the official seal of the city to you on your behalf. And so I'm not going to read it all, but it basically says that for decades, you've represented District 4, a dynamic group of communities stretching from the Venetian Hills neighborhood through West End, Atlanta University Center, and even South Downtown. With a strong commitment to move our city forward, you established a legacy for yourself as one of the longest-serving members of the Atlanta City Council's history and the city's longest-serving female council member. During your tenure, yeah, we can clap for that. We can clap for that. The longest-serving female council member, and during your tenure, you served on several committees, including City Utilities Zoning Committee and Committee on Council. Professionally, you worked at the Carrie Steele Children's Home, and I don't know if everybody knew that, and the Housing Director for the Atlanta Urban League. This is legendary. This is legacy. This is someone who has a heart of service, whether in the county, in the city, in the nonprofit world, with the senior citizens, with whomever she needed to serve. That's where you were. And all these people up here are also evident of the service that you provided. We have former council members and we have current council members as well as city leaders all saying, thank you, job well done, Cleta Winslow. All right, and thank you, Bond and Boone and everybody for putting this together. Okay, excuse me.
Well, we got another.
There is more to come. On behalf of the Atlanta City Council, we miss you, we love you. Thank you for teaching us the way. I'd also like to acknowledge Marshall. Marshall was the Chief of Staff. He was connected to us, all of us. We were like family. On behalf of the Atlanta City Council, thank you for teaching us the way. We love you.
All right. And as we move on, I just want to point out, Cleta, Debbie, and I were all in the same class. That's right. Class of '94. There will be no more like the class of 1994. That's right. We want to have our current District 4 member come up, and he has something to say.
Good afternoon, y'all, and special good afternoon to you, Councilman Winslow. I just wanted to say a few words, just to say how much we love and respect and honor you and your legacy and the work you've done for this city, work that you've done for our communities, and the work you've done for District 4. And we wanted to make sure that District 4 had something special for you as well, just in recognition of your lifetime of service to all of us. Councilman Winslow has probably the biggest heart out of anyone I've ever met that's been an elected official in any capacity. Whether my family was going through tragedy or whether my family had, when we adopted our baby girl, we would always hear from Councilmember Winslow, who would give us words of appreciation, would send us gifts, and just would be connected to us in ways that we would never have expected from any other elected official. And I'm trying to emulate that behavior as I work with constituents across District 4 as we look forward. But I just want to say I stand on the shoulders of a giant. And I'm so proud to succeed you in this office, and I look forward to ensuring that our work reflects on that legacy and builds on that legacy to make our Southwest Atlanta communities the best communities across the entire city of Atlanta. And so we wanted to give you a special recognition from our office so that you know how much we appreciated you. And this is a special recognition award presented to the Honorable Cleta M. Winslow for being the longest serving woman on the Atlanta City Council. You have influenced and inspired citizens of Atlanta by going above and beyond the call of duty and responding to and providing exemplary service to the city of Atlanta. We commend you on this day, October 17th, 2022, and we want to make sure that you have this from our District 4 office. So just thank you so much for everything.
Say now we're going.
Well, the the mayor has a demanding schedule, so he's going to make some more remarks, and we appreciate the work that he's done, so we're going to allow him this spot.
All right. And as you see, there's two dynamic councilwomen that are up here. Ms. Shepherd, would you come on up? I want to give Joyce Shepherd her accolades too. And you know, it's just like the Atlanta City Council to be able to have some of the greatest public servants that anywhere in the country. When we have a Cleta Winslow and a Joyce Shepherd, this is how the city was able to get so much done and to continue to move forward. So today we're here with the great Joyce Shepherd, the District 12 councilwoman that really did a phenomenal job at serving that community through a lot of transition. Someone who worked with her heart and her mind and brought community members together and really continues to serve even to this day. Just this weekend, we were out on over in West End, over in Adair Park, with a mural to civil rights leaders, and we were joined by Councilmember Lewis and Boone and a number of other leaders, and that just shows that the work continues even to this day. So your dedication, your commitment to this city, and the various things you've done, particularly with Keep Atlanta Beautiful, the establishment of that, and all of the things that we've had around code enforcement, tires, and the things that you just worked on that you really were very dedicated. And so, Councilmember Winslow, prior to becoming a council member, you also broke through the glass ceiling of the telecommunications industry and became one of the first female line workers, cementing yourself as a trailblazer. So not only what you've done in this hall, but what you've done outside in the city of Atlanta. And we can't say Joyce Shepherd without saying that she's a graduate of Booker T. Washington High School, y'all. You know, gotta say that. So to you, I wrote another letter on official city seal to be able to say thank you for your hard work and dedication, and we love you, and continue to always come around and visit and give us your special, your special time. Thank you.
Thank you. Just them. Just them. Just them. Cleta. So good.
Now we're going back to our regularly scheduled program. I'm going to ask one of our distinguished alums to come forward. He hails from District 12, the Honorable Derek Bozeman. But as he comes, have all the members that are former members been introduced? So let's try to do it again really fast. I see former Council Member Aaron Watson. I see former District 3 alum Jabari Sumama. I see former District 6 alum Mary Davis. I see former District 2 alum Debbie Starnes. Who else? I just said Aaron. Are we missing anybody else? Who is that? You know I'm blind in one eye. Who is it? Just tell me the name. Any other former council members? Is that it? Is that everybody? Okay. Oh, no. Well, you know, I eat right, I exercise, and I take my Geritol every day. Every day.
First of all, to the mayor, to the president of the city council, and to my dear friend Cleta Winslow. I call Cleta Clean Up Cleta. I don't think there's a street in West End, District 4, that hadn't been swept personally by Cleta. But Mike talked about the class of '84 being the absolute, the class of '94 being the absolute best, but the class of '98 was just simply great. We were the best class. But one other thing that I learned early while I was down here, if you want to be a great council person, you got to learn to copy off the paper of the great. And so I was privileged and honored to copy off the paper of Cleta Winslow. because not only did she fundamentally understand how government worked, she knew how to work government. And Cleta has always been faithful and committed. You know, sometimes a prophetess is without honor in their own land. And I'm glad the City Council stopped long enough to say to both of these public servants, job well done. I can tell you personally, you will never get rich being in public service.
If you do it right.
And if you don't do it right, they got a place to send you. But the one thing that you can do, you can fundamentally change people's perceptions of what government ought to do, and Cleta Winslow has done that, so congratulations. And to all of these former colleagues, Jabari Mama, and to Mary Davis, and to Aaron Watson, and to my friend, Deborah Starnes, it is good to be back home with Cleta again, so thank you and congratulations.
All right.
I guess I'm one of the older city council members here, in that I brought in the class of 1987. There wasn't even an election year, but I won a special election. But I'm so happy to be here to honor these two wonderful council members. And I always tell the story of when I was Atlanta University student, and Cleta was also over there around the same time. We were playing tennis. She was trying to play tennis. I actually knew how to play tennis. And I spent so much time trying to teach her how to play tennis, but I really wasn't interested in tennis. I was interested in Cleta. And I've told that story for the last 35 years, and she says, you always say that. But again, congratulations. I mean, two wonderful council members, and they're doing it for the right reason. And all of you who are serving now, I want you to know that all of us are available to you, and all you have to do is ask. And with me, you don't even have to ask, because I'm going to send you a column at least every other week. Thank you.
Well, like all great award shows, we have a video. So let's hit play, who's ever got their finger on the button.
You come a long way, and you're not done yet.
I said, I'm not going to be here that long. I'm going to do my job, and then I'm going to move on. Little did I know that the path was already laid for me to be here for 7 terms.
This is certainly an auspicious day in the city of Atlanta, but especially in District 4.
I think it was my first council meeting. And I said, what have I gotten myself into? I was scared to death. I didn't say anything for 6 months. I didn't know what to say. Okay, everything's coming at you. The budget, you got your constituents calling. Imagine we didn't have 311 at that time. So we were answering all of our calls.
Get the volume up, please.
We need a stop sign. The road needs to be paved. We got a broken sidewalk. The street light is out. But that taught me how city government works. It's a gulch. Just the major piece. So it's at the corner of what was Spring, now Ted Turner, and Peter Street. The reason that was important is because it told developers, I can develop south of North. I couldn't have done anything, okay, without the voters, without the taxpayers, without the community leaders, without the NPUs, without the neighborhood organization. It was a combined effort. It was the best job I ever had. It was the most wonderful, stressful job I ever had.
What do you want your legacy to be?
Just that I worked hard, and I gave them a good day's work for a good day, for the pay that they gave me. And that I love them still. And I'm still their public servant.
Okay, so, all right, thank you. We're about to move to the pitch, but I want to give my colleagues just one opportunity. Anybody want to say anything? You sure?
I want to say something.
Well, you're about, no, you don't, you're about to be honored.
But I'm honoring Cleta.
You want to honor Cleta? Yeah. Okay. All right.
Cleta's my girl. And I knew Cleta before I was a council member. When I became a council member, I'm like, this is the hardest working woman I have ever known. Cleta works. She and I kind of got similar. I kind of copied off of her. She on the street, I'm on the street. I'm everywhere. Cleta and I were like working neck and neck. Our district are right beside each other. We would partner on things, talk about things, work on things together. Cleta, I am so honored to have been on council with you and watched you and role model after you. I thank you for everything you've done. I appreciate you so much. And let's go get a drink later on.
Okay, I just want to say the class of '78 was good too. And to thank all of you and Michael for doing this, and to say it's a pleasure and a joy to know Cleta and to have worked with her too.
She was a 20-year veteran of city council, so there were a lot of us that did a lot of service for the city of Atlanta.
That's right.
We now have one more video for the Honorable Cleta Winslow. One more video.
Cleta Winslow made history as the longest-serving female member of the Atlanta City Council. 7 terms. That type of commitment demonstrates a great love for public service and an unyielding devotion to the constituents. On behalf of the City of Atlanta, I want to thank you for your service to District 4 and for sharing your experience, knowledge, and wisdom with me during my time on the City Council. Atlanta is better because you were here. Congratulations for a job well done.
Of course, we got our County Commissioner Khadijah Abdul-Rahman right here.
Yes.
And so I want to make sure any other elected officials that we have here that need to be acknowledged, any other council member currently serving like to say a word. Huh? Okay, I'm talking about right now. Okay. Well, I keep getting whispers that it's picture time. So we're going to do what city councils past and present. Oh, no, that's right. You got to say something. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let me present to you and introduce to others the Honorable Cleta Winslow.
This is such a great day for me, but to me it's a better day for the constituents and the people I represented. You made it happen for the district. As I said in my video, it was a true partnership. Every day when I woke up at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, I couldn't wait for the sun to come up so that I could get out and get to work. It was just wonderful. And I'm listening back here. You know, I would send emails out at 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning to commissioners. And they were saying, don't you ever sleep? I said, no, I just nap, okay? But I just loved the job. It was my avocation. It was, and God put me in this place to do what I needed to do for you. And so a lot of times when I would get kind of maybe blessed out by some folks in the district, I would come to my seniors, woo, and you just gave me love. And so I appreciate you so much because you were there for me. You don't realize it, to hold me up. And just to give me that love where I could go back out into the community and do the work that needed to be done, not only for the others that I represented, but also for you. I want to thank Michael Bond. Michael doesn't remember that I knew him when he was yay high, okay? We weren't introduced, but he was running around at the state capitol with his dad, and I had to do an internship under the dome. So that's when I first saw him. was at the state capitol with his dad, and he was there very often. So he got his political science on-the-job training. And so frequently, I want to say one last thing, two things. The people that are up here, okay, elected officials, I have stayed in touch with them, whether they were on council or not on council. I just called, okay, how you doing? Sometime I wanted information. So I want to say to the class of 2021, it's okay to call on, you know, former colleagues. You may just have a question, or you may just want to listen, because sometimes there's something important that we may want to say to you that's going to help you as you mature into this job, because it is very difficult. It is extremely stressful, okay? But we can help make it better for you. And to my colleague, Joy Shepherd, oh boy, Dynamite, Miss Dynamite, okay? Tyler Perry, woo, okay? Did a lot of good things, a lot of good things. And I want to give a shout out to somebody that's not here, that's Carla Smith, 20-year public servant, 20 years. In Southeast and Southwest Atlanta, it takes a lot longer to get developers interested in your areas. Carla was able to do that on Georgia Avenue once the Braves moved out. With all of that development that's over there by Turner Field, it took 20 years. It's not easy for us. North, it's easy. People automatically go. They go there, they build. For us, it takes us a number of years to develop relationships with developers and to get the job done. And so I am so proud of those people and the constituents who saw our worth and allowed us an opportunity to stay in the game, And Joyce and I haven't left the game, okay? So we're gonna still be out there. I don't want people to be fearing us because we're out there doing things, but it's a lifestyle. So that's just our lifestyle. And I want to say to the mayor, thank you so much for this honor. I'm so appreciative to have served with him, and thank you for just coming over. And I have a little gift bags for each of the council members, okay? Each of the council members. I think that's really important, that we continue the linkage. That's so important, that we continue to connect up with you and you connect up with us, okay? Because we're a family. Thank you again. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Andrea. Andrea acts like she's my mother sometimes, okay? Calling me up, giving me orders, okay? But I take them. Okay, but thank you everyone for coming, and I guess it's picture time. Picture time. Okay, all right.
You keep teaching them.
Okay.
Quickly, for all those that are here to honor the Honorable Joyce Shepherd.
So,
those
so
that-
don't go anywhere here. Would all of those with former Councilmember Joyce Shepherd's honor come forward, please? Everyone with Joyce Shepherd, please come up.
I'm gonna say bye to Cleta. I want to slide, but I want to let her see my face.
All right.
We need everyone that is here to honor the Honorable Joyce Shepherd. The Honorable Joyce Shepherd. The Honorable Joyce Shepherd. Order, order. We need everyone that is here. If you're here to honor Joyce Shepherd, please turn around.
I know it's a big family reunion, but if we could have everybody who's here to honor
Maisha, will you
Joyce
bring
Shepherd.
everyone up for Councilmember Joyce Shepherd?
Come on up.
Get in there. Thank you.
And I would ask Council Members Boone and Lewis to come forward to honor our former Councilmember
Councilmember
Joyce Shepherd.
Lewis. Councilmember Lewis. The Honorable Joyce Shepherd will now be honored. In the camera, in the camera. Right there.
Some of you all can come on this side. Yeah, she's fine.
My issue from right here. Shh. Where's that? Mr. George Andrews? Mr. George Andrews? I am Andrea Boone, a member of the Atlanta City Council, and I am so very happy to be here today to honor our warrior queen, the Honorable Joyce Shepherd. We will now play a short video.
Turn it up. There's no sound.
We're going to start over. We'll start over.
Yes. No sound.
Let's start over. A video for the Honorable Joyce Shepherd. They're working on it. They're right there. They're right there. They're back here. They did. No, we cannot hear the video. We cannot hear the video. We need assistance.
Reboot it.
The Honorable Antonio Lewis with the proclamation. I also want to let everyone know we are joined by our first Vice President, Charletta Wilson-Jacks, Ms. Susan J. Ross, Maisha Land, the Honorable Derek Bozeman, family, friends, the Honorable Khadijah Abdul Rahman, the Honorable Natalie Hall, Ms. Commissioner Hall.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. You know, it's truly an honor to, yes. Okay, this is another one who would call me all times of the day and night when I was chief of staff to the late Commissioner Joan P. Garner. And you know, the pet events we did so many times, making sure that people with pets had access to free vaccinations for their pets and so many resources. And then you would call about, we got to do something about these tires, so you need to get the health department out here because it's mosquitoes infesting the water in the tires, and so much that you did in the community. And so it's an honor to present this proclamation. And what a lot of people don't know is that used to be the original District 6 for Fulton County Commission, because when I came to work for Joan Garner in 2011, we served the southeast side, southeast of downtown, all through Joyce District. And so Joyce, the proclamation reads, and I won't read the whole thing, but at least some of it. Councilwoman Joyce M. Shepherd was elected into the office of Atlanta City Council in August of 2004 and served 5 terms representing District 12. She's a proud graduate of Booker T. Washington High School in Atlanta and is a resident of the Capitol View Manor neighborhood, calling District 12 her home for 42 years. She is the 5th generation of her family to live in District 12. And whereas Councilwoman Shepherd is a recipient of numerous awards, including the National Common Cause Public Service Achievement Award, the Atlanta City Council Presidential Community Service Award, the John C. Birdline Distinguished Leadership Award, the Metro Atlanta YMCA Volunteer of the Year Award, and she was recognized for serving 4 years of distinguished service on the Invest Atlanta Board from 2010 to 2014. And whereas Councilwoman Shepherd's greatest achievement is her role of mother of her beloved daughter, Maisha Land, who is right here with us. Where'd she go? Oh my goodness. And recognizes, Maisha Land, and grandmother of her beloved granddaughter, Amaria. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Councilwoman Joyce M. Shepherd for her dedication to the citizens of Atlanta and Fulton County, and does hereby proclaim Monday, October 17th, 2022, as Councilwoman Joyce M. Shepherd Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations, Joyce. You deserve this and so much more.
The Honorable Antonio Lewis.
Excuse me. And so honored to be able to read this proclamation to Councilmember Joyce Shepherd. I gotta raise this up a little, I'm a little taller. The proclamation reads, the Atlanta City Council in honor of Joyce M. Shepherd, whereas the Atlanta City Council proudly recognizes the Honorable Joyce M. Shepherd for her years of tremendous service to the people of Atlanta, her community, advocacy, and undeniable contributions to our city. And whereas, first elected to this council in August 2004, she served 5 terms representing District 12. She previously served as the public as chair as the Neighborhood Planning Unit, or NPUX, as well as with other community organizations. She has been a longtime champion for community education, neighborhood safety, economic development, and many more community-focused concerns. And whereas she's a proud graduate of Booker T. Washington High School and has called District 12 her home for more than 4 decades as a resident of the Capitol View Manor neighborhood. And whereas during her service on this council, she was the chair of Public Safety Committee and served as a member of the Community Development and Human Services Committee, the Community Utilities Committee, and the Finance Executive Committee. And whereas a strong believer in neighborhood advocacy and a supporter of the environment, she co-founded and has served as chair of the council's Code Enforcement Commission and helped to establish the Code Enforcement Training Academy in 2018. This effort has allowed Atlanta residents to learn more about how code enforcement works, discover ways to fight blight in the community, and become an ambassador for a cleaner and more welcoming city. And whereas she has received numerous awards for her dedication to Atlanta, including the Council's Presidential Community Service Award and a four-year distinguished service on the board of Invest Atlanta, in addition to many other achievements and community accolades. And whereas she has served the community in both state and national roles, but one achievement stands above others: her role as a mother. She's a great listener, a strong community advocate, and a true friend to many. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, do hereby recognize this 17th day of October 2022 as the Honorable Joyce M. Shepherd Day in the city of Atlanta. We will remain forever grateful for her contributions to District 12, and we'll celebrate all the wonderful ways in which she has supported and contributed to our well-being of our friends, family, and community, and the city of Atlanta. Thank you.
The Honorable Derek Bozeman.
The proclamations that are written are all true, but let me tell you about the George Shepherd I know. For more than 30 years, George Shepherd has been a true friend. And I'll be honest with you, when I came to City Council, George was just on the job. I mean, the bottom line is George would lead when nobody else wanted to. And so we found we had child prostitution going on, and George has an uncommon courage. And I would say, George, you know, I would always run anything I was contemplating by her and say, George, you know, I'm thinking about having a picket down at the strip club. And we got prostitution on the corners. And I'm thinking about getting some guys and go down there and see what we can do about it. George would always call and say, I'm already down here with a sign. I'll meet y'all when y'all get here. So I met her in community. Everything that she has stood for has been about bringing out the best of who we are as a community. So the longevity of her service was never in question. Her undying love for our people and for District 12 is uncommon, and she was willing to work harder than I ever thought I could. And so I am glad the City Council thought it not robbery to recognize this uncommon public servant who I met in the community. She stayed in the community, and the community will continue to benefit from the knowledge and wisdom that she got. I have to say this about her. When nobody even knew what code enforcement was, I got tired of hearing George talk about code enforcement. So I said, whatever you want to do in code enforcement, write the legislation, do it, and the city of Atlanta owes her a debt of gratitude. Because the reality of it is, she literally, by the force of her personality, rewrote and made us think differently about code enforcement. And I did not like it because Joyce would come, and we've eaten at each other home many times. She would come over to my house and dad asked me, now when you gonna cut your grass? so to the phenomenal public servant who went overboard too often, God bless you and God keep you, and to her beautiful mother and her family. We pray God's blessing on you. Congratulations.
The Honorable Fulton County Commissioner Khadijah Abdul Rahman.
You know, it's so much that has been said about my good friend. I want to give you your flowers while you're living. All I can say is this. Joyce Shepherd is a warrior woman day and night. She doesn't look at it for accolades. She doesn't look at it for what she can get out of it. she looks at it for the community. And more importantly, what I want to say at this time before I leave, you know, the NPU system should be celebrated. The NPU gave us Joy Shepard, Cleta Winslow, Derek Bozeman, Vincent Ford, and others. So what I want to say is the NPU created and gave City of Atlanta a lot of great leaders. And these were leaders that did not get paid. These were leaders that phone rang from the beginning, the crack of dawn, to late at night. And I just hope we all in the role of leadership will look at all these great, phenomenal leaders and emulate them, because they led more so when they wasn't getting decent pay, when they didn't have a staff hardly, and when they, if it was 6 one way, half a dozen the other, they had to make decisions regardless of whether it was popular or not. So I thank you for the work that you have done and continue to do. I look at the work that your daughter does, and I see that the fruit don't fall far from the tree. And so I thank you, and I thank your family here for sharing you with us, because we know it's, as elected officials, it's not easy when you're being called on so many times, and for her to have walked the streets and treated everybody like a friend. And a lot of times she probably missed practices, she probably missed PTA meetings and other things. I just want to thank you and the others, Cleta, and as well as all of our elected leaders, for the great sacrifice that they make. Thank you, my friend.
Our first Vice President of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority, the Honorable Charlotta Wilson Jacks.
Greetings to the Council President and to current members of this council, as well as alumni. It's so good to be home. That's what I like to say. So if community and commitment were a person, it would be Joy Shepard, as well as my friend Cleta Winslow. If working hard day and night were a person, it would be Joy Shepard. And Derek Bozeman already said it, if code enforcement were a person, it would definitely be Joy Shepard. So I just had to be here today, back in these halls where I grew up for 21 years. And I want to say to you, thank you for your thoughtfulness, for your challenges, for your agreements, for your disagreements, because everything that you poured into the city, you poured into me. And I am better committed to my community because of you. So just keep being who you are, keep loving the community. And Atlanta, understand, I knew Joy Shepard before she was city council person, as well as Cleta Winslow. So the NPU does deliver great things. Keep working at it. Don't give up on it. And just let's celebrate someone and two people who have given the city of Atlanta so much, and we have to continue to give back to them. So thank you for the opportunity to just come back home. Thank you.
The Honorable Michael Julian Bond, followed by the Honorable Cleta Winslow.
Well, I just want to say briefly, I had the privilege of sitting next to Joyce for many, many years as we served together in Atlanta City Council. I remember meeting her before she was a council person, when she was CWA in the union. Joyce has always been tough. She's always been direct. She's always been dedicated. And I think it goes without saying, if you had noticed it, members of the public, that the Atlanta City Council has been a great crucible for women elected officials that make a tremendous difference in their communities, and Joyce was one of those women. And she never let you off the hook and kept you accountable. I remember one time she was mad at CT, and she wanted me to vote with her, but I voted with CT. And then Joyce told me, she said, CT is your daddy. You do whatever CT tell you to do. You don't listen to me, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, baby, don't be that way. Don't be that way. But I love Joyce just as much as I love Cleta, because Joyce always was there for the community. And, you know, it's the kind of thing where the cavalry always comes. It doesn't matter what the danger is, what the issue was, what was going on in the community, whether you agreed with Joyce or not, but you knew if there needed to be a rescue. You know, was that old song by the Coasters, Along Came Jones? There's a song, is Along Came Joyce, because if there was a crisis, Joyce was going to answer it, and she was going to be there. You believe that? Love you, Joyce.
Thank you, Michael.
No, you're welcome.
So before Joyce Shepard was on council, I saw Joyce on television. She and Derek Bozeman, they were marching down Metropolitan to shut down Chocolate City. And this was an every Friday event, live and in living color. So you talk about, what do they have? Reality television. Joyce and Derek were reality television. And you know what? They succeeded because they fought that for months. And they were, years. And they were down there marching every weekend. And it was on the news. So she was determined that that place was not going to be there. And that place is not there. Okay? So you have to have a stick-to-itiveness. Not one time, not 2 times, not 3 times, but many times. So before she got on council, she and I worked together. We were sitting in meetings, Fort McPherson. So let me tell you about that real quickly. We wanted to make sure that even though Fort McPherson was closing, that they didn't close the hospital on the veterans. So we made sure that they kept the hospital open. That's the only reason the hospital is there. Okay? Because Joyce was out there fighting for that back in 2003. I think it was 2003. We met over there at the Gilbert House. Okay. Remember? Yes. Yeah, okay, now she remembers, okay. And also, we wanted to make sure that veterans had a place to stay, okay, and that they got psychological care while they were in the barracks. So those are the 2 things that she was very active in, and I was there to back her up. And then when it came time for the redevelopment of Fort McPherson, I said, Joyce, even though Fort McPherson used to be in District 4, you can't have 2 leaders. You can only have 1. And I said, Joyce, you lead that ship. You're the captain. I'll back you up. And so that's what, you know, there's no jealousy about work, okay? No jealousy about work. There's work enough for everybody to be engaged. That's right. Okay? And so on council, we always shared. That's what I liked about being on council. It was a sharing and a caring atmosphere. And I want that sharing and caring atmosphere to continue. And I believe it will. I believe these young people are going to step out, step up. Because if you don't step out, you're going to be put out by the citizens. I'm telling you what I know, because they have put some folk out. They ran 1 term and they were out the next. Okay? So do sharing, do caring, and step up. Okay? You got great examples up here even before I got on council. All right? So Joyce, congratulations. This is your day as well. And you've just made us all proud. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Shepard, this day means so much to us. On behalf of the Atlanta City Council, we have a special recognition award. Thank you for watching us. Thank you for calling us. Thank you for loving us. And most of all, thank you for your dedication to the city of Atlanta.
not yet, not yet.
Thank you. Thank you.
Keisha.
The Honorable Keisha Shawn Waits.
I'll be brief, thank you. As a product of District 12, a childhood resident of District 12, and now a lifelong resident of District 12, we stand on your shoulders. I actually passed by those Klubnicki Purple Onion locations as a child, and so I thank you for your service to our community, and we are better because of you. Thank you.
Shirley Nichols, South River Gardens.
Thank you very much. I'm up here and I hear the honorable this person, that person. I'm just a little person from Joyce's district, but we go way, way back. I knew Joyce before she became a council member. I met her when we were fighting for code enforcement issues in our various neighborhoods. And I didn't even know what code enforcement was. But I worked with her so many years, the whole time that she was a council member. And Joyce got in office and learned all the ropes, learned all the policies, and came back to her district and trained us leaders. She's been my mentor for years and years. We worked on some very, very difficult situations, and I'm so appreciative of her. I thank you guys, thank everybody down here for honoring her today. So with us, whether it was fighting to close a landfill or it was fighting 20 years later to preserve the land that the landfill couldn't buy and turning it into a perpetual park, whether it was looking for park property for our neighborhood that was one of the largest neighborhoods in the city that didn't have a park, Joyce was right there for us and helped us to accomplish everything that we set out to accomplish. It's been a pleasure to see her and her path of destiny over the years, how she's turned out. And there, Joyce, I want you to go home and get some rest. Go home and take some time for you before you come back and get involved in helping me get my neighborhood straightened out. So thank you so much. Thank all of you for what you're doing. Congratulations. Appreciate all of your help. I love you.
Thank you. Thank you, Shirley.
Mr. Clifford Ice.
My involvement with Councilmember Shepherd is unique in the sense that I worked with her while I was working for the City of Atlanta as a manager with the Department of Watershed Management. After retiring, I got the opportunity to work for her. I was her coordinator of community involvement. I got the opportunity to see her up close. I saw her passion for justice, her unrelenting commitment to community involvement. I also got the opportunity to see that she was untiring. I used to say that she was the hardest working council member. That's not a slight of any other council members, but I worked for her. So yes, I'm biased. I got the opportunity to see her commitment day and night. It's actually an honor that she would ask me to say something on her behalf. And without question, I had no hesitation to say something on her behalf. I'm confident that she still will be a force to be reckoned with in whatever endeavor she chooses to pursue. Lastly, I got the opportunity to pray for her. Everybody does not welcome prayer, but I got the opportunity to pray for her, which means that I have a vested interest in her. So I check with her every now and then to find out what is happening in her life, the development that's going on in her life. So congratulations. May your future be bright. And I'm here anytime you need help. If I have time, I'm willing to help. Congratulations, Councilmember Shepherd.
Daughter Maisha Land.
There's a saying by General Phillip. If a black mother has a dream, believe them and listen. They're psychic. This is my mother, but this is my grandmother's dream. My grandmother is sitting in front of us. She'll be 90 years old this year. She left a small town called Valley, Alabama. We call it the Valley. If you're from there, you know. And she said, I'm leaving this place because there's no opportunity for my children. And she took my mother and her sister, Gwendolyn Ann. Where you at, Gwen? I'm sorry, her daughter, Gwendolyn Ann, my aunt. And her son, Sammy Lee Shepherd. And she came to Atlanta with Joyce Marie. And it wasn't easy. But anybody knows, she's shaking her head, she's right here in the front. Raise your hand, Big Mama. We call her Big Mama. The children call her Little Mama. But she made it happen. And my mother is the quintessential example of not compromising popularity and busyness for effectiveness. We call my grandmother Bully Ruth. Like Bully Ruth is the boss of us all. From my cousins Kanika and Aisha to my friends, she tells everybody, even here on council, right? She tells everybody what to do. And I remember, and I make the joke about being psychic, but I remember being a little girl sitting on then was Stewart Avenue. If you remember Stewart Avenue, you from here and you didn't come here, you remember Stewart Avenue. And my bedroom window looked out onto Stewart Avenue. And every day as a little girl, prostitutes stood in front of my bedroom window. And my mother one day looked at me and said, I'm going to change this for you. And she did. And she did. I went from walking over condoms on my way to the elementary school that was next door to me to clean streets. I remember my mother coming home from the strip club, not picketing in front of her, but going inside and talking to the dancers about what their opportunities were. She went into she was there inside of Club Nikki. I said, Mama, why are you in there? She said, in order to change a thing, you got to understand a thing. My mother is a change maker. My mother gave me things my community couldn't give me. She gave her community things that they could never even see. If you know Joyce Shepherd, you know she delivered. She delivered with painstaking aches to you. She worked us all, but we're all better off for it. Metropolitan Parkway, Capitol View, Sylvan Hills, Lakewood Heights. Well, that's where I live. Lakewood Heights. And here's another thing. You know, a lot of times, and I'm saying this to the young people, Mama, I want to thank you for this lesson. Making it doesn't mean making it out. It means making it better. Stay in your communities. You taught me that. And so now all of our generations live in District 12. Well, technically I live in District 1 because I bought my house thinking it was on one side of the street, and actually the yellow line across the street could be in District 1, but I love my council member. But I thank you for not allowing me to compromise, for not allowing us to compromise, for being willing to take the hit when everybody else was afraid. Thank you for being a lioness and a lamb. Thank you for being a servant. And thank you for being my mama. I love you.
And now we will have, are we ready for our videos? Video tributes. Video tributes. We are now ready.
Joyce Shepard used her experience from chairing MPU-X and applied it mightily to serving the residents of District 12. For 17 years, she faithfully executed hard work, dedicating her talent to helping others achieve a better quality of life. Joyce Shepard didn't pay attention to her watch. She maintained her focus until the job was done. On behalf of the City of Atlanta, I want to thank you for making a difference in the lives of your constituents. Congratulations.
Next video.
I was always active in the community. I got involved with my NPU and my neighborhood associations and things all around me. I became chair of the neighborhood planning unit. And I was a neighborhood planning unit for 7 years until people asked me to run for office. Actually, people called me and said, Joyce, we want you to run for office. And I didn't want to run, and people had to convince me to run. Once I got to City Hall, I realized, oh my God, I have so much to learn. Howard Shook, which is one of my buddies that I love on council, Howard jokes with me all the time. He said, I don't even know if you really talk in the first 4 years that you were on council. I said, but Howard, I was learning. Become a community ambassador of the City of Atlanta's Code Enforcement Academy. When you have a large NPU, I had 6 NPUs and neighborhood associations, and you really want to make a difference, you're everywhere. But as a whole, I know that the goal for the citizens is that they want better things for them and the quality of life in their communities. Just because I'm not a council person anymore doesn't mean that I still don't live in my community and I don't serve. As a council person, let me just say this, there's always more to do. Like I look at Fort McPherson, it still has not been complete. We got multifamily just getting ready to build on a metropolitan all up and down the corridor. The next phase for the next 5 years that they're concentrating on is going east. The Beltline is another example of how you morph and things change. So I have started things that is actually changing the community.
What do you want your legacy to be?
It's that I made a difference. It's that I'm a hard worker, that I truly believe in my community, that I'm a public servant, and that for me it was all about the community, not about myself.
After the next presentation, you will hear from the Honorable Joyce Shepard.
Shepard, Councilmember Shepard, I would like to present you with your flowers while you can still smell them. I also want to say, I appreciate everything you've done in District 12 to see the growth. I lived on Cleveland Avenue and it was called Stewart Avenue. So I remember to see the prostitution. I remember going to school with friends who became victims of it on both sides, the man and the woman. And so to understand that entire Metropolitan Parkway, it's a total difference. Thank you for that. And to hear you walking down Metropolitan with Councilmember Derek Bozeman, to understand who Councilmember Gloria Tanubu was, and because I was in her house eating rice at that time period, to understand those are the shoulders I stand on, and the Honorable Arthur Langford, to understand the shoulders I stand on as the city council person for District 12. So I appreciate you for carrying that further, and I pray that I can keep it going. I pray that they know every day I woke up, I went to work. Thank you.
The Honorable Joyce Shepard. Let's give her a hand.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank everyone who's here today and made this happen for me. I'm so honored. Thank you, Andrea. Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Thank you, Michael. And I also want to say hello to all the staff. I see so many people that I work with here at City Hall. I want to thank them also for all they've done, because a lot of the work that I did, I could not have done it without them. And I would tell Mr. Lewis, and let me just say to Mr. Lewis, you know, he won the race, and a lot of people were mad who loved me in the community. But and now I'm reaching out to him and saying, Mr. Lewis, you got to do this, you got to do that. They say, well, why would you call him? Just let him do it. I'm like, no, this is not about me or Mr. Lewis. That's right. This is about community. I started off working not as a council person, but in the community. And even though I have left the council, there is still so much work to do. So I will continue to work in the community, doing what I see needs to be done. If that includes reaching out to my council member and anybody else. And what I've told Mr. Lewis, there's money I left. I need for you to go get that money and spend it. And so I've been down here with him and say, listen, let me tell you where the money is. Go get it. Right here. It's right here, right here. I didn't know it. Okay, that's why I'm down here. Because when I drive down the street, the money I left on the table, I didn't see it, so I'm going to help you, my brother. And so, and I'm like that. I'm also so honored to be here with all of my community people. I see Mr. Bernie and Shirley and Joanne and so many, and Gloria. I can't call Diane Bryant, even Young, Mr. Hugh, Gilbert Young. Do y'all know the famous Gilbert Young over here? He and I and his wife have become family through my family. As a matter of fact, let me talk about my family. My mother here, my sweet, loving mother, who is now 89, she'll be 90 in December. She said her goal was to come 90. At December the 14th, she's a quadriplegic. She lost her hands and her feet back in the 80s, middle 80s, because of bacterial meningitis. But this woman is a shero. She's a hero. She has surpassed anyone in terms of her life story, in terms of the fact that when that happened to her and all that happened, everybody said, the doctor said she's going to be depressed. She carried it. She wore it like a shield of armor. And she is here today, just beautiful as she can be. We love her. As a family, we take care of her, we honor her. She is everything to us. And so, Mom, I just want to say I love you, and I thank you. That's my brother next to her. There's my sister Gwen is in the back somewhere. And then there's my niece Aisha and Kanika, and just members. I'm so grateful for all, and all the folks I see around me who have been a part of my life. I just want to say thank you all so much. This means so much to me. And yes, I'm enjoying myself. I know people said, Shirley said, get some rest. I'm getting some rest, but I'm getting a little bored because I am a workaholic. So to that point, I have joined a couple of things, doing some things, and I will tell you, I've already talked to Mayor Dickens about code enforcement in the board because I see too much code violations still on the street. So I said, we got some more work to do. So that's one of my things that I want to come back to City Hall and continue to work on. But thank you all so much. I appreciate this so much. Thank you all so much. Thank you.
The Honorable Howard Shook. The Honorable Howard Shook.
All right, thank you. Just real quick, I don't know how many people here know this, but Joyce is a survivor from a very serious medical condition. When she first arrived here, she did not have the use of her vocal cords. Then a miracle happened, and she more than made up for it. It's great to see. I wish you, me, and Cleta could celebrate appropriately. Okay.
I would like to acknowledge everyone that came today. Ms. Judy Walker, thank you for being here. And now we will have a photo. And thank you to the public for indulging us on this very important day, honoring the Honorable Joyce Shepard and the Honorable Cleta Winslow. We have a reception following right in front of the City Hall atrium. We have a reception following. Picture time. Thank you.
We have one more honor today. Would all of those who are here for the honoring of Dorothy Bolden and the National Domestic Workers Alliance please come forward? All right, thank you all very much. Our last proclamation today honors Mrs. Dorothy Bolden and the National Domestic Workers Alliance. There are many people in Atlanta who have been deeply impacted by the work of Mrs. Bolden and, of course, the Domestic Workers Alliance. And so we wanted to take this opportunity to honor both the work and the person. And so I will read this proclamation, and then I think a couple of my colleagues will also like to speak, as well as our guests. It says, in honor of Mrs. Dorothy Bolden and the National Domestic Workers Alliance, whereas in 1968, Dorothy Bolden founded the National Domestic Workers Union with the encouragement of her neighbor, the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and whereas then Governor Jimmy Carter declared Maids Honors Day as an official holiday in the state of Georgia in April 1972, in collaboration with Ms. Bolden and the National Domestic Workers Union. And whereas the National Domestic Workers Union eventually represented over 30,000 domestic workers in 10 cities and was the longest surviving union of domestic workers in the U.S., the National Domestic Workers Alliance was founded in 2007, launching its first chapter here in the city of Atlanta in 2012. Because of its demographic composition and strong history of organizing domestic workers, it was the perfect place to continue this great work. And whereas Dorothy Bolden was an advisor to President Jimmy Carter, President Richard Nixon, and President Gerald Ford, and Nixon appointed her to an advisory committee on welfare and social services, she used her influence to ensure the participation of African-American residents in the planning for the first referendum to fund MARTA, and subsequently supported its passage. She also registered thousands of Georgians to vote. And whereas the dedicated members of the Atlanta chapter of the National Domestic Workers Alliance continue to stand strong in the traditions of work and resistance, domestic workers have always played a fundamental role in the operations of the city, and their contribution to its advancement remains invaluable. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, do hereby proclaim the 13th day of October 2022 as Domestic Workers' Day in the city of Atlanta, and it is signed by myself and all members of the Atlanta City Council. And it is a special honor, as someone who has worked on the history of civil rights in this city, to present this award on behalf of all of us and a very grateful city. And so before I ask Ms. Israel and Ms. Smith to say a few words, I also wanted to ask any of my colleagues or former colleagues if they would like to speak. Councilmember Amos.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, as a current citizen of Vine City, someone who was the Vine City Civic Association chairperson, but also sitting in this seat as council person, I remember my former council member, Ivory Young, refused to let the name of Dorothy Bolden go uncelebrated. When you learn the history of Vine City, you learn Dorothy Bolden. When you learn the history of District 3 and the city of Atlanta, you learn Dorothy Bolden. But more importantly, when you learn the history of this nation and the rights for people to work, you learn Dorothy Bolden. So I'm just here to smile, to say, congratulations for carrying on her work. And for everyone out there, union workers who celebrate hard work, a fair wage, and a livable wage, learn the work of Dorothy Bolden. Thank you.
Well, I'd just like to say thank you, Council President Shipman, for presenting this proclamation in her honor. I want to thank these ladies for continuing the work of Dorothy Bolden. I had the pleasure of knowing her literally my entire life, having grown up around the corner from her over on, first on Jepta Street in Uralee, then over on Sunset Avenue. Dorothy Bolden was formative in my political career, particularly after I succeeded Jabari Samama in the District 3 seat. And having known her personally outside of politics was good, and I was actually thankful and glad for it once I got into politics, because that presented some greater dialogue, but it was no buffer, because she spoke truth to power at every level of government, whether you were the dog catcher or the President of the United States. She always called people to service, always called them to be honest about what their intentions were on behalf of the greater community, and she was always an extremely strong advocate. And when I first was elected here in the District 3 seat back in 1994, she was barred from these chambers because of her activism. But I found with my aide Katrina at the time, if we had M&Ms and ice cold Coca-Cola, that would make things better. But I loved Miss Bolden. I loved her family. Her daughter Dot babysat me when my brothers and sisters, when she was at Washington High School. And so this is indeed a great honor, and I'm really, really pleased that you all are holding up her legacy and keeping her name alive. So God bless you, and thank you, and congratulations.
Thank you, Councilmember Bond. Others?
I was literally on my way out of the chambers when I heard Dorothy Bolden's name, and I had to come back. Miss Bolden so impressed me when I first got on council. She used to come and visit me and Michael, really Michael, almost every day. Right. It was every day. She would sit in his office area, okay? And I would go over there. And a lot of times I would say, Miss Bolden, do you need a ride home? And she said, yes. So what I remember is her talking about domestic workers and how they had to get up early in the morning and catch that 5 o'clock bus and head north to clean houses, and how she and others formed this national labor union right here in Atlanta. Right here in Atlanta. She was a spitfire. And she fought until the day she left Vine City. Wish she had still been there, you know, because we needed her to stay in the fight with us and for us. But thank you for carrying on her legacy and her work. And at one time, Bridges Department Store gave her some free office space to be over there so she could, you know, be close to where she lived, but also serve the domestic workers. So thank you for what you're doing and for keeping her legacy and her memory alive.
Thank you so much. As chairperson of the Vine City community, Mrs. Bolden was one of the most wonderful persons that I've ever known in my entire life. I can remember so well on many instances of meeting with her, talking with her. I remember when her office was on Marietta Street, and she would walk to City Hall, and there was some advice or perhaps something that I'd like to ask of her. And she'd say, walk with me, baby. And I'd have to walk with her from City Hall, from her office on Marietta Street to City Hall. She was a character if there ever was one. I remember once, and it's not in any disrespect, but I remember once former Mayor Maynard Jackson said something, and Mrs. Bolden was very instrumental in Dr. King moving to Vine City. She was also instrumental in the now Hollis School, which was Kennedy School, coming to Vine City. I mean, I could name so many things that Mrs. Bolden did, but I remember on one particular occasion, former Mayor Jackson said something to her that she didn't particularly agree with. She said, "Let me tell you one thing, fat boy." She was just that kind of person, and we are certainly glad to be able to stand here to say words of appreciation for all that she has done for the city of Atlanta. Thank you so very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You've heard they're carrying on the legacy. I'd like to invite Jacqueline Israel and Ayanna Smith to speak. We're so glad that you're here, and we honor your work. Come forward, please.
Greetings, everyone. I'll be really, really brief. As the State Organizing Director for National Domestic Workers Alliance here in the great state of Georgia, we do just want to say thank you to the City of Atlanta for honoring the legacy and name of Dorothy Bolden, but also honoring the work of domestic workers right now, the people who actually do the work to make all other work possible. I do ask that all of us remember domestic workers. Everyone in this room, I can promise you that you know someone that is taking care, the mothers, the grandmothers, the cleaning the homes, taking care of the children of folks here in Atlanta. So whenever you're voting, whenever you see a domestic worker, say thank you. Again, they are the people that do the work that make all other work possible. So many of us wouldn't even be able to be in this room right now today if it wasn't for someone else taking the time out to care for our children, to care for our parents, to clean up our homes. So again, thank you so much on behalf of the Bolden family and on behalf of National Domestic Workers Alliance.
Thank you so much. With that, we'll come forward to take a photo. Thank you so much. We'll now move forward with public comment. We have a number of public comments today, so I would ask everyone to please adhere to the time, 2 minutes per person, unless you have time yielded from others. I'd also ask everybody to silence their cell phones if they would for us, so we can move through efficiently. I'll call a few names so that everyone can be ready to go forward when they're called. We'll first start with Prophet Curtis Martin Harrison. He'll be followed by Henry Jordan and then Ben Line.
Good afternoon. Is the mic on? Is the microphone on? Good afternoon, everybody. Again, I wanted to talk about homelessness in Atlanta, Georgia. I thought you got 3 minutes. You only get 2 minutes. We've been sitting here for 2 hours to speak with 2 minutes. The fact of the matter that we have become,
Microphone's on.
Yep. Right. Exactly. There's no quorum up here. There's nobody is in professionalism. But everybody was laughing and joking around. When y'all were celebrating, and what are y'all celebrating? 19 folk died of homelessness in this city in 2019. What are we celebrating? People, black folk are getting fired off their jobs. I got fired off a job at Armin Hotel a week ago. And y'all celebrating. What are we celebrating? Tell me, what are we celebrating? Y'all are hiring foreigners and firing African Americans on these jobs right here in Atlanta right now. This city, where my ancestors marched and bled and died. Y'all are firing up. You fired me for nothing.
Next, we'll have Henry Jordan, followed by Ben Line and Mark Spencer.
Let me get my phone out the way so you can do it.
I agree with the young man. We need to have a forum up there. And that's not treating us justly or right to have respect. Let your light, my name is Emily Jordan, getting on to the Spirit of Christ. Let your light so shine before men that they may see your good works and glorify your Father which is in heaven. Matthew 5th chapter 16th verse. You are the light of the world describes the essential mission of the Christian to the world. Jesus said, James, with your life don't glorify God. So get out the way before he put you out the way. Jesus says, James, he called you to live holy. The fear of the Lord is to hate evil, pride, and arrogancy, and the evil way. And the forward mouth do I hate. Proverbs 8, chapter 13, verse. Pride definition, a high or inordinate opinion of one's own dignity, importance, merit, or superiority, whether as cherished in mind or as displayed in a bearing conduct, etc. The Lord said the majority of Atlanta City employees are full of pride. So you can't feel guilty, so you don't feel guilty by placing your behinds in my face. Then Peter said unto them, repent and be baptized, every one of you in the name of Jesus Christ, for the remission of sins, and ye shall receive the gift of the Holy Ghost. Acts 2:38. Repent means to change one's mind. So the trumpet to thy mouth, he shall come as an eagle against the house of the Lord, because they have transgressed my covenant and trespassed against my law. Hosea 8:1. 3 groups of punishment for disobedience are prescribed. Eternal calamities such as death, despair, disease, and decline. External judgment such as defeat before the enemy. And 3, the transmission of judgment to Israel's descendants. Jesus give us the power to live holy, to escape your wrath. Don't ask.
Time has expired.
Seek Christ while you have a chance. Honor his word in order to live longer.
Next will be Ben Line. Due to yielded time, you'll have 6 minutes, and then Mark Spencer. Due to yielded time, you'll have 4 minutes, and then Kimberly Pugh.
Good afternoon, Mr. President and members of the Atlanta City Council. My name is Ben Line again, and I'm Policy Counsel with the ACLU of Georgia. I'm here again today to give Council more information regarding the overcrowding of Fulton County pretrial detainees. Through the last several weeks, the conversation related to the ACDC lease has centered upon the chronic overcrowding at Rice Street, as well as the attendant dangerous conditions at that jail as a result. Last Wednesday, I emailed every member of this body a report, There Are Better Solutions, an analysis of Fulton County's jail population data. I wanted to speak with this body to go through some of our findings. And Mr. President, I've brought copies of that report, if that can be distributed to the members of the body. Instead of focusing on the problems caused by overcrowding, my organization, as well as our partners, wanted to identify whether the causes of overcrowding could be identified. The report shows that reducing population levels and improving conditions at the jail can be achieved through simple, common-sense measures, many of which should already be mandated by state law. In sum, our report has, based on the data that was provided by Sheriff Labatt for September 14th of this year, has identified that the Fulton County pretrial detainees in custody on that date Of that number, 728 were in custody unnecessarily, which is notable because the proposed lease would only add 700 beds and would take well into next year to go fully into effect. As such, we believe that overcrowding, which has plagued Fulton County for decades, could be solved only through, or it could be solved by only timely indicting cases, properly considering bond, and releasing those charged with misdemeanors. Our report makes other recommendations, such as expanding pre-arrest diversion, but for the sake of time, I will concentrate on just these three. First, regarding indictments. As a former prosecutor and criminal defense attorney, I was absolutely shocked to discover that nearly half of those in custody in Fulton County have unindicted cases, and 750 have been in custody for over 90 days. For those of you who do not know, Georgia law requires courts to give bail to any individual who has been in custody over 90 days without having their cases presented to a grand jury. Our Supreme Court has noted that this law is a legislative attempt to ensure that no person is incarcerated indefinitely without grand jury review. Despite that legislative mandate, that is exactly what is happening in Fulton County. Fulton County has over, as I said, 750 individuals that have gone beyond 90 days. 117 of these individuals have been gone longer than a year, and a dozen have been going longer than 2 years without their cases being presented to a grand jury. There should be 0 people instead of 750 that have been detained over 90 days without a grand jury review, and our organization believes that this should be addressed before any carceral spaces are added. Second, regarding bond, our data analysis identified 293 individuals who were held by Fulton County only because they were incapable of paying bail, and in effect only in jail because of wealth-based discrimination. Wealth-based detention is a known problem in our criminal legal system and a problem our state leaders have attempted to eradicate. Far from activists, abolitionists, or agitators, a report drafted by our Chief Justice of Georgia and Executive Counsel to Governor Nathan Deal in 2018 noted courts have considered the constitutionality of money bail practices and typically have felt that it is a violation of the 14th Amendment's equal protection and due process clauses to impose money bail without an individualized consideration of a person's ability to pay, as well as incarcerate people solely because they're unable to post a monetary bail. The Georgia legislature followed suit and required by state law that judges make an individualized consideration of a person's ability to pay. I have now watched hours of Fulton County Magistrate Courts over the past few weeks, and I have never seen such an analysis be performed. The results speak for themselves, and hundreds of individuals are incarcerated as a result. This, too, should be addressed before any carceral spaces are added. Third, regarding holding individuals for misdemeanors, our state law requires those accused of misdemeanors to be given bond, and our analysis found that over 290 individuals are in custody only for misdemeanor offenses. The same report I cited above from Chief Justice Boggs also found that pretrial detention of individuals for misdemeanor offenses lead to harsher criminal justice outcomes, and the use of money-based bail in misdemeanor offenses exacerbates racial disparities in the justice system, ultimately recommended eliminating cash bail for these offenses. Pretrial detention for misdemeanors dramatically increases recidivism and makes Atlanta less safe, and these people should be released immediately. Notably, just releasing these individuals would free up more spaces, bed space than the initial proposed transfer from Union City to ACDC. These people should be released before any carceral spaces are added. Finally, with my last 20 seconds, I would like to note that this work is not a replacement for that being done by the Jail Population Review Board, but is supplemental to that work. Our analysis does not cover many of the things that were demanded by this body. It was merely to highlight that there are things that could be done. There are better solutions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I just want to note for clarity that we do have a bell today to just let everybody know at the 30-second mark and also at the end. Mark Spencer is next, yielded time 4 minutes. Kimberly Pugh, yielded time 4 minutes. And then C.L. Jordan, yielded time 4 minutes.
Hello, Council. My name is Dr. Mark Spencer. I'm a primary care physician here in Atlanta. I'm here today representing a coalition of over 300 healthcare students and workers throughout Atlanta. We first like to express the vital importance of completing the full jail review, as you just heard from the ACLU. As elected officials, it's imperative that you remain transparent and accountable to the people of Atlanta. The ACLU report, as was just described in detail, is only the latest and most detailed report of what dozens of community organizations and experts have been telling you, that this lease has no merit. It's deeply disappointing and shameful that over the months it has been made abundantly clear that there are more evangelists for the sheriff in this council than there are public servants. The Fulton Sheriff's Department has not been required to produce a shred of evidence defending the need for moral jail beds, and has demonstrated zero accountability for their inability to functionally operate the jail they already have. If my colleagues and I were held to this low of an evidence-based standard, we would all be fired, and rightfully so, because lives are at stake in our work. Similarly, thousands of lives are altered by the Fulton County Sheriff's Department decisions every year in their jail, where mental health, physical health, and poverty are all exacerbated. People leave worse than they went in. Evidence-free public safety helps no one. This lease isn't about safety, it's about politics and power. If this council put a fraction of the effort spent jailing vulnerable people into fighting for the poor and working class of Atlanta, we might have been able to save our hospital. Instead, we'll lose 400 beds and replace that with 700 jail beds. A poor substitute if ever there was one. Leaders must be able to take new information and adjust decisions accordingly. Leaders must also have the humility to admit when they were wrong. I worry we have few true leaders on this council. Our patients live at the intersection of multiple crises every single day in this city, and none of you are doing enough for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Kimberly Pugh, 4 minutes due to yielded time, followed by C.L. Jordan for 4 minutes, and then Ada Carter.
Good evening. My name is Kimberly Pugh, and I am here with Women on the Rise, and I'm also speaking on the same cause of the ACDC and the leasing of the building. I'm actually reading an anonymous note that comes from one of the women that was there. I would like to share with you the comments from someone who has been incarcerated at Fulton County. Their comments are a little devastating and maybe a little bit disturbing, but at the end of the day, it's their truth. She states, I experienced the worst. There are drugs everywhere, and the guards bring them in. Cell phones everywhere. Cigarettes. It's not safe. No one should be living there. The guards share other people's personal information. Everyone knows what's going on, but people are not doing anything about it. The entire jail is full of guards and their staff that are bringing in drugs, cell phones, and cigarettes and selling them to people that are locked up. They treat people terribly. They're putting everybody at risk. There are no security rounds. The sheriff has no idea of what's going on. If it wasn't for the bail project, I would still be in there. If you have a bond and can pay it, you can get out. If you can't, you just sit there. There are people in there that are homeless and are sitting in jail because they can't pay a bond. I ran into so many homeless people in there who were sitting there for months and months. I had no one in Atlanta. All my family thought I was dead. When I was released, I had nowhere to go. I was traumatized, and I didn't work for a month. I have seen so much, I still have trouble sleeping. I watch my surroundings, and I've been through a lot. This should give you an insight into how much Atlanta is putting itself at risk by leasing ACDC to Fulton County. These are not simply problems caused by overcrowding. They are problems caused by decades of mismanagement and poor oversight, problems that will only spill over into ACDC if this lease proceeds. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next will be C.L. Jordan with 4 minutes, followed by Ada Carter, and then DeJuan Robinson.
Mr. President, my name is President C.L. Jordan. I'm the president of Carver. college. We are Carver Bible College, operating as Carver College, and I have with me some students and some staff. We'd like to bring to attention the fact that Carver, number one, is a historical black college here in Atlanta. We'll be celebrating 80 years on next year. We've been training to transform the minds of young people all over the world. We have an issue in the previous administration. Our school took out a loan with a particular person and a company, Pac-Man Incorporated and Cascams Incorporated, under the leadership of a man by the name of Yoab Bitter. We believe, our legal counsel has told us that that there's been some usury, some issues of predatory lending. We want to bring that to the attention to the council. We definitely don't want this to happen to anyone else. We have about 14 acres, which the institution sits on, and we've been trying our best to pay the debt that the school owes, but this particular individual will not allow us to do so. And so we want to bring this to the attention of the city council. We don't want this to happen to anyone else. We understand that these things are going on with this particular gentleman and this company all over the city of Atlanta, especially on the southwest side of Atlanta. And so we want to bring it to the attention of our community and to the council that these things are going on. And I'm here with all of my, well, not all of them, but a few of our students and staff, because we want you to know the seriousness of this issue, the seriousness of this problem, and we would like to have it rectified in some kind of way. We want to make sure that this does not continue to happen. Carver, as I said, has been around for 80 years. We have students working, even graduates working right inside of this building, all throughout city government. We want something done, and we'd like for you to have this information for the community, so that we can get rid of these kind of lenders who are taking prey on not only colleges like ourselves, but residents in the city of Atlanta. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ada Carter. 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Ada Carter. I'm the Dean of Students at Carver College, and I'm also faculty and staff. So just to piggyback on what President Jordan talked about, some of the importance of why this is important for not just for Carver, but for the city of South Fulton and for the city of Atlanta in general, is that Carver has been around almost 80 years, has been part of the fabric of the community where we give back. Even this weekend, we have something that's going on where we're going to be doing blood pressure screenings and checks and all those kinds of things. But the tentacles of Carver reach out to our community, not just at a college level, but also with young people as they grow up understanding and learning more about who Christ is and also about who they are as individuals. This is one of the original HBCUs in the metro Atlanta area. So again, this is a historic institution. There's not too many Carvers, not just in the city of Atlanta, but across the nation, that is a Bible college. This is a dream of individuals, in particularly Grace and Talmadge Payne, that came to Atlanta, that started through the prayers of African-American preachers. So the tentacles of Carver stretch not only to South Atlanta, but all the way to South Africa, where we have presidents now that, because of a small Bible college, now speak in different countries in different languages because of the impact. Dr. Tony Evans is also a graduate of Carver Bible College that is making impact around the world. So, you know, the Bible says, what good can come out of Nazareth? Well, what good can come out of Carver College? And so we're here to say and proclaim that the tentacles of Carver just doesn't reach at our doorstep on Cascade, but it also reaches out in our community development, where we are doing things like mentorship and tutorial programs, and we have some of our students here that have participated in that are teaching our young people, especially through the COVID years, the stresses of learning and education, that we're giving back out of the goodness of our heart, and because we also understand the impact of the STEM sciences. We also, this past semester, or this past summer, we put on a summer camp but the camp was a STEM camp. Yes, athletics is what bought them, but the STEM part of it, understanding.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Next will be Dewan Robinson with 4 minutes due to yielded time, and following him will be Devin Franklin and then Sean Smith. 4 minutes.
Mr. Shipman, before we start, I would like to take a moment of silence for Reverend Orange Weems' daughter that passed over the weekend before I start speaking. Thank you. Council, as you guys know, many times I mentioned Bowen Homes. Today is the 42nd anniversary of the bombing in Bowen Homes. I know you guys are not familiar with that. It happened October 13th, 1980. District 9, Dustin, I would have loved to seen you out there this weekend. That's your district. Council President, I would like to ask on behalf of I would like to speak for all the public speakers when I say we will ask for you guys to consider changing the agenda when you guys put the proclamation before the public. We get up here and speak. This thing go all day long, and then half your participants are not here to either answer questions from the public. We would just ask if you would consider changing the agenda and put public speaking before that. Next thing I wanted to bring up is traditionally the planning department, they come up with the designing of the maps and the redistricting. But it's been my understanding that this year, Mr. Dustin Hillis took ownership of that and coming up with the changing of the maps, and where most council members may be okay with where they're landing at. I'm disturbed by that because I've seen it, and I've seen what Mr. Hillis have changed himself out of the black district and asking for more of the white district, which is just not acceptable to me, because we're already not heard in 9, can't get a hold of his office, couldn't get a hold of Felicia Moore's office, and that's the same old thing. And to draw yourself out of the black district, mainly into the white district, is just not. If we plan to move Atlanta forward, we have to understand that black and white have to work together. And move me to my next point, when we were fighting for civil rights movements, on the table was the gay agenda, the housing, the voting right, all of that was on the table together. But certain people have just seemed to just forget about the housing and the civil rights part of it, and we got to get back to that, because all of that was on the table together. But now, man, nobody does give a darn about the, the poor, man, and the housing. And we just got to get back to that. And let me apologize to you, President, and the rest of the council. Last time I was up here, I was using profanity. I was upset. There's no excuse. I apologize for that. I want to apologize to this young lady, Tiffany. Last week I used the word agitator, and I meant to say activist, so I do apologize for that. And I would just like to also challenge the ACLU and everybody who care about human rights. I think that is all of our responsibility if we start across the street at APS, because if we start there at the foundation, then maybe, just maybe, we can prohibit some of these young folks from committing crimes, if we can get them better educated, because that building over there has failed us first. Then we come over here and fight on the second floor, but we've been failed over there first. And I would just think that if we take some of our efforts and fight over there first, that, we can get better citizens in the city of Atlanta. And lastly, before my time expires, you guys have a group, Grove Park Renewal. That group is getting $1 million from you guys and getting housing under the umbrella that they provide housing opportunity for blacks in Grove Park. It's not happening. You guys don't know about it, but it's not happening. These guys are putting 2-3 families in the house and making them rent when they're supposed to be providing opportunity for them to buy the home. You guys are giving them the land, and they're not doing what they're supposed to do. They're making people rent from them, and this guy putting 3-4 people in a house instead of providing the opportunity for them to buy houses. And you guys need to take a good look at that. That would be Dustin Hillis' close friend. The guy name is Justin. Grove Park renewal. You guys need to pay close attention.
Time's expired.
All the property you're giving this guy over there, he's not allowing black people to buy homes.
Thank you. Next will be Devin Franklin, followed by Sean Smith and Tiffany Roberts. Mr. Franklin, you have 10 minutes due to yielded time.
Thank you, councilpersons. My name is Devin Franklin. I am Movement Policy Counsel for the Southern Center for Human Rights. Of course, this is not my first time speaking to you all, and you all know what I want to speak to you all about today. I first want to revisit comments that I made last week before the Public Service Subcommittee, Public Safety Subcommittee. After speaking to that committee in that session last week, I did what I normally do. I said my piece and I sat down. And I listened to the remaining speakers, one of whom happened to be Fulton County Sheriff Patrick Labatt. And during his comment, he turned to me and spoke directly to me, naming me. And he told me to make sure that I marked down numbers reflecting some of the things that he had just spoken to. And when he finished, he came and he stood a few feet away from me and he shifted his weight between his feet. And at some point, he gathered himself. And before leaving the room, the sheriff walked over to where I was sitting, leaned over to me, and said, "You better make sure you have your numbers right when you mess with me." When I mess with him. Now, I, of course, have no qualms about being held accountable for the things that I say. I intend to give you accurate information because I think accurate information is the source of good decision-making. I have always spoken to true and correct numbers that were based not only on those things that I intuitively knew to be true of the court system, of which I am a well-seasoned veteran, but those numbers that I had personally looked at myself. But I did take issue with his suggestion that I was offering a snapshot of data from a date in July to, quote-unquote, mess with him. It was in that moment that I realized that I was not just one of many people engaged in public debate over the best course of action to solve what we all deem to be an actual problem, a problem that has existed long before I passed the bar in 2009. I realized that, at least from his end, this was personal, and that he had somehow taken offense to facts that I had spoken to. And the most interesting thing about the facts that I had spoken to that day these were not the things that I had worked up myself. These were numbers and facts that had come out of his own mouth. The only numbers I had mentioned that day were the 155 vacancies within his department and his personal statements about retention of employees being an issue. He said they can hire folks, they were having issues retaining people. The only other details that I had mentioned was the letter that he had written to the National Institute of Corrections requesting an audit because, among other things, quote unquote, alleged criminal activity by and arrest of employees and contractors. To be clear, that letter goes on to explain that five persons, contractors and employees had already been arrested for their alleged role in trafficking contraband to Fulton County jail facilities. And there were 53 other people who had investigations concerning misconduct underway. 53 people who come in and out of his jail facilities were under investigation for misconduct and contraband. Now, neither those 155 vacancies nor the 53 persons under investigation as of September 22nd when he wrote this letter, again, he wrote this letter after this lease had been discussed already. Those are stats that came directly from his mouth and his pen. Those are facts that should be baked into any determination by any governmental entity, such as this one, entering into an agreement that will potentially allow those persons under investigation for misconduct to enter your facility, that facility being Atlanta City Detention Center, and act as caretakers for others. To the extent that he is ever able to fill enough of those vacancies to ensure the safe caretaking of other people, we will never know. My recitation of those facts are not my way of figuratively spiking the football or seeking to bring embarrassment upon the sheriff or his office. To the contrary, those are numbers that at an absolute minimum should provide pause and spur question and debate of the terms of the agreement to which you all have collectively agreed to and become party to. At every turn, we the people have faced resistance and obstruction in our quest for data, the same data set that you all and the Fulton County commissioners have been working with, and to meaningfully be included in that discourse. We can seek our own numbers, but nobody wants to talk to us about those. And so when we seek the ones that you all are working with so that we can have the same conversation, we face nothing but obstruction by not receiving timely responses to ORAs, and partial disclosure of some data. We, at some point, received information about where people were indicted, whether they were unindicted, but we never received bond numbers until we learned that persons from the ACLU were able to build basically a computer system to scrape public data off of a website. Indeed, in the face of this humanitarian crisis, we're asking you all to allow the Justice Policy Board, a group that was largely constructed by this body, to reduce the number of persons who have interactions with the criminal justice system, to finish the work that they have already begun, and propose solutions that are more permanent than the Band-Aid offered by leasing more cages. Solutions that will not only decarcerate Fulton County jails in a more immediate and expedient fashion than a jail lease, but will also ensure that Fulton County and its several campuses do not face overcrowding concerns again. To this date, no one from Fulton County has spoken to any efforts within their control to get people off of the boats on the floor. They have sought the lease of ACDC as if it was the only means to achieve a goal. This is concerning because it is, in its very recent past, Fulton courts have successfully addressed humanitarian concerns and crises in its jail. This was during the COVID pandemic. And they achieved that by the thoughtful use of bond reductions and signature bonds. I was both a party and a witness to those actions as a public defender in Fulton County. It's because of my proximity to those efforts just over 2 years ago that I know that Fulton County has the means within itself to reduce overcrowding during this humanitarian crisis. Currently, Fulton County is in a better position to address overcrowding concerns, not only because of the collective expertise of subject matter experts and system actors who are a part of the Justice Policy Board and its Jail Population Review Committee, but also because of $75 million in federal funding that the county has received directly to address overcrowding and backlog issues. There are several recommendations put forth by the report issued by the ACLU and the ACLU of Georgia, and I'm sure that we have 75 million reasons that we can expect that if that money was appropriated towards these efforts, that we would see immediate responses to this humanitarian crisis. The only thing this body needs to do is give life to the requirements of the current legislation and time to the Justice Policy Board to do the job that they have been asked to do. I'm asking you all not to race to the red light. I'm asking you all to thoughtfully consider, seek information, be better educated about the decisions that you all make. I have a minute and a half left. I want to speak to a couple things that, from my experience, that I know to be true and possible solutions to a large portion of the overcrowding issue. The ACLU data spoke to the fact that nearly half of the persons in custody in Fulton County are unindicted. They are in positions where they cannot legally go to trial and they cannot plead their case out. They are literally stuck if they're not able to bond themselves out. I am aware that public defenders are ready to, en masse, waive the requirement that their clients be indicted so that these persons can have their day in court. I know that the procedure for that is asking to be accused. The same thing as essentially being indicted, just doesn't require that the information go before a grand jury. There are persons that Sheriff Labatt could pressure to seek these things within his own county and his own governmental body, in the same way that he comes down here and seeks to pressure you all into taking action. Fulton County has ankle monitor programs where they pay for ankle monitors to facilitate the release of persons. These are things that, on top of ensuring the release of these people, could also further ensure the safety concerns that oppositions to our side of the debate may have. In closing, I just ask that you all vote down the proposed amendment to eliminate the jail population study and to make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Sean Smith. You'll have 4 minutes, followed by Tiffany Roberts and Elise Blessingame. Sorry. Sean Smith. Next, then we'll have Tiffany Roberts. Due to yielded time, you'll have 8 minutes.
Mr. President, I believe I have 10 minutes. I should have time from Tanika Nicholas, Caitlin Barnes, Micah Hurst, no, James Woodall, one other person.
I only see 3 yields, which is 6 minutes plus 2 for 8. Who is that? Sorry.
Samantha Kramer.
No, I don't see Ms. Kramer on the list. Maybe I'm missing it. Give me just a moment.
Thank you.
Oh, I see. Yes. Okay. 10 minutes. Thank you, Ms. Kramer. Ms. Roberts, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, to the honorable members of this council. My name is Tiffany Roberts. I am the Public Policy Director of the Southern Center for Human Rights. We are, of course, a nonprofit law firm in Atlanta committed to decriminalizing race and poverty in America's Deep South. We are here to oppose the ordinance that strips data review from the jail lease legislation and to support the proposed ordinance that would make justice-impacted people a protected class in this city. It is quite ironic that both of these papers are before you today. One before you because some of you seek to abdicate your responsibility to be curious and diligent legislators. One before you because Black, brown, and poor people are disproportionately likely to have contact with the criminal legal system, and they often die a civil death without access to jobs, health care, housing, and other basic necessities. This June, corrections officers have begun talks about trainings in preparation for this jail lease. You have that email in the packet we provided to you. Also in June, employees of the city and county were emailing about press strategy for this pending lease. We also provided that email to you. This June, you all had not even sent a paper to committee in consideration of this jail lease. This June, Mayor Dickens had not admitted to the community organizers, advocates, and experts he purportedly called friends that he had asked any of you to introduce legislation authorizing an intergovernmental agreement for a jail lease. I'm sure the story will become clearer as time progresses and the city of Atlanta hopefully avoids a lawsuit caused by the failure to release remaining email correspondence pursuant to our open records requests. What is clear, even from the modest amount of information we have obtained, is that the writing has been on the wall for quite some time. So we are thankful to Councilmember Dozier and each of you who voted in favor of his amendment requiring the Jail Policy Board to review data prior to the transfers taking place. We are also grateful to the ACLU and the ACLU of Georgia for joining the Communities Over Cages Alliance and running the numbers provided by Sheriff Labatt themselves for free. Them doing this so quickly demonstrates the sense of urgency some of you feign. What their report entitled "There Are Better Solutions" details is that each and every flag we have been raising to this body ever since the recommendations to reimagine the ACDC, the task force to reimagine ACDC were released, should have been more carefully considered. In these proceedings, The Bottoms administration has been berated by some for not buckling to the pressure of Sheriff Labatt. I have seen the letter that she sent to him, and we have it here today for those of you who have not seen it. That letter did not say that she was recalcitrant or unwilling to discuss a lease. The letter said that she wanted Fulton to demonstrate what it was already doing to get the jail population under control. This is something each of you could have also pressured the county to do. We know that the sheriff is the mere custodian, but as you've heard from Mr. Franklin, there are many governmental actors responsible for this, and as the county nearly accuses you of being responsible for the deaths under their watch, they can apply that same pressure to Atlanta Police for failing to divert through PAD when it's such a wonderful resource. They can apply that pressure to judges and prosecutors who abuse cash bail. In truth, these are the same actors who will have to be addressed so that we can have fewer and fewer people needing to be a protected class by virtue of them having contact with the criminal legal system. You, as a council, cannot give protection with one hand and increase the capacity to stigmatize with the other. Last week, SCHR Movement Policy Council mentioned staff vacancies, possible staff corruption. I won't go over those 58 pending investigations that the Sheriff Labatt told the National Institute of Corrections about, because you have that letter, and Mr. Franklin has pretty well covered it. What he is misstating to you all is that you don't have liability for the staff he's saying is so corrupt that he needs someone else to investigate them, that they expose you to liability. What he said to you last week is there is no liability because of the letter of the IGA. There is no indemnification clause in the IGA. The language only stipulates that if someone accuses the county or the city of something in ACDC, you all have to fight about it to determine how to apportion responsibility. That's what the IGA says. Each of you should be interested in knowing the relationship of any staff being investigated, whether they are being transferred to ACDC, and how the sheriff is addressing the corruption under his watch for the people who are remaining in Fulton County facilities. As a reminder, people with severe illnesses and young people cannot be transferred to ACDC. So are they not deserving of protection? The report from the Justice Policy Board can't address personnel issues, but it can help you better understand how to depopulate that jail. When there was a jail lease pending in 2010, you all did all kinds of things. There was a fiscal study, there was an analysis of staff, there was even a negotiation team. Again, in our packet, we provided proof of that to you all, so in case you're interested in precedent. It was Men's Day at my church on Sunday, and the guest minister said something that stuck with me as I was thinking about being before you all today. He said, there will always be a target on your back when unconditional love and addressing systems is your calling. I'm saying this because I'm reminding you that we are not here to address people. We don't care about addressing politicians. What we hope to do is to address systems. And then I reflected on these paintings that hang in the hallway behind me. And I reflected about those people who were heroes who became ancestors. And what settled in my heart was the portraits hanging in the atrium of those people who were normally on this side of the podium. And I don't mean this side of the physical podium. I mean the side of the podium where people address the powers that be. From this side of the podium, the voices that you hear are calling you to do more and to be more than bureaucrats. From this side of the podium, calls have come emerging so-called leaders to actually lead. From this side of the podium has poured wisdom and knowledge and experience, hoping that something sticks. I am encouraged by knowing that from this side of the podium is where all change comes. And for those of you on the other side of this podium who want to know how to make your mark, know that those who held government office when we were lawfully allowed to as Black folks in this country never made history by ignoring this side of the podium. No one will ever remember you kindly for your bureaucracy. They will not write fondly of you, detailing the ways that you avoided accountability and truth. And for those of you who do this job, not because you want people to write about you, but because you want to materially improve the lives of other human beings, I implore you to understand that positive change is improbable when you ignore this side of the podium. You cannot be Lyndon B. Johnson and Fannie Lou Hamer at the same time. You cannot be Fred Shuttlesworth and Bull Connor at the same time. You cannot malign the Jim Crow South and celebrate unpaid labor of incarcerated people at the same time. You cannot protect justice-involved people by making them a protected class while doing absolutely nothing to stem the flow of people into our jails. Right. From this side of the podium, I am reminding you that the time is always right to do what is right. There was a quote from an official that you all were twiddling your thumbs while Rome burned. I found that metaphor interesting because if Atlanta is Rome, then you are an empire that relies on state violence and inequity so routinely that one execution became the hallmark of one of the world's largest religions. If Atlanta is Rome, then it is burning not because you dared to ask questions, but rather because you chose to ask so few questions for such a long period of time. Burning because some of you have substituted ego and hubris for diligence and compassion. If Atlanta is burning, let us recall it burning in 1906 during the race riot because of the investment in hysteria rather than solutions. The city published a new piece of video propaganda this weekend saying that so many people were responsible, repeat offenders were responsible for 30% of the crime. And I say, what about the 70%? Never asking what the systemic failures of our systems are. Never asking how it is possible that the numbers are what they are. Last week, the sheriff stood here and delivered data, and we learned that that data walked back across the street to Fulton County. Allow the Justice Policy Board to do its job. Let it do its work without bureaucratic interference. We are 2/3 through the 90 days. Atlanta deserves more than bureaucracy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Elise Blasingame, then Ken Roebling, then Bishop John Lewis. Is Elise still with us? Next will be Ken Roebling, and then Bishop John Lewis, and then Roberta Douglas.
Good afternoon. A couple of cycles ago, I talked about courage and integrity. Imagine a gray wall with a red button on it, and under that red button is a sign that says, "Do not push this button." 22R 4355 was a red button resolution. It allocated $48 million, up to $48 million to 6 joint ventures. I looked up those joint ventures. They do not exist. There is no joint ventures with any of the names that were listed in 4355. If the mayor has signed that legislation, he should be recalled. If he hasn't signed it, he still has time to veto it. If the chief financial officer has cut checks for that, he should be fired. It's now up to, if this thing goes through, it's now up to the GBI or the FBI or maybe Fannie Willis to find out who got that money. Wow, that was a fast 30. There's another chance you guys have for not doing anything bad. That's 22R 4417. That's $6 million for streets being resurfaced in the vicinity of City Hall. That's pretty vague for $6 million. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Bishop John Lewis. Due to yielded time, you'll have 8 minutes, followed by Roberta Douglas. We'll have 4 minutes, and then Terry Jackson.
Greetings. I just want to, first of all, deal with some things that are very important as far as our community is concerned. As chairperson of the Vine City Civic Association, one of Atlanta's most historic communities, what I am realizing is dealing with and listening to all of the issues that have come before us, that the elephant in the room is gentrification. When I look at in my community a piece of property that was appraised for less than $1 million now, where my office sits in the Vine City community. We have the Vine City Community Center there on the corner of Vine and Sunset. Less than an acre, than 2 acres, has jumped from less than $500,000 that they're asking for $10 million. Houses in the community that could have been bought 5 years ago even are being sold for $450,000, $750,000, and people who live in the community are being priced completely out. When I look at homes and houses and look at furniture on the street, that's an issue. I'm concerned about all of that in our community, this whole process of gentrification, this thing of redistricting. There's a hidden hand here somewhere. There is a hidden hand here somewhere who is not coming out, that person is not coming out in front of the community, but they're paying other folk off to do their dirty work. And it's time out, it's time for those of us who are in the community, the real activists, those of us who live in the community, to open up our mouths and to speak out and to not be silent. Dr. Martin Luther King, who was one of the residents, he and his family in Vine City when he made his transition in 1968, said, "Silence is betrayal. Silence is betrayal." My beloved father used to say, the receiver of stolen goods is as guilty as a thief. We've got to begin to Atlanta, the city, the record that we have, the Atlanta that I know. I know we've always had our problems, but the Atlanta that I know, the Atlanta that I came up in as a child, being born in Atlanta on the west side, is not the Atlanta that I know today and I'm seeing today. We've got to look at things and realize that if you don't do the right thing, you can call it the law of retribution, you can call it karma, you can call it you receive back for what it is that you send out. My grandmama used to say, nothing goes over the devil's back that doesn't buckle under his belly. We are responsible to each other as a community. Elected officials, community, we have a responsibility. Every person that sits in any seat on city council today has a responsibility to the people that placed you in position. And I'm calling on you and asking us to do the right thing when it comes down to all of these issues that I said earlier in my conversation or my remarks that are basically centered around the issue of regentrification. If we don't realize it or recognize it, if it's left up to the persons who are, Vine City has already been called Buckhead West. And then the plans that are online that are for our community, for the property. I saw June Monday, who was one of my very dearest friends, who worked here at City Hall. She showed me a plaque 10 or 15 years ago that on Diamond Hill, where Morristown College sits now, was a parking lot. There's something going on here, and we're going to have to, if we're going to do, we need to stand up for what is right, is my whole issue. Carver College, I'm working with that issue as well. We have a group that's called the Carver Focus Group. You've got a man in southwest Atlanta. That college has 15, 16 acres of ground that's worth about $8 or $10 million. They borrowed $300,000 on it, and now they're about to lose that property. And this same individual has taken out owns over 150 pieces of property in southwest Atlanta. And from what I understand, he got it from taking it from unsuspecting elderly people in southwest Atlanta. I don't have anything to lose. I've lived my three score years and 10 plus. But service is the price that you pay for the space that you occupy. Do unto others, not before they do unto you, but as you would have them to do unto you. And finally, I'd like for us, it was my intention, I'm emotional, if we would just take a moment of silence for Reginald Beeman, who made his transition on Saturday, the son of architect Lafayette Beeman and Dr. Juliet Blackman Beeman made his transition on this Saturday. If you remember that family in prayer, I certainly would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Roberta Douglas. Due to yield time, you'll have 4 minutes, followed by Terry Jackson and then Marquita Henderson.
Good afternoon, council members. I am Roberta Myers Douglas, Vice President of State Strategy and Reentry for the Legal Action Center. Our organization is a member of the Communities Over Cages Alliance, and we want to see Atlanta City Detention Center closed as an extra jail and instead repurposed to become, and I'm standing on this, the John Lewis Center for Health and Wellness, a human services hub for Atlanta metro area. Let's be clear. Your vote to authorize a lease of 700 beds in ACDC to Fulton County was a vote against 4 years of collaborative work between community and elected officials to build real solutions for public safety. It's unfortunate that you, Mayor Dickens, and the sheriff seem to think that providing these beds over the next 4 years will do something to alleviate the overcrowding at Fulton County Jail. How could you do this without requiring that they tell you in great detail what they will do to stem the flow of people entering the criminal legal system to begin with? They have not committed to any bail or court reforms that would clear the constant backlog of cases where people are being forced to remain incarcerated for over a year without seeing a judge. They have not shown a plan that they would adopt to reduce the number of people with serious mental illness, substance use disorders, and experiencing chronic homelessness from entering the system. Keeping people incarcerated who do not pose a substantial risk to the public is the problem. It is impractical, costly, and ineffective public safety practice, and that should be your focus. Fulton County Jail overcrowding is caused by an exploitive cash bail system, over-policing, and court adjudication delays occurring both before and since COVID. There have been numerous lawsuits and as many proposals for how the county can and should reduce its population, none of which rely on utilizing beds at ACDC. There are many things that the city and county should collaborate on that will be cost beneficial. Expanding a jail that costs millions and for which there is no evidence of effectiveness is not one of them. Expanding Fulton County's carceral footprint will only exacerbate suffering and expend resources that would be better spent actually addressing the conditions in our community that cause harm. Arrest should not be the predicate for receiving vital services. So Sheriff Labatt's talk about PAT 3 at the council, the committee meeting, is not a reason to allow the lease to go forward, or maybe he did it at your last full council meeting. The top recommendation by the reimagined ACDC task force was not to convert the facility, but to raise and replace it with the Center for Equity and Wellness. Replacement could include multiple smaller sites around the city. This is cost-effective and the best policy solution to increase safety and wellness in Atlanta. The Reimagining ACDC Task Force and its committees had dozens of meetings over 9 months, gathered input from thousands of Atlantans, and engaged in respected experts to produce 4 options. Why are you ignoring that work? Finally, across scenarios that we offered in a report to look at the fiscal impact of this IGA, the analysis consistently showed that the city will not be making as much money from this agreement as it currently pays to operate and maintain ACDC. And our calculations do not consider the increased civil liability risk the city will take in association with this transaction. I was listening for my bell. Also, I ask that you also allow the city to become one of the ranks of the several cities that offers protections to people with past criminal legal system involvement. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Terry Jackson, followed by Marquita Henderson and Denise Rubin. 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm here speaking on behalf of the zoning map, and here to say that when the population is growing, the district must shrink, and when the district shrinks, the district must grow. I'm here to support the rezoning of the district map. I'm here out of District 9 with Councilman Hillis. I think Councilman Hillis has responded favorably to the equalization of the map zoning. So again, I'm here to support the zoning redistrict maps. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Martika Henderson, then Denise Rubin, and Margie McLeod. Martika Henderson.
Good
Good afternoon. I'm Martika Henderson. I'm born and raised here in Atlanta, Georgia, and I wrote something that I want to share with you all. My name is Martika Henderson, and I served 5 years at Union City Jail. From my personal experiences, I've seen people experience illnesses from mold that staff just painted over instead of completely fixing the mold issues and terrible conditions. A lot of the people that I met during my incarceration had conditions and circumstances that if were properly treated and could have avoided incarceration. I honestly can't say that the jail made me a better person. Eating breakfast at 2 a.m., lunch at 7 a.m., dinner at 7 p.m., with the fear of being hungry is not a humane way to live. Most of the time, the food wasn't even edible. There were times that our bedding wouldn't be washed for months. I have no desire to return, but when I left with anxiety, more anger issues, no rehabilitation. In actuality, my mental state is actually worse than it was before my incarceration. So where's the rehabilitation? I wasn't prepared or equipped to survive the adversities in society due to me being incarcerated for 5 years. How can anyone rehabilitate in such a dangerous environment? If it had not been for grassroots organizations like Women on the Rise, I wouldn't have been given access to the resources that I needed. We have been subjected to forgetting that we are human because of the mistakes that we're made because of our circumstances. No one gets to the root of the cause of the cause of why our crimes were committed. Hopefully, my story will inspire counsel to further review what it means to treat people humanely. I know that it doesn't mean more cages. I know that it means rehabilitation.
Next will be Denise Rubin, and then Margie McLeod and Rebecca Cerna.
Greetings. Justice delayed is justice denied. Mass incarceration harms our communities and traumatizes Black families. That's why we must show up for Black families that are targeted by the carceral system. I am Denise Rubin, and I'm here today representing Bar Business, justice-impacted people and formerly incarcerated people who deserve the right to fair housing, employment with livable wages, the right to adopt, the right to be a caretaker, the right to have a broker's license, the right to life insurance, the right to vote, the right to be a foster parent, the right to have rights restored as tax-paying citizens. We are an invisible class of people who can contribute to a reimagined Atlanta. So I ask you to vote yes to Ordinance 22-0-1748, Chapter 94, which prohibits discrimination against formerly incarcerated persons, making justice-impacted people a protected class. We deserve to be able to thrive, to be able to reacclimate into society and have our lives back. We're a whole class of people that are invisible to, and we should, put people over profit and invest in our community and our people. Thank you.
Thank you. Margie McLeod.
Where everybody at? Hey, good afternoon. I'm just going to piggyback, like Spike Lee said, do the right thing. We need, hey, wait a minute, wake up. Do the right thing. We need rent control on the ballot. That's what we need, rent. Let's don't make a mistake what L.A. did, okay? In Los Angeles, everybody's coming here. We need initiative, rent control on the ballot. That's your solution. I'm not giving up. I'm going to come here until y'all can't hear rent control. That's what we need. Do the right thing. Put rent control on the ballot. And you need to get enough sleep here, Councilman, because I think that y'all really should give people the right, because you miss it. And people come here and they're taking their time out, and I don't think it's fair. because we put you in office. I was in the military for 20 years and 1 day. I know how to stand. I know, and I work in the hospital 24 hours. So y'all need to learn and give people respect. That's all I have to say. Rent control, that's what we need on the ballot. Initiative rent control. We could do this. Have a blessed day.
Thank you.
And I want to do y'all homework. I want to give each one of y'all a T-shirt. You see this T-shirt? Say rent control. I'm going to give it to each one of you. I want y'all to go out into the community and wear this T-shirt. People will stop you and tell you, black, white, blue, whatever. They will tell you, we need rent control. And that is the solution. So I will get all y'all sides, every one of them. I want y'all to do your homework. And when I come back, I want y'all to write down and say, what did the people tell you? What do they need? That's all I need. Have a blessed day.
Thank you. Next will be Rebecca Cerner, followed by Bridget Simpson and Moki Macias.
Good afternoon, Council and residents of Atlanta. My name is Rebecca Cerna, and I'm the Executive Director with Propel ATL, a nonprofit envisioning an Atlanta where everyone moves safely, easily, and sustainably throughout the city. I'm here to speak to 22-R-4417, a proposal to spend $6.2 million to repave several blocks of downtown streets around the Georgia State Capitol and Atlanta City Hall without making streets safer and using voter-approved funds designated for other projects. One of the core strategies in Atlanta's excellent strategic transportation plan, adopted in 2019, is to take every opportunity to make streets safer. That's a good plan. The plan goes on to recommend incorporating crash prevention tools into resurfacing to make our roads safer by design and to prioritize safety in restriping programs. There are 31 reasons why we must take every opportunity to make streets safer for people throughout Atlanta. That's for the 31 Atlantans who died just trying to cross the street in 2021. If this legislation is approved without amendment, you choose to make streets smoother, but not measurably safer. If you want to advance this legislation, here are 2 ways to fix it. Require the repavings infuse safety improvements for people as they walk, use wheelchairs, access transit, bike, and scoot. And find a different funding source for the 7 out of 8 streets that don't appear on a voter-approved list. Over 175 Atlantans have contacted their city council members today supporting these recommendations, including Dejan Thibault, the Atlanta Downtown Neighborhood Association Transportation Committee Chair. He said, while we appreciate attention on downtown streets, any opportunity to improve our roadways needs to include safety improvements for people walking and using light individual transportation like bikes and scooters, and access to make our streets safer and more inviting, especially as we receive more development. We want to see people on the streets, not just cars. We also want to ensure funding for this project does not take from designated pots for other projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Bridget Simpson, 4 minutes due to yielded time.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Bridget Simpson. I am the co-director of BARD Business, also the National Minister of Organizing for the Movement for Black Lives. I am here to make the request, like I have been here for so many weeks, to ask that formerly incarcerated people be considered to be a protected class in the city of Atlanta. Why? There are 44,000 reasons why, and my co-director that spoke, Denise Rubin, she talked of a few, but there are so many collateral consequences. Once you return into your community does not welcome you, and that is very disheartening. It's very difficult, not to mention that it is an economic stressor for people. By us becoming a protected class, we will have an opportunity to have financial mobility so that recidivism will actually have an opportunity to go away because we will be able to seamlessly come back into communities. As we all know, I have served a 10-year sentence in the Georgia Department of Correction, and my entire staff that's sitting in the front of this great place, we all have been impacted by incarceration, every single one of us, right? I have a woman that works for me, has served 30 years in the Department of Corrections. Could you imagine what it is like to come home to a place where you have no understanding, but to have people close every door in your face everywhere you go? So that is not the Atlanta that we are a part of. That is not the Atlanta that we are imagining. That is not the Atlanta that, that we want to build. We want to build a place where all of our citizens are welcome, where when I go and cast my vote after I leave here, where my vote can actually count, and it can count for me, and it can count for other people that are like me. When we finish a sentence, we should be over it. We should be done. We should have the right to move on. It should end. Incarceration is hard enough. So if we served a 10-year sentence and life sentences after the numbers are done, then that is not fair. That is a true disparity of justice, and we're asking you to take that away today and to just lead the charge in Atlanta being the city that is too busy to hate. So we thank you for your consideration, and we hope for a favorable response. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Moki Macias, followed by Nia Thomas and S. Kennedy.
Good afternoon. Moki Macias, Executive Director for Policing Alternatives and Diversion Initiative. I'm here as a member of the Justice Policy Board's Jail Population Review Committee. And I'd like to first thank Councilmember Dustin Hillis for chairing the Justice Policy Board alongside Fulton Superior Court Judge Robert McBurney. Your support, Councilmember Hillis, for the work of the Jail Population Review Committee sends an important message to our partners at the county that we are truly in this together. We have had the opportunity to share about this work at national forums, including at the recent MacArthur Foundation's Safety and Justice Challenge convening here in Atlanta. The feedback we've heard is that our approach is best in class. The committee includes people who are most impacted and other subject matter experts, and all relevant criminal justice agencies. It also includes the workhorse agencies that each of you call on to address some of our most challenging community concerns, including Grady Hospital, Partners for Home, and PAD. This group is intentionally a big tent because we are committed to serving as a transparent, authoritative source for data-driven decisions related to jail use. In just a few weeks, the JPRC will issue the report requested by this body, by the Fulton County Board of Commissioners, and by the public. But this is not just about the report, which of course should be completed before any jail lease goes into effect. This committee's work represents a true collective effort to understand why we're in this situation and what we can do together today and ongoing to use all of the resources at our disposal to effectively change it. I'm here, as I have been here before, to ask you to stay the course, to do what is always the right thing to do, which is to ask the questions that are necessary to be able to make informed decisions, and to do that together with your folks on the ground who are doing this work day in and day out to reduce the overuse of arrest and incarceration in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Nia Thomas. No. Next will be S. Kennedy. S. Kennedy. Victor Dobler. 2 minutes. After Victor will be Catherine Maddox and then Barbara Jackson.
2 weeks ago, leaked audio from the Los Angeles City Council insulting constituents and other council members and planning on how to gerrymander the black and progressive vote into electoral insignificance shocked but did not surprise. While it's depressing to hear straight from the source how local elected elites feel about the thousands, hundreds of thousands, even millions of people they supposedly represent, it is not unexpected. We know that similar conversations are happening between city council members in cities across America, and we would be fooling ourselves if we thought Atlanta was an exception. There is no doubt Atlanta City Council is having similar conversations behind closed doors. The disdain some members feel for their constituents is so strong that it is apparent even at these meetings, where some members cannot help themselves but grandstand and argue with anyone who dares question their almighty perspective, while others roll their eyes or fail to listen at all. Some members ignore 17 hours of public comment, 2/3 of the total amount of public comment, against raising our last forest to build a police training center and instead vote yes. Some members ignore mountains of science contributes financially in 2024 to certain members'
Time has
campaigns that are
expired.
racked by ethics violations and fines. Please do the right thing today. This is an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Catherine Maddox, followed by Barbara Jackson and Deborah McQueen.
With the jail population study for Fulton County still underway, results are in from the ACLU study, which support the Southern Center's findings, showing that 728 people are languishing in those jails due to unaffordable bonds, divertible misdemeanors, along with, and this is where your ears should perk up, those 339 people who have been held unindicted for over 90 days, which is against the law in the state of Georgia, or some combination of those three things. Leasing another jail to a sheriff who is in the crosshairs of those procedural breakdowns and human rights abuses on top of that does less than nothing. For not only does it fail to address any of those issues, it simultaneously expands mass incarceration in the city of Atlanta. So my question to you is, which 4 council persons will join the current 4 opposed to the lease in order to revoke it and to begin the work of remedying our broken public safety system by addressing the root causes of crime, which research has always shown to be poverty, and specifically the ills of white supremacy since the Kerner Commission studies in the 60s. We have run out of time to debate this at the final reckoning, during a time in which some of your children face living in a barely habitable planet by the time they reach my age, if it is then habitable at all. Given that, as information about violations continue to put Fulton County jails and your role in this matter under a microscope, do you want to be on the side of the same members who recently proposed to turn an emergency medical center into an equity center which belongs in the building that is now ACDC? Since the medical center was not in their district, it must have been none of their concern how desperately necessary it is for the community. But it is this kind of spitball legislating by some members who are a proponent of the big lie, and some who treat council not as the democratic body it is designed to be, but rather as their own inherited dynasty, through which they waste hours of the public's and their own fellow officials' time, parading their whims like a child king, which have led this body to repeatedly shortchange the future through lack of real solution. Political ambition alone should prevent you from following such legislators who legislate thusly, blindly and into the dark.
Thank you, Barbara Jackson, followed by Deborah McQueen and Malika Thomas.
Good afternoon. My name is Barbara Jackson. My life was impacted through I had a family member, my daughter, that was incarcerated for 15 years. And I was so happy when she got out, because finally I had somebody to help me with her boys. I had both of her boys. And finally I had some help. So when I got out, when she got out, it's like I was there too, because when they do time, you do time. When they in jail, you in jail. You got to make ways to go see them, and it was really, 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 really hard. But I thank God for one thing, that I made it when she came, that he blessed her. Because it was so hard. I've seen other people. It didn't impact her a whole lot, but I've seen people. I had other family members that when they get out, you'd be happy for them to get out. They go find a job. They can't find one. They want to find housing. They can't find their housing. They want to get other help. They can't do that. They can't vote. They can't do anything. And it would be a blessing to other families for them not to have to go through what I went through. One of her sons has autism. He's right there. I didn't know anything about autism. Nothing about autism. They said he wouldn't talk, he wouldn't do nothing. That was all on my mind.
Time has expired.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just thank you.
Devoria McQueen. Devoria McQueen. Malika Thomas. Oh.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for your time. Y'all probably figured out I'm their daughter. Yeah, we did 15 years. I say we because my mom was a writer. And I'm here today to ask for grace for all justice-impacted people. You all please consider, because the part that she didn't tell was how rough it really got for her when I got home, because I made up my mind. I know what barriers I'm facing. 15 years, a long time. When I came home, people walking around like this. I was confused. I had no idea. We didn't have those phones 15 years ago. And she's watching me try. She's watching me cry. She's watching me say, well, Mommy, they say I need the check stubs, the credit, the this and the that, so I can get a place. But she's watching the door slam in my face, and guess where she go? Right back in chains. And guess how I feel? Because I'm doing all of the things that you say I need to do. I'm going to the places that you say I need to go, and I'm standing up. Because I made up my mind before I came, because I knew what I was facing. But my God, I know why 74% of the homeless population are justice impacted. Everybody don't have support. I had a little bit. Some people have nobody. They can't get their feet up under them. Let's give them a chance. I understand why recidivism is what it is. They can't get their feet up under them. Let's give them a chance. I know God. Some people don't. Everybody didn't get a soft landing like I did, but I'm going to commit every day that I'm breathing to reach back. And if I can't grab a one, maybe I can build a leader out of that one, and maybe they can go and grab one, because it's so needed. It's so needed. That's 30 seconds. So the only thing I'm going to ask you is, if I didn't tell you I was that daughter, would you know? It doesn't have a look, and we have to embrace and hold our people in a way that we one day will be held accountable to. And I just hope that you consider us. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. McQueen, Ms. McQueen, Ms. McQueen, Ms. McQueen, could you just lift your little one up so she can see herself? Yes, I know. Just give her a moment to be able to see that she is actually here. And so
Yes, and she lost a tooth. Say hi, Dina.
Hi. Thank you.
Look up there, baby. Look on the screen. You see yourself? Okay.
Next will be Malika Thomas, followed by James Walker. Malika Thomas. James Walker. Okay, that concludes public comment. I want to thank all of the members of the public who have come today for your time and for your commentary. We'll wait just a moment for the clerk. Next on the agenda is the report of the journal. Mr. Clerk.
I, Forrest Webb III, City of Atlanta Municipal Clerk, do certify that the action minutes of the October 3rd, 2022 council meeting are true and correct.
Are there any additions or changes to the minutes? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to adopt. Moved by Councilmember Lewis, seconded by Councilmember Wan. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the minutes? Hearing none, we can do this via unanimous consent without any objection. Are there any objections to the adoption of the minutes? Hearing none, Mr. Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to adopt.
Unanimous consent of members present is 8 yeas, 0 nays.
8 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries. Next, we'll move to communications.
(22-C-5165), a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Ms. Janie Prince to serve as a commissioner of the Department of City Planning for the City of Atlanta. Staff recommendation to refer to Community Development, Human Services Committee, and Committee on Council.
Let it follow that course.
22-C-5166, a communication from Danielle Hampton, Chair Audit Committee, submitting the Atlanta Fire Rescue Department of Financial Transactions review. Staff recommendation to refer to Public Safety and Legal Administration and Committee on Council.
Let it follow that course.
Mr. President, if I could sound the next three items as a block.
Without objection, please proceed.
22-C-5167, a communication from Danielle Hampton, Chair Audit Committee, submitting the Performance Audit Report, Employee Benefits. 22-C-5168, a communication from Danielle Hampton, Chair Audit Committee, submitting the Performance Audit Report, Citywide Cash Handling. 22-C-5169, a communication from Danielle Hampton, Chair Audit Committee, submitting the City Auditor's official fiscal year 2023 audit schedule. Staff recommendation to refer to Finance Executive all three items.
Let all three items follow that course.
Last item, 22-C-5170, a communication from Danielle Hampton, Chair Audit Committee, submitting the Performance Audit Report, Beltline Special Services District Financial Review 2022. Staff recommendation to refer to Transportation Committee and Finance Executive Committee.
Let it follow that course.
That concludes my report, Mr. President.
Thank you. Is there any vetoed legislation for consideration, Mr. Clerk?
There is none.
Is there any unfinished business for consideration?
There were no items.
Thank you. With that, we will move to the consent agenda, section 1. It begins on page 4. These are items for second reading. I will first ask if there are any of these items to be removed from the consent agenda by my colleagues. Councilmember Shook.
Thank you. I'd like to remove 22-0-1751.
That's item 3 on page 4. Any other items to be removed? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to adopt. Moved by Councilmember Lewis, seconded by Councilmember Wan. Okay. Any discussion on the motion to adopt the consent agenda, section 1? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt consent agenda, section 1, with the one item 22-0-1751 removed.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Please vote.
Overstreet, say that one more time.
Affirmative.
That's Overstreet. I'm cutting her mic back off.
The vote is now closed. Mr. President, may I populate Councilwoman Overstreet's vote? Populating vote. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt the consent agenda carries. I would just note for the record, Councilmember Overstreet has joined us via electronic conference.
Duly noted.
We'll now move to the consent agenda section 2. It begins on 25 of the materials. These are items for first reading. The appropriate motion will be to refer. Are there any, before we get to a motion, are there any items to be removed from the consent agenda section 2? Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion from Councilmember Juan has moved the motion to refer. Councilmember Bakhtiari has seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer the consent agenda section 2? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer the consent agenda section 2.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. Councilwoman Overstreet, how would you like to have your vote reflected?
Affirmative.
Cutting it back off again.
Duly noted. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer consent agenda section 2 carries. We'll now move to the report of standing committees. The first report today will be the City Utilities Committee. Chair Shook.
Thank you. Our lone item is 22-01714, ordinance by Mr. Amos to amend the Atlanta City Code, Article 7, which is the riparian buffer requirements, to allow the technical panel to approve encroachments for certain multifamily residential development, to make drafting amendments, and for other purposes. This comes forward out of committee favorably with 4 yeas, 1 nay, 1 abstention. Motion is to adopt.
Motion to adopt coming out of committee. Doesn't need a second. It came out favorable. So the motion is to adopt 22-0-1714. Any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, sorry, was there? Oh, Councilmember Lewis, my apologies.
Similar to the committee, when I voted no, I don't think that I like the one-offs on this. I like when a developer comes to the councilperson, and when you want to change something that we've never done in the city of Atlanta history, I like for you to come get permission for that. And so I'm explaining my vote then, I'm explaining my vote now. Thank you again, President, for allowing me.
Any other discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, Mr. Clerk, we'll move to a vote. Please open the vote on the motion to adopt 22-0-1714.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. Councilmember Overstreet, how would you like to have your vote reflected?
Affirmative.
(11 yeas, 2 nays).
11 yeas, 2 nays. The motion to adopt carries. Chair Shook.
That is all.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to the Community Development and Human Services Committee. Chair Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. No report from CDHS this week. However,
I know there's been a lot of conversation and discussion and contemplation from the general public around the MPU boundary changes. And our work session that we had planned a couple of weeks ago in light of the proposal from the Department of City Planning is still on for October 27th, 9 o'clock a.m. right here in City Council chambers. More to follow if that changes, but just wanted to let the public know, 'cause I've gotten a couple of questions about it. We are still planning on conducting our work session. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Dozier. Next up will be the Transportation Committee, Chair Faroki.
Thank you, Council President. We have 5 items, including the item that just got pulled off consent, 22-0-1751. But our first item is 22-0-1713. Would council staff like to read it in, or would you like me to read it in? Read it in. An ordinance by Councilmember Jason Dozier expressing the City of Atlanta's intent to abandon the portion of Garnett Street Southwest located between Forsyth Street Southwest and Garnett Street MARTA Station to allow for the improvement of right-of-way to be included in the development of adjacent city-owned property at 184 Forsyth Street Southwest to improve the public access to the Garnett MARTA Station, to increase the amount of affordable housing constructed at the transit-oriented site, and for other purposes. The motion here is to file it at the request of the sponsor.
There's a motion to file 22-0-1713. I'm assuming that's not coming out of committee. The motion to file, since you just read it in.
That's correct.
So I need a second. Seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Is there any discussion on the motion to file? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote.
And the item is 22-0-1778, Mr. President.
1713.
1713. 22-0-1713. The motion is to file.
Oh, I'm sorry, 1778, it's wrong on my paper.
Oh.
22-0-1778.
Thank you.
Thank you. Correct caption. Please hold.
Please open the vote.
The vote is open.
Affirmative.
Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. Councilwoman Overstreet, how would you like to have your vote reflected?
Affirmative.
Duly noted. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file 22-0-1778 carries.
Our next item is item 2. It's the downtown repaving paper. I'm going to skip it and come to it last. Let's handle the other 3 items on the agenda, if that's all right with everyone. Number 3, 22R4427, a resolution by Councilmember Mary Norwood requesting the mayor or his designee to make the intersection of Tuxedo Road Northwest and Paris Ferry Road Northwest an always stop-controlled intersection, to request the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersection and for other purposes. The motion here is to file at the request of the sponsor.
Motion to file 22-R-4427. Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Norwood. Any discussion on the motion to file? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file 22-R-4427.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed.
Councilmember Overstreet, how would you like your vote reflected?
Affirmative.
Please reflect Councilmember Overstreet as an aye.
Duly noted. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries.
Our next item is 22R4505. It came out of committee, 4 yeas, 1 nay. A resolution by Transportation Committee authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute the First Amendment to Agreement IFBC 121-028-208, right-of-way maintenance with Russell Landscape LLC on behalf of the Atlanta Department of Transportation to add funding in an amount not to exceed $500,000 and 0 cents. All contractor work will be charged to and paid from the fund department, organization, and account number listed and for other purposes. Motion is to adopt.
Motion to adopt coming out of committee 22-R-4505. It does not need a second. Any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Please vote. The vote is now closed.
Councilmember Overstreet, how would you like to have your vote recorded?
Affirmative.
An aye. And please reflect Councilmember Lewis's vote as a no.
Duly noted. Populating vote. 12 yeas, 1 nay.
12 yeas, 1 nay. The motion carries.
Our next item is 22-0-1751. It was pulled off the consent agenda earlier. The administration requested it be pulled off to provide a substitute with the full account strings. The caption reads, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason Winston as substituted by Transportation Committee authorizing the mayor to accept and sign a grant agreement with the U.S. Department of Transportation in an amount of $16,460,000.00 for the Rebuilding American Infrastructure with Sustainability and Equity discretionary grant to amend the fiscal year 2023 budget by adding to anticipations and appropriations in the amount of $16,460,000.00 and for other purposes. I will move to bring forth the substitute. Second by, I'm sorry.
There's a motion to bring forth a substitute by Councilmember Faroki. There's a second by Councilmember Juan. Sorry? By Councilmember Shook. We're trading seconds. Is there any discussion on the motion to bring forth the substitute? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to bring forth the substitute.
The vote is open. Please vote. The vote is now closed.
Councilmember Overstreet, how would you like your vote reflected on the motion to substitute?
Affirmative.
It's an aye.
13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to bring forth the substitute carries.
I will now move to adopt the substitute as adopted.
There's a motion by Councilmember Faroki to adopt 22-0-1751 as substituted. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Dozier. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote on the motion to adopt 22-0-1751 as substituted. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed.
Councilmember Overstreet, how would you like your vote reflected on the motion to adopt?
Affirmative.
Aye.
13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Our final item on today's Transportation Committee report is 22R4417. It came out of committee favorable on condition that ATL DOT include the 2022 T-SPLOS list that the project funding would come from. The caption reads, an amended resolution by Transportation Committee authorizing the mayor or his designee to issue task order FC 10640A-149 for contract FC 10640A, job order contracting services with Astra Road Fox, JOC, JV for downtown City Hall vicinity street resurfacing and associated street maintenance activities, Phase 1 and Phase 2, on behalf of the Department of Enterprise Asset Management and the Atlanta Department of Transportation in an amount not to exceed $6,209,035.80. All work to be charged to and paid from accounts listed and for other purposes. And as mentioned, this came out of committee favorable on condition. At committee, the discussion largely centered on where the funding was going to come from to do this work. The administration has identified a line item in the 2022 T-SPLOST project list, the most recent T-SPLOST 2.0 as it's commonly referred to. And so it came out of committee favorable condition. I believe there may be some discussion and amendments on this. I will pause to see if any of those rise to the fore.
But just for clarity, it came out on favorable on condition.
Favorable.
The condition has been met.
Condition has been met.
Right. So the motion is to adopt, coming out of committee, 22-R-4417. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Dozier.
I actually would like to, now my parliamentary procedure knowledge is escaping right now. I actually have an amendment that I would like to proffer.
You'd like to move to?
I'd like to move to amend.
There's a motion to amend by Councilmember Dozier, seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Do you have the amendment, Councilmember Dozier, to share?
It was emailed to colleagues about 30 seconds ago. I believe we're still working on getting printouts for that, but I know we had a discussion about this at the last council meeting. If I'm able to move forward, I'm happy to discuss the amendment.
Could you read the amendment, and we'll get the printout circulated?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. So colleagues, before I read the amendment, I just want to just share some context behind this. So all of these streets that are being debated as part of this resolution are in City Council District 4. And I've had a number of conversations with the administration, with the Department of Transportation, with constituents, with advocacy groups around the need to ensure that transparency is at the forefront of the work that we're doing today. And I'm not going to lie, I had some reservations around this, largely because of PTSD from the 2015 Renew Atlanta project list, and recognizing that there was some movement of monies from this most recent T-SPLOST package to support this project. I wanted to make sure that we were able to move forward with something that would not threaten or imperil the T-SPLOST that we voted on earlier this year as voters, and not violate the spirit of Councilmember Westmoreland's ordinance that we voted on or supported earlier this year to ensure that T-SPLOST, the list that we approved, it remains sacrosanct. And so the other piece too that I wanted to acknowledge as part of this as well is that we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to radically transform many of these streets in the direction of providing safety improvements and enhancement for pedestrians and from cyclists. One of the things that I've shared time and time again while on the campaign trail and while in this body is that I myself have been a victim of road violence. As a cyclist, I've been hit by a car, had to go to Grady, and I continue to bike to this day with my 2-year-old across the city, and want to make sure that we build a culture that protects all Atlantans, not just motorists, but also cyclists and also pedestrians. And so this amendment that I'm proffering not only speaks to that, but also speaks to the fact that we have a number of projects that are overlaid with this particular project list: Summerhill BRT, Cycle 1.0, Cycle Atlanta 2.0, along with some existing discretionary investments made by this District 4 office. So want to make sure that Atlanta Department of Transportation contemplates those existing projects and make sure that we are ensuring that the safety of all Atlantans, not just motorists, are taken into account. So with that, and sorry for that very long preface and monologue, and colleagues, you should have a printout of the amendment that I am proffering right in front of you now. This adds a whereas clause in between the last two whereas clauses that reads as follows: whereas as part of the repaving and maintenance work, bicycle and pedestrian improvement will be made and installed to the extent possible and partially funded by $1.5 million from the general fund reserves, as well as consideration given to existing transportation projects program for the immediate proximity, including Summerhill BRT, the Central Prior State Streets Enhancement, Cycle Atlanta 1.0 and 2.0, and to amend second, be it further resolved clause to read as follows. Be it further resolved, all contracted work shall be charged to and paid from Fund 3147, 330301, 599-9999, 421-0000, 22280, and what is added here is 5999901, which is from the reserve fund. And I had a conversation with CFO Bala about the use of this fund for this purpose, and the reason why we've added that in here is so that to prevent scope creep. And, oh, thank you. And 112184, thank you, Councilmember, is to prevent scope creep and to ensure that we can, it didn't make sense to me to fund this entirely or mostly through one line item from the T-SPLOST, which was Central and Pryor. We have 6 other streets that aren't included in this, and this reserve fund allocation helps ensure that scope creep does not happen. So that is my amendment. The language is before you, and I want to redouble my motion to amend.
Okay, colleagues, we are only discussing the motion to amend as Councilmember Dozier has offered. I believe you all have a printout.
I will second if it hasn't been seconded for me.
It was seconded by Bakhtiari.
Okay.
It's been moved by Dozier, seconded by Bakhtiari. Councilmember Hillis.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Councilmember Dozier. I wanted to speak in support of your amendment. I've been, I guess, a vocal critic of this project. I've shared lots of emails with my colleagues and DOT and the administration about getting answers as to, the need, the funding, and where this came about. This was walked into Transportation Committee a couple cycles ago. So this, while doesn't address 100% of the concerns that I've had and I have heard, it gets me closer to supporting it. To Councilmember Dozier's point, there's no citywide resurfacing bucket that is being pulled out of T-SPLOST 2.0. This project's actually listed as a safe streets project, and I don't really see how we get safe streets if we only resurface streets, which are just going to make cars want to travel faster. So I'm glad that Councilmember Dozier has worked on this to require that some safety improvements also be made as part of that initial project. And I'm glad to see a little bit of alternative funding identified here. So just speaking in support of your amendment, Councilmember Dozier, and thanks for your work on it. As I don't know if you stated it, but will state to colleagues, this I believe is wholly within District 4. So,
Councilmember Shook.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to hear, and maybe this is a Finance Department question, or to you or both, but I'd like to hear a little bit more about the general fund reserve drawdown piece of this.
Yeah, Councilmember Shook Mohammed Bala had a conversation with Councilmember Dozier identifying his concerns and the path we had laid out initially for this to be funded initially from Renew and reimbursed by T-SPLOST 2.0. There was some hesitancy regarding some of the project descriptions. So in the event to kind of accomplish the same thing, we allocated from the reserve balance of $1.5 million that would be intended to be reimbursed in a similar manner as the Renew funding that was initially put out there. This, I think, kind of mitigates some of the concerns regarding project allocation and descriptions, but we do think that we have a path forward here. So the intent for the $1.5 million that is temporarily being used for reserve is to allow the project to expedite, move forward, and it eventually being reimbursed back to the general fund at a future date, if applicable.
Okay, and is that part of the body of the legislation, the reimbursement?
We have a motion to, we have to add a little bit into, we don't have motion, but we do suggest a change to be able to add the appropriate account strings and the from appropriations and add to appropriations, as well as incorporate some of the language that I just mentioned. But overall, I think this aligns and mitigates the concerns that were raised by the council member and allow this project to have a more holistic lens.
I'm all for the end result and the intention, but if you're saying the idea is to get a reimbursement, but it's not in here, then it needs to be in here. So how do we do that?
Yeah, we have substitute language that we will present. Ms. Robinson?
So that's to be a coming amendment made by whom?
Good afternoon, Amber A. Robinson, City of Atlanta Department of Law. We're working with RPA staff to develop a further amendment should the amendment put forth by Councilmember Dozier pass, that we would humbly suggest that a council member move further to amend the paper to address the issues brought up by the CFO.
Mr. Dozier, you okay with that?
I am okay with that.
Mr. Shook, I'm happy to move if we get to that point.
Thank you.
I'd be happy to second.
Councilmember Bakhtiari, we are still just discussing the Councilor Dozier member's amendment.
What on earth do you think I'm going to do? Okay, no, just a quick question. CFO Bala, could we just real quick with the funding revenue? I think you just explained this, but I'm hoping we can break it down a bit further. So we're supplementing. Could you, Councilmember Dozier, explain the funding stream again for this project?
We are, and correct me if I'm wrong, CFO Bala, and this is where I remind the public that I was a humanities major, so the finance piece is not always my forte. But the idea is that we're adding an additional funding stream which allows for $1.5 million in reserve funds to be allocated to this project. So instead of that $6 million total project costs coming from, I believe, 4 or 5 different account streams, we're already adding an additional account stream, which would make it less likely for there to be scope overreach or scope creep for instance, the T-SPLOS item portion of this. So we're adding an additional string. It's still a $6 million project, but it allows for greater flexibility in how those monies are spent.
So to better understand, the portion, because I know that one of the projects proposed is on the T-SPLOS list, so that portion of the project will come from T-SPLOS as already promised, and the rest will come from supplemental.
Correct.
Okay. So not everything will, so we aren't pulling from T-SPLOS or the other pieces of the project.
That is my understanding, but I'm happy to defer to the CFO to explain in even more wonky detail my answer.
Because the reason I'm asking for clarification is because I'm sure as many of us, as we heard a member of my district speak earlier, who's also the head of Propel ATL, the number of pedestrian deaths that we are currently facing, the lack of bicycle infrastructure and safety. So if we're sure that this is going to incorporate now with Councilmember Dozier's amendment, bicycling and pedestrian safety, and also ensuring that not all of the money comes from the T-SPLOS, only the amount that was promised for the one street, then I can be on board. Go ahead.
She can't talk. We're not in committee of the whole.
Oh, we can't talk, sorry.
Yeah, that is correct characterization. I think Council Member Dozier explained it well, that this portion would be in addition to the T-SPLOS portion to allow for the work that work that has hesitancy around that funding source will be utilized from this funding source, and both are reimbursable.
Understood. Okay. I just wanted to clarify just so that we had the facts and also so that my district understood the math. I appreciate it.
Councilmember Waits.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilmember Dozier, just for clarity, I see the piece regarding the pedestrian, and I just wanted to know if that includes the ADA accessible for the wheelchair ramps. Could you speak to that? Because I'd like to see some language. I know that Propel Atlanta made those recommendations to us, and I think given that we're in such close proximity to the Capitol, there are a number of individuals that visit this particular quarter who are wheelchair bound. And so I think that to have some language, just to clarify that it will include the specialized with the grids, the ADA wheelchair accessibility, or the ramp rather. So I just want to be clear that that is in there.
Yeah. I will, to answer your question directly, that language is not in this because there's a separate funding bucket that addresses the ADA accessibility. So it wouldn't be contemplated. I keep using that word because I've been listening to Amber A. Robinson a lot, but it would not be contemplated in this particular legislation. There's a separate funding stream that allows for that ADA accessibility and those improvements.
Okay, so given that we're going to make these improvements, I guess, will that happen simultaneously, given that we're getting ready to pave the area, and I'm assuming it would include the sidewalks?
I would advocate that. I mean, you both, and I know, I know the commissioner's chomping at a bit to say something, but and I hate that she is not able to speak, but that's something I will continue to advocate for, but I can't speak to whether or not operationally how that fits into this particular project. I'm not able to speak to that directly, but I will advocate for it.
Okay.
Like I said, there's a separate funding stream for it, so my assumption would be that that would be included into the scope of the project. And I see Law has something to add too.
Ms. Robinson.
Yes, thank you. I do want to give some clarity concerning this. It is not lawful under the Americans with Disabilities Act to conduct this repaving activity without taking the ADA requirements into account and compliance therewith. So that will be done.
Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Sorry to ask to speak again. Just a quick clarifying question, and I apologize if we've already gone over this, but Councilmember Dozier, and maybe this is a legal question or finance, I'm not sure, but the portion where it says to the extent possible, I just wanted to ensure that I wanted to make sure that that could not possibly be used as an out to take more funding from the SPLOST. Could someone clarify from legal or finance to the extent of that line is potentially dangerous?
So, to be clear, I think that was me speaking. It's not in the language.
No, it's in the language.
Where is?
It says here, right here, it's on the second line. Whereas as a part of the repaving and maintenance work, bicycle and pedestrian improvement will be made and installed to the extent possible and partially funded by $1.5 million.
We have, I think, produced the amendment that we're suggesting someone utilize. So when that gets distributed, please take a read at that, and that should alleviate that concern. Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead, Ms. Robinson.
Ms. Robinson.
Yes, the language in the proposed Dozier amendment in the whereas clause, which states to the extent possible, does provide should it pass the council's policy intent, however, would not be binding and is not part of the operational portion of the ordinance, and therefore would not provide any additional legal authority to do anything. So insofar as there is a concern that that might open the door for further action from a legal standpoint, it would not.
Amenable to you?
I understand that. And, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Other discussion on the amendment offered by Councilmember Dozier. Councilmember Wan.
All right, so this is for law. So if I understand you correctly, the preference is not to pass the Dozier amendment, rather pass the amendment that you provided or that was just handed out to us, because it clarifies the intent that CFO Bala mentioned. Also, it removes the ambiguity in terms of the bike and pedestrian improvements. Is that correct?
From a legal standpoint, the Department of Law asked that the subsequent amendment be adopted should the Dozier amendment be adopted. If it is felt by the Department of Finance or this council that the second recommended amendment would be better suited to replace the Dozier amendment, the Department of Law would have no objection to that, but we made no such suggestion.
Okay. So you are okay with the Dozier amendment plus the Law Department amendment?
That's correct. We would, from a legal standpoint, we would have no objection.
All right, thank you. Then I'm supportive of the Dozier amendment.
Other discussion on the amendment? Councilmember Dozier.
Just the last thing I just want to say to this is I recognize that this isn't perfect. Paper is not a perfect amendment. My goal in this is to make better something that I think just under different situations we would have had a lot more, would have made something that was, I think, a little bit better for everyone. But we were trying to make this work as best as possible, recognizing the time constraints we're running against. Because this paper, the paper as amended, if it were to pass as amended, would authorize repaving to be done this year and these improvements to be made this year. And I think that, you know, unfortunately the timing isn't ideal, but we're trying to make sure we can pass something that is going to benefit the most amount of people. So I just wanted to state that and know that we're going to continue to work to not only on this type of legislation, but other legislation to ensure that these concerns that have been made by this body are addressed in the debate and discussion and in the development of this legislation like this going forward.
Thank you. Councilmember Winston.
Yes, I just wanted to thank Councilmember Dozier for taking the lead on this legislation. A portion of it runs through District 1 with the Summerhill BRT. And I think as we continue to look holistically at how we improve mobility throughout the city of Atlanta, it's important that we look to improve legislation such as this, where we create more connectivity, because these streets in downtown will be, directly adjacent to the Summerhill BRT. And so we can, make sure that we improve our transportation network by doing this, and also commending the CFO for working to improve, the funding streams and looking at ways to improve it as well. So thank you for doing that.
Thank you.
Other discussion on the motion to amend? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to amend 22-R-4417 as offered by Councilmember Dozier.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed.
Councilmember Overstreet, how would you like your vote reflected on the motion to amend? Affirmative. Please reflect Councilmember Overstreet as an aye.
Duly noted. 13 yeas, 1 nay.
13 yeas, 1 nay. The motion to amend carries. We are now back to the consideration of 22-R-4417 as amended. Councilmember Faroki.
Thank you, Councilmember Shipman. I would like to offer an amendment in the wake of Councilmember Shook's concern. It reads as follows, and again, the concern was whether the $1.5 million from the reserve fund would be guaranteed to be replenished. So the amendment, which you should all have in front of you, reads, whereas certain pavement replacement and bike lane improvement projects were not explicitly stated in T-SPLOST 2.0 project list, but were implicitly covered by the project intent and proximity. And whereas the city desires to provide funding for these certain pavement replacement and bike lane improvement projects up to $1.5 million. And whereas potential transportation funds or infrastructure bonds as appropriate or unanticipated revenue would serve as reimbursement to the city for these certain pavement replacement and bike lane improvements up to the amount spent not to exceed $1,500,000.00 authorized from reserves. Now therefore, the Council of the City of Atlanta, Georgia resolves as follows. Be it further resolved that the Chief Financial Officer is hereby authorized to amend the fiscal year 2023 budget to fund these certain pavement replacement and bike lane improvements. Be it further resolved that the Chief Financial Officer of the City of Atlanta or his designee is hereby authorized to amend fiscal year 2023 general fund budget by transferring to and from appropriations in an amount not to exceed $1,500,000 as follows. There's a table that shows $1.5 million coming out of reserves and $1.5 million going back through general fund consulting professional services. So I will move to amend as stated.
There's a motion to amend 22-R-4417 by Councilmember Faroki. It's been seconded by Councilmember Shook. We'll now move to discussion of this amendment. Councilmember Waits. Is there discussion on this amendment offered by Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to amend 22-R-4417 as offered by Councilmember Faruqi.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed.
Councilmember Overstreet, how would you like your vote recorded on the motion to amend?
Affirmative.
Please reflect Councilmember Overstreet as an aye.
14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to amend carries. We are now back to the motion to adopt 22-R-4417 as twice amended.
I will move to approve as twice amended.
There's a motion by Chair Faruqi to adopt 22-R-4417 as amended. There's a second by Councilmember Dozier. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Councilmember Hillis.
Thank you. Just, I guess, a final question for Finance. We've been told multiple times that I believe at least portions of 2 of these routes are state routes and that were anticipated or have some verbal agreement at least from GDOT to be reimbursed. Do we know what that amount is, roughly?
I don't have the reimbursable amount right off the top of my head, but I can confirm with the with ADOT of what the reimbursable amount from GDOT is expected to be. If you give me 1 second.
Thank you.
We'll move to other discussion while the CFO checks on that issue. Is there other discussion on the motion to adopt 22-R-4417 as amended? CFO Bala?
Yes, I just confirmed with ADOT that the reimbursable amount that's anticipated from GDOT is $1.7 million.
Thank you.
Any other discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt 22-R-4417 as amended.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Please vote. The vote is now closed.
Councilmember Overstreet, how would you like your vote reflect on the motion to adopt?
Affirmative.
It's an aye from Councilmember Overstreet.
13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries. Chair Faruqi.
I would like to now make the motion to move that item post haste to the mayor's office.
Second.
There's been a motion by Councilmember Faruqi, seconded by Councilmember Dozier to move post haste. Is there any discussion on the motion to move post haste? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the motion to move post haste? Hearing none, Mr. Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to move post haste.
Second, Overstreet.
You looking for a second? I know, Dozier second, huh? Councilman Overstreet, Councilman Dozier already second.
Okay, thank you.
Unanimous consent of members present is 13 yeas, 0 nays.
Unanimous consent, 13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to send post haste carries.
That concludes the Transportation Committee's report.
Thank you, Chair Faruqi. We will now move to Finance Exec, Chair Wan.
Thank you, Council President. Colleagues, we are page 39 of your agenda. First item, ordinances for second read, is 22-01699. This is an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Wan, as substituted by Finance Executive Committee, authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $9,000 $700.00 to the Atlanta Public Schools, APS, to support its efforts to raise $15 million in celebration of the 150th anniversary of the district and for other purposes. This came out of committee favorable on substitute on condition, the condition being yet another substitute here at full council. Ms. Lindo is passing those. It was sent out electronically. It does have a new caption that changes the amount to $25,000. I'll make a motion to amend by bringing the substitute forward.
There's a motion to bring forth the substitute by Councilmember Juan, seconded by Councilmember Shook. Any discussion on the motion to bring forth the substitute to 22-0-1699? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to bring forth the substitute.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. Populating votes.
Councilmember Overstreet, how would you like your vote recorded on the motion to bring forth the substitute?
Affirmative.
An aye for Councilmember Overstreet. Councilmember Shook?
Yeah, Shook's and I.
Shook's an aye as well.
Thirteen yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to bring forth the substitute carries.
Now that the substitute is before us, I'll make a motion to approve on substitute.
There's a motion to approve by Councilmember Juan, seconded by Shook, 22-0-1699 as substituted. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt 22-0-1699 as substituted.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed.
Councilmember Overstreet, how would you like your vote reflected with the motion to adopt?
Affirmative.
It's an aye from Councilmember Overstreet. Councilmember Norwood? Councilmember Norwood's an aye as well.
Thirteen yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
All right, the next item is 22-01740, an ordinance by council members Shook and Juan as substituted by Finance Executive Committee, amending the fiscal year 2023 general fund budget by anticipating and appropriating an amount not to exceed $1,026,334.52 from the council president and council member carry forward accounts with a net amount of $937,943.93 to be returned to the council president and council member carry forward accounts for the true up of the fiscal year 2023 carry forward balances and for other purposes. This came out of committee favorable on substitute on condition. The condition has been met by the council director. Therefore, this is ready to go. And colleagues, for those this is the first year on council, what this does is during the budget process, we do our council budgets, but there's a secondary action that needs to follow once the books have been closed out for the previous council budget year. And this is to make sure that all of our council district carry forward account balances are moved forward. This is done in conjunction with the finance department to make sure the numbers true up, and this is the end result for it. Ms. Kempson-Wright has gone through and met with each one of you individually to let you know your balances. That was the condition. Therefore, the motion from the committee is favorable is to adopt on substitute.
There's a motion to adopt coming out of committee. It doesn't need a second. 22-0-1740 as substituted. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt 22-0-1740 as substituted.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed.
Councilmember Overstreet, how would you like your vote recorded on the motion to adopt? Affirmative. She's an affirmative. Please reflect Councilmember Overstreet as an aye.
Populating votes. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
All right, next item is 22-01757, an ordinance by Finance Executive Committee authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to transfer residual funds from various bond fund accounts to the Series 2019A Various Purpose General Obligation Bond Fund to amend the fiscal year 2023 budget in the aggregate principal amount of $772,972.95 and for other purposes. This came out of committee favorable on condition. The condition was to provide a project list which has been circulated to all council members. With that, the condition is met. The motion from the committee is to adopt.
There's a motion coming out of committee. It doesn't need a second to adopt 22-0-1757. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt 22-0-1757.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed.
Councilmember Shook, how would you like your vote recorded? Aye. Councilmember Overstreet, how would you like your vote recorded? It's an aye from Councilmember Overstreet.
Populating votes. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Mr. President, I'm going to go ahead and jump to item 6 to knock that out before we take the bond papers, which have additional actions, if that's okay.
Any objection? Please proceed.
All right, 22-01769, an ordinance by council members Norwood, Lewis, Overstreet, Bakhtiari, Faroki, Boone, and Wan, authorizing the chief financial officer to create accounts within the Oracle financial system for each council district in order to transfer their district discretionary local funds as authorized in the May 24, 2022 referendum upon their immediate availability and for other purposes. The motion from the committee is to file. This is in the wrong form. There will be a resolution that will be introduced at the end of this meeting. So motion is to file.
Motion to file coming out of committee. It doesn't need a second. 22-0-1769. Is there any discussion on the motion to file? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed.
Councilmember Overstreet, how would you like your vote reflected?
Affirmative.
Motion to file, affirmative from Councilmember Overstreet. Councilmember Norwood? Affirmative. It's an aye as well from Councilmember Norwood.
Thirteen yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries.
All right, and I'll take the resolution as well. 22-R4432, a resolution by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, urging the Georgia General Assembly to protect communities by enacting legislation to regulate corporate ownership of private homes and reduce the proliferation of investor-owned housing in the city of Atlanta and for other purposes. Motion from the committee is to adopt.
There's a motion coming out of committee. It doesn't need a second to adopt 22-R-4432. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed.
Councilmember Overstreet, how would you like your vote reflected on the motion to adopt?
Affirmative.
Please reflect Councilmember Overstreet as an aye.
13 yeas, 0 nays.
The vote is 13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
All right, that takes us back to 22-01766. This is an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Wan, as substituted by Finance Executive Committee, supplementing that certain ordinance 22-0-1561, adopted by the Atlanta City Council on August 1, 2022, and approved by the Mayor on August 2, 2022, to, among other things, provide for 1, the sale of blank dollars, City of Atlanta Various Purpose General Obligation Bonds, Series 2022B, the bonds. 2, the naming of a bond registrar and paying agent for said bonds. 3, the adoption of a form to which said bond shall adhere. 4, the preparation of a tax digest and levy of a tax sufficient to pay the principal of and interest on said bonds. 5, the execution, delivery, and performance of said bonds. 6, the creation and maintenance of a construction fund. 7, the authorization and approval of the execution, delivery, and performance of a bond purchase agreement. 8, the ratification of the distribution of a preliminary official statement. 9, the approval, use, distribution, and execution of an official statement. 10, the authorization and approval of the execution, delivery, and performance of a continuing disclosure agreement. And 11, for other purposes. This came out of committee favorable on substitute. However, there is another substitute that has been distributed to council members, and I'm going to make a motion to amend by bringing that substitute forward at this point.
There's a motion by Councilmember Juan to bring forth the substitute. There's a second by Councilmember Dozier. Do all the members have the substitute, I assume? Okay, good. We'll then move to discussion on the motion to bring forth the substitute. Any discussion? Madam Deputy Clerk, we'll move to a vote. Please open the vote on the motion to bring forth the substitute by Councilmember Juan.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Councilmember Overstreet, how would you like your vote reflected on the motion to substitute?
Affirmative.
An aye from Councilmember Overstreet.
The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to substitute carries. Chair one.
All right, now that the substitute is before us, I'll make a motion to postpone. We have a special call meeting on October 26th to finalize this paper, so I'll make the motion to postpone.
There's a motion to postpone by Councilmember Juan. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Dozier. Is there any discussion on the motion to postpone? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to postpone.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed.
Councilmember Overstreet, how would you like your vote to be recorded on motion to postpone?
Affirmative.
It's an aye from Councilmember Overstreet.
12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to postpone carries.
And colleagues, I'll remind you after the next legislation again, but the clerk wanted me to remind everybody the special call meeting is October 26th at 9 a.m. Here in Chambers. All right, the next item is 22-01767, an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Juan, is substituted by Finance Executive Committee, providing for, 1, the issuance and sale by the City of Atlanta of its general obligation public improvement bonds, Series 2022A, the Series 2022A bonds, consisting of 2 subseries designated as A, City of Atlanta General Obligation Public Improvement Bonds, Series 2022A-1, Social Bonds, and B, City of Atlanta General Obligation Public Improvement Bonds, Series 2022A-2. 2, the redemption of the Series 2022A bonds prior to maturity upon certain terms and conditions. 3, the addition of an extraordinary optional redemption provision. 4, the execution, delivery, and performance of said Series 2022A bonds. 5, the adoption of the form of said Series 2022A bonds. 6, the levy of a continuing direct annual ad valorem tax without limit to pay the Series 2022A bonds and the interest thereon when due and payable. 7, the creation and maintenance of a project fund. 8, designating a bond registrar, paying agent, and funds depository. 9, the authorization and approval of the execution, delivery, and performance of a bond purchase agreement. 10, the ratification of the distribution of a preliminary official statement. 11, the approval, use, distribution, execution of an official statement. 12, the authorization and approval of the execution, delivery, and performance of a continuing disclosure agreement. And 13, for other related purposes. This came out of committee, favorable on substitute. However, yet, like the last one, there is another substitute that has been provided to everyone. I'll make a motion to amend by bringing forth that new substitute.
There's a motion to bring forth the substitute 22-0-1767 by Councilmember Juan. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Dozier. We'll move to discussion on the motion to bring forth the substitute. Councilmember Norwood.
Now, can you please explain what the difference is with the substitute as compared to the legislation that we have?
Yes, the new substitute adds some clarifying language around the redemption provisions per some conversations that were had during committee meeting and subsequent. So yeah, that's the update on the legislation.
So we bring forth a substitute and then we're able to discuss the new version?
Correct.
Okay. I will second to bring forth the substitute.
It's already been seconded by Councilmember Dozier. Is there any other discussion on the motion to bring forth the substitute by Councilmember Juan? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to bring forth the substitute.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed.
Councilmember Overstreet, how would you like your vote to be reflected on the motion to substitute?
Affirmative.
It's an aye from Councilmember Overstreet.
14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to bring forth the substitute carries.
All right, so I'll go ahead and make the motion to approve on, I'm sorry, to postpone on substitute, again, sending it to the special call meeting on October 26th.
There's a motion to postpone, seconded by Councilmember Farokhi. Is there a discussion on the motion to postpone? Councilmember Norwood.
I want to make sure that I can make an amendment to the legislation, even though we have made the motion, and if we pass the motion to postpone. I understand we will not be approving the legislation today, but I want to make sure that I can have a discussion about my proposed changes to the legislation.
So just a point of order, the motion to postpone is actually a higher order motion than the motion to amend.
Okay.
So
out of deference, it sounds like Councilmember Norwood wants to discuss the paper before we make that motion to postpone. So I'm going to withdraw the motion for now to give her that opportunity.
the motion to postpone has been withdrawn. So now we are open to, well, I guess, yes, we're open. Councilmember Norwood.
Yes, I'd like the chair to explain what the new substitute, what the differences are in the extraordinary optional redemption.
All right. With that, I'm going to defer to Law to walk us through the changes, please.
Good evening. Ken Neighbors, outside counsel to the City of Atlanta. The changes to the extraordinary optional redemption provision do two things. One, it makes it very clear that the expectation in the law require any territorial act, any change in the territory of the City of Atlanta, the act must speak to the allocation of general obligation and similar debt, right? That must be equitably distributed amongst the current city as well as the prior city boundaries. And so that is part of the law. So what we've added in there is a deference to allowing the act or a court ruling to inform this council about how that debt will be distributed. Only then, after a 2/3 vote, would the then sitting city council have the option to trigger the redemption of a portion of the bonds. That proportionality will be based on the tax digest of the removed area versus the tax digest of the remaining city areas. So you would keep the same taxpayer base available to pay the bondholders. You're not changing the deal. To do otherwise would be an impairment of contract. That's recognized under federal and state law. And there's good case law in Georgia recently about this very issue. So we are merely making the change consistent with where we know, where we think state law will go. And if it doesn't go that way, we have an obligation to protect the creditors of the city of Atlanta.
Thank you for that explanation. Does anyone have any questions about what the law department just said? Well, I would like to propose my amendments. I have passed out the pages of the bond where the changes are to be made if the council so approves. What this is about is equity and fairness. And what we have is a bond referendum that all of the projects are location specific. Some of those occur in District 7, some of those occur in District 4, some of those occur in District 11. Every one of the projects is either delineated in the bond docs as location specific or is listed in a general way because those projects have not been decided. But as they are decided, they too will have a specific location. So what I have proposed is in fairness to an area which may no longer be in the city, and we have no idea if that will happen or not, that the obligation for the repayment of the bonds are for the projects that happen in that area, because that is the only fair way that you have taxation and payment for what you got. So you each have a list of the bonds, a list of the bond projects that have been put on a spreadsheet so you can see exactly where the bonds will be spent. You have a sheet that shows the projects that are more general, that as they do have their locations, those will then be identified. There are only 2 projects out of the entire list that are truly citywide projects. One is the 911 call center, and the other is the Center for Diversion and Equity Services. Those are 2 projects that total $23 million, and my proposal would be that each district of the city take 1/12 of that, because that serves everybody. All of the other projects are location specific. So my amendment is in the whereas clause as follows. Whereas subsequent to the adoption and approval of the referendum resolution, an analysis and audit by a third party selected by the City of Atlanta and the proposed de-annexation area shall calculate the cost of projects that have been completed or projected to be completed within the boundaries of the de-annexation area and will include the location of all projects which are listed in the bond documents. And whereas there are 13 projects totaling $106,835,769 without location specificity, and whereas if the location specificity of these projects occurs within the de-annexation area, the de-annexed area shall be obligated to the cost of said projects only for the portion of the projects that occur within the de-annexed area. That's in the whereas clause. The next is in the, now, we're not talking about a normal redemption. We're talking about something that has never been done, an extraordinary optional redemption, which was put in the bonds that were passed in December. I was not part of this council then, but I was following that. So my view is that if there is this unusual, extraordinary, optional redemption principle that needs to be paid, that the change in the formula to be fair would be the cost of projects that have been completed or projected to be completed within the boundaries of the de-annexation area, and projects without specificity that ultimately pertain to the de-annexed area shall be obligated to the cost of said projects only for the portion of the projects that occur within the de-annexed area. The next is on the extraordinary optional redemption, subsection 1. And again, it just changes the formula to say the value of completed or projected to be completed projects within the de-annexation area and for the portion of projects that impact the de-annexation area. The last change is exactly the same way. So these are the 5 different places in the bond documents that the valuation formula was referenced. So the final is on under Section C, number 4, the City Council shall compute the extraordinary optional redemption price with the assistance of the valuation expert and shall adopt legislation for projects within the de-annexed territory completed or projected to be completed and for the portion of projects that occurs within the de-annexed area. So throughout the document, to change what is in my view, patently unfair, which is that it's not the amount of projects, it's not the percentage of projects, it is a extraordinary redemption immediately that is based on what I feel is unfair and flawed. It is not the fact, the Buckhead area of Atlanta has 20% of the population, 22% of the parcels of the city, and 43.5% of the value. That is not our fault. We are not at fault because we pay more than any other part of town. But it is unfair for us to be saddled with double what we should pay according to what we receive from this $400 million worth of bond projects. That is unfair in my view. We have already given this administration the highest budget in the history of the city, and now we have approved $400 million in bonds and $350 million in T-SPLOS. We have doubled in 6 months the amount of money that we have given to this administration, and I have supported all of that. I supported the referendum, I have supported the budget, I have supported this administration. I'm asking my colleagues to support what is fair if, in fact, an area of the city is no longer in the city. So I make the motion to amend the document with these 5 changes.
There's a motion to amend 22-0-1767 by Councilman Norwood. Is there a second? There's no second for the amendment. Councilmember Lewis.
To see an amendment would get no second on council, this is my first time seeing this. I guess I'm new. This is my first time seeing this. Councilmember Norwood, Atlanta is a group project. When we think about Atlanta being a group of cities, Oakland City was once a city. Atlanta is a city that a lot of cities came together to develop the most beautiful group project in the history of the planet. Our favorite son has a street named after him in every city in America, possibly in the world. That's how beautiful.
And it will still be there.
I didn't interrupt you, and you said a lot of things I didn't like, particularly the word de-annexation. This is a group project. We are one group. I need you to do your part to keep the project going. So anytime you do projects, a group project, everyone has a role. District 8 did not support you. District 8 did not support you. I don't think District 7 put that forward. I think this is something you came down here with. I'm a person that went to Buckhead and rode around for 3 hours with you. Rode around every street with you. The reason why is because I know this is a group project. I'm on the furthest most of the city. I'm on the south part of it. I've seen my roads are way worse than yours. My road, and you and I, we could do to talk to real people. Let's do a poll to real people in the city of Atlanta. They'll click it. They'll tell you that the roads on Cleveland Avenue, Metropolitan Parkway, Jonesboro Road are way worse than Buckhead, right? But I know this is a group project.
I know those streets.
I know this. I did not interrupt you. You were going. You've been up here for a long time, but now you're a district council member like me. So we're both freshmen in this role.
right? This is your first time serving this
Councilmember
role, my
Lewis.
first time.
Please direct your comments towards the chair.
Got you. I appreciate it. I'm learning a lot while I'm up here. Once again, it's my first time seeing a council person not get a second for something. So last thing I'll say, I want to speak to Generation Z and millennials so I can break it down. Some folks might think what you were doing is grandstanding. To folks in my generation, they call that clout chasing. They call that clout chasing. This is a group project. We need to work together, man. We got a smart mayor who really trying. He wake up every day and go to work. We literally got a man who go to work every single day. If we can get you to work with us, man, this city will, what we're trying to get to, we're going to get there, but we need you to join us. This is a group project, and I came to you. You always talk about fairness, and I told you I like to play spades with the cards up, right? I told you that when I met you. I'm playing spades with the cards up. Transparency is what I would be known for. This is a group project. I really would like if you would do your part on keeping this group project going, because we got the Olympics before. We done got the Super Bowl numerous times, and we the only city in America that got we got the World Cup now. Let's keep this group project going, council member. We need you to be a part of it fully. Thank you.
Councilmember Waits, and I'll come back to Councilmember Norwood.
And I have been to your community, and I came to your house, and I've seen your street, and congratulations on getting it repaved.
Okay.
It looked good. Your street looked good.
Councilmember Waits.
I live on.
Councilmember Lewis. Councilmember Waits is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councilmember Norwood, I want to thank you for taking the time to come around and explain your intent in terms of the legislation. For whatever reason, when you and I had a private conversation and I expressed a desire to second this, it's a little bit different from what I assumed you were trying to do. So out of professional courtesy to you, I just want to be clear at this time, given what the intent is, I'm just going to pass on that. But nonetheless, I always try to support all district members in terms of the work that you wish to do. And I thank you for the private conversation.
Councilmember Juan, you don't have a button, but you asked to be recognized.
I did, yeah. So I'm going to resubmit my motion to postpone.
There's a motion to postpone by Councilmember Juan. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Amos. Is there discussion on the motion to postpone? And just to clarify again, this is to postpone to the special meeting on October 26th, 9 a.m. Thank you. Is there any discussion on the motion to postpone? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to postpone.
The vote is open. What? Will everyone please vote? Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed.
Councilmember Overstreet, how would you like your vote reflect on the motion to postpone?
Affirmative.
It's an aye from Councilmember Overstreet. And Councilmember Farokhi is an aye.
12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to postpone carries.
That concludes the legislative items, Mr. President. I have an announcement. Guess what? We have a special call meeting on October 26th at 9 a.m. here in Chambers. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Juan. Next up will be Committee on Council, Chair Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, everyone. Please turn to your agenda for the report of the Standing Committee of Committee on Council. Council President, may I sound item 1 through 4? These communications were found favorable in today's Committee on Council meeting.
Without objection, please proceed.
Item 122-C-5147, a communication from Council members Liliana Batiera, District 5, Alex 1, District 6, Howard Shook, District 7, Mary Norwood, District 8, and Matt Westmoreland, Post 2 at large, appointing Ms. Natalie Kaiser to serve as a member of the Atlanta Beltline Affordable Housing Advisory Board. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. Item number 2, 22-C-5153, a communication from council members Byron D. Amos, District 3, Jason Dozier, District 4, Michael Julian Bond, Post 1 at large, appointing Ms. Christine Halloran to serve as a member of the Atlanta Urban Design Commission in the Architect 1 category. This appointment is for a term of 3 years. Item number 3, 22-C-5163, a communication from Council President Doug Shipman appointing Ms. Cardin Mike Wyckoff to serve as a member of the Human Relations Commission. This appointment is for a term of 3 years. Item number 4, 22-C-5164, a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Ms. Tarlisha Smith to serve as Commissioner of the Human Resources for the City of Atlanta. These items were found favorable. Motion to adopt.
There's a motion to adopt coming out of committee. Communications 1 through 4 on the agenda, 22-C-5147, 5153, 5163, and 5164. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Given these are communications, we can do this via unanimous consent. Yes, Madam Deputy Clerk, would you please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to adopt?
Unanimous consent, 11 yeas, 0 nays.
Unanimous consent, 11 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Item number 5, 22-0-1700, an ordinance by council members Andrea Boone, Jason Dozier, Jason Winston, Amir Faroki, Byron D. Amos, Liliana Batiera, Alex 1, Howard Shook, Mary Norwood, Dustin Hillis, Marcy Collier Overstreet, Antonio Lewis, Michael Julian Bond, Matt Westmoreland, and Keisha Shawn Waits, as substituted by Committee on Council to amend the Charter of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, 1996, GA Laws P 4469, ET-SEQ, adopted under and by virtue of the authority of the Municipal Home Rule Act of 1965, GAL 1965, P 298, ET-SEQ, OCGA Section 3635, 31B as amended and as required by further authority of the OCGA Section 3635.41, so as to amend Section 5201 of the Charter of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, GAL 1996 P 4469, ET SEQ as amended by striking its entirety, Appendix 1 thereto, relating to the boundaries of council districts, and inserting in lieu thereof a new Appendix 1 adopting the new official council districts map with the related population summary report, a planned components report outlining voting tabulation districts, VIDS, and the boundary descriptions of council districts 1 through 12 as required by City of Atlanta Charter Section 5202, following the 2020 United States Decennial Census to repeal conflicting ordinances and for other purposes. This item was found favorable. This legislation is before us in its third reading. Final adoption, motion to adopt.
There's a motion to adopt coming out of committee 22-0-1700. It does not need a second since it's favorable coming out of committee. Is there discussion on the motion to adopt 22-0-1700? If you would indulge just a moment, just given the importance of this, I'm going to give our colleagues just a moment to return to the floor. Any discussion on the motion to adopt 22-0-1700? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed.
Councilmember Overstreet, how would you like your vote reflected on the motion to adopt?
Affirmative.
It's an aye for Councilmember Overstreet.
13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Next item, item number 6, 22-R-4518, a resolution by Committee on Council appointing Ms. Cecily Welch, the nominee of the Georgia Society of Certified Public Accountants, to serve on the governing board of the Office of the Inspector General for a term of 3 years, to begin on the date of approval of its appointment and for other purposes. This item was favorable. Motion to adopt.
There's a motion coming out of committee to adopt 22-R-4518. It doesn't need a second. Any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. The vote is closed.
Councilmember Overstreet, how would you like your vote reflected on the motion to adopt? You may have stepped away.
Affirmative.
Affirmative. Please reflect Councilmember Overstreet as an aye.
12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
On behalf of the Atlanta City Council, Committee on Council, I would like to thank the Honorable Douglas Shipman, the Honorable Dustin Hillis, and all of our colleagues that worked side by side and shoulder by shoulder during this process. A special thank you to Paul Thomas in the Planning Department, our attorney, our city attorney, Nina Hickson, our special counsel, Amber Robinson, and all legal counsel that assisted, to our clerk and his staff, Ms. Santana Kempson-Wright, our director, communication staff, Zena Lewis, and to all of the hundreds of residents who participated in this redistricting process. Again, thank you. This concludes my report.
Thank you, Chair Boone. Mr. Lewis, did you have?
I just want to say thank you to Chair Boone. Just imagine the hours that she put in going through this, because the chair might have lost some friends in this process, but I think she, true to the city of Atlanta, she drew some circles as people were trying to draw lines, myself included. So thank you, Chair Boone, for going through this, and President Shipman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis. We will now move to the Zoning Committee. Presenting today will be committee member, Councilmember Farokhi.
Preface that way because I'm neither the chair of the zoning committee nor am I the vice chair of the zoning committee. I'm the stand-in vice chair today. We have 2 ordinances for second read and 5 ordinances for first read. The first ordinance for second read is 22-0-1760. The ordinance is imposing a moratorium on the acceptance of any application for special administrative permit or building permits for which a special administrative permit has not been applied for, including land disturbance permits for any property located in an R5 zoning district within the Home Park neighborhood for a period of not to exceed 6 months. This item was favorable as substituted, and the motion is to adopt as substituted. Council President Douglas Shipman.
There's a motion to adopt 22-0-1760 as substituted coming out of committee. Thus, it doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Will all council members please vote? The vote is closed.
Councilmember Overstreet, how would you like your vote to be reflected? Councilmember Overstreet's an aye.
10 yeas, 1 nay.
10 yeas, 1 nay. The motion to adopt carries.
Our next item is 22-1777. The ordinance is imposing a moratorium on the acceptance of any new rezoning applications, building permit applications, land disturbance permit applications, special use permit applications, special administrative permit applications, subdivision applications, replatting applications, or lot consolidation applications for parcels within the site. And this is the Atlanta Medical Center site. This item was favorable, and the motion is to adopt.
There's a motion to adopt coming out of committee 22-0-1777. It does not need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt 22-0-1777.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed.
Councilmember Overstreet, how would you like your vote reflected on the motion to adopt?
Affirmative.
It's an aye from Councilmember Overstreet.
10 yeas, 0 nays.
10 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
I'd like to make a motion to send this to the mayor's office post haste.
There's a motion by Councilmember Faroki, seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari, to send this item post haste to the mayor. Is there any discussion on the motion to move this post haste? Hearing none, we can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the motion to move post haste? Hearing none, Madam Deputy Clerk, please sound the count. The motion to move post haste.
Unanimous consent, 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to send post haste carries.
We'll now take the next 5 items as a block. These are first reads. 22-0-1787, zoning case number Z2266, 337 Georgia Avenue Southeast. The ordinance is to rezone from R5 HC20 KSA1, two-family residential Grant Park Historic District, Subarea 1, to residential limited commercial Grant Park Historic District, Subarea 1. 22-0-1788, zoning case number Z2267. The location is 930 Malden Street Southeast. The ordinance is to rezone from multifamily residential conditional beltline overlay to multifamily residential conditional beltline overlay for a change of conditions. 22-0-1789, zoning case number Z2268. The location is 950 West Marietta Street Northwest. The ordinance is to rezone from I2BL, heavy industrial beltline overlay, to mixed residential commercial beltline overlay. Item number 22-0-1790, case number Z2269, 581 Edgewood Avenue Southeast, rear 586 and 0 Ezard Street Southeast, and 21 Cornelia Street Southeast. The ordinance is to rezone from commercial service district conditional beltline overlay and commercial service beltline overlay and two-family residential beltline overlay to mixed residential commercial beltline overlay. And finally, 22-0-1791, zoning case number U2125, 375 14th Street Northwest is the location. The ordinance is granting a special use permit for outdoor dining at an eating and drinking establishment. Those items, again, are for first read and referral.
Motion is to refer those.
Motion to refer to ZRB and Zoning Committee.
ZRB and Zoning is seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer these items? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote on the motion to refer 22-0-1787, 88, 89, 90, and 91 to the ZRB and the Zoning Committee. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed.
Councilmember Overstreet, how would you like your vote to be reflected on the motion to refer?
Affirmative.
An aye from Councilmember Overstreet.
13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries.
That concludes the zoning committee's report.
Thank you, Councilmember Faroki. Final committee today, Public Safety and Legal Administration, Chair Hillis.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have 3 items today. First is item 22-0-1745. This is actually a charter amendment, so this will be the second reading, first adoption, and it will go back to committee. Ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos to amend the charter of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, 1996 Georgia laws, P 4469 et sec, adopted under and by virtue of the authority of the Municipal Home Rule Act of 1965, OGA, section listed as amended by amending Part 1, Subpart A, Appendix 4, Section 10A, to amend the Atlanta Citizens Review Board membership compensation and for other purposes. The motion out of the committee is to adopt, but again, this is a charter amendment. So,
Motion coming out of the committee to adopt. It does not need a second since coming out of committee. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt 22-0-1745? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed.
Councilmember Overstreet, how would you like your vote reflected on the motion to adopt?
Affirmative.
It's an aye from Councilmember Overstreet.
13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
do I need a motion to refer that back to committee? Automatic. Thank you. Item 22-0-1748.
Just say that it's going back to committee.
Yeah, and that, yes, that automatically will go back to the Public Safety Committee for its third read and second adoption eventually during the next cycle. Item 2 on our agenda, 22-0-1748, an ordinance by Council Members Jason Winston, Matt Westmoreland, Andrea L. Boone, Byron D. Amos, Michael Julian Bond, Keisha Sean Waits, and Marcy Collier Overstreet, as amended by the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee to amend the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, Chapter 94, which prohibits discrimination throughout the city to include persons directly impacted by the criminal legal system and the class of persons who may be aggrieved by alleged discrimination or unlawful practices under the Human Relations Code in order to combat the long-term impacts of incarceration and for other purposes. Motion out of the committee is to adopt.
The motion coming out of committee doesn't need a second. 22-0-1748. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt 22-0-1748.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. The vote is closed.
Councilmember Lewis? Councilmember Lewis is an aye. Councilmember Overstreet, how would you like your vote reflect on the motion to adopt?
Affirmative.
It's an aye from Councilmember Overstreet.
13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries. With the indulgence of the chair, Councilmember Juan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chair Hillis. I was supportive of this paper, but I would plead to all my colleagues, this legislation is only as good as our Human Relations Commission and its both appointments as well as its activity. The commission was resurrected in the like 2010, 2011. and it's kind of gone dormant since. And it's incumbent upon all of us to make sure that if these values are important to us, that we make our appointments so that they can be active and can convene and hear the cases that are brought before them, not just on this particular issue, but also on any of the other non-discrimination issues that we have in the city. We did manage to approve funding for them for this year, so if we can get those appointments, they can get underway. So thank you.
Councilmember Waite.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to commend the authors of the legislation. I believe that this measure will go a long way in terms of helping individuals who have been impacted by the criminal justice system. And so I'm extremely proud to join my colleagues in supporting this legislation. And it is my hope that other cities will also adopt this type of measure. Thank you.
Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Just want to know if it was still possible to add our name to the sponsorship list. If it's too late, no worries.
It's probably too late.
It's
Like
the
to
vote that
express
counts.
I was there in spirit.
Councilmember Winston.
I just wanted to take this time to thank Councilmember Westmoreland, who couldn't be here today, who was very instrumental in crafting this legislation and seeing it forth and seeing it that was a need that was very much needed for a population that didn't feel like they had been seen and heard. And so I want to just thank him, even though he's not here, for helping with this legislation.
Councilmember Bakhtiari.
I did want to say that I am also echoing Councilmember Winston's statements, but to the point that was brought up here today, I hope that this is the beginning of us doing things like adding additional protections for people who are coming out of jail with housing, jobs, et cetera, and seeing what we can do at a city level and where we aren't preempted by the state. So excited to see this momentum build.
Councilmember Lewis.
As a person whose dad got out of jail 3 weeks ago after spending 4 years in prison, I understand, like, when you come home, you can't get an apartment, you can't get in a job. So I appreciate Councilmember Matt Westmoreland and Councilmember Winston for making sure that this got done. I appreciate y'all for getting this.
Thank you. Chair Hillis.
Mr. President, final item. 22-0-1774, an ordinance by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond to amend Section 13 of Ordinance 22-0-1632 to remove the condition of providing that the intergovernmental agreement between the Fulton County Sheriff, Fulton County, Georgia, and the City of Atlanta authorized thereby shall not be effective until Atlanta City Council shall be in receipt of a jail population review report as described therein and for other purposes. The motion out of the committee is to adopt. But I would defer to the author, as he mentioned he would like to be recognized.
So the motion out of committee is to adopt. It doesn't need a second. We'll move to discussion of the motion to adopt 22-0-1774. Councilmember Bond.
Motion to table.
There's a motion by Councilmember Bond to table. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Norwood. Just to clarify, Councilmember Bond, is that to hold in the breast of council? It is. Yes. So in the parlance of council, to hold in the breast, in the parlance of council, motion to hold the breast of council, seconded by Councilmember Norwood. It is not debatable. So we will move to a vote. Just to clarify, it is a majority vote. It's not debatable. So we'll move to a vote. An aye is to hold in the breast of council, a nay is to not. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote.
One moment, please.
We're having a technical issue, so we're actually going to have to call the roll for individual voice votes. Madam Deputy Clerk, can you please call the roll to record each person's vote? Oh, is it working? Sorry. Is it working? Sorry, my apologies. Madam Deputy Clerk, can you please open the vote on the motion to hold abreast of council?
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Will everyone please vote?
I'm just going to go ahead and ask Councilmember Overstreet, how do you want your vote reflected on the motion to hold abreast of council? It's an affirmative from Councilmember Overstreet. Councilmember Hillis?
6 yeas, 7 nays.
6 yeas, 7 nays, the motion fails. Oh, Councilmember, please reflect Councilmember Norwood's vote. You're an aye, I'm sorry, because you seconded. Councilmember Norwood's an aye, she was a seconder.
7 yeas, 7 nays.
7 yeas, 7 nays, there's a tie per code. The chair will break the tie. I'll vote no. So we'll go back to the motion to adopt, which came out of committee. Councilmember Waits.
Mr. Chair, we're having discussion at this point, or what are we discussing?
We are discussing the motion to adopt 22-0-1774.
Thank you so much. There is a quote by Dr. Martin Luther King that I think is so fitting and appropriate for today, and it states that it's not the violence of the few that scares me, but yet it's the silence of so many. The discussion surrounding the overcrowding of the Fulton County Jail, in my opinion, has been mischaracterized. Over the weekend, I received a number of phone calls from Atlanta residents asking me why I don't care about getting inmates and individuals off the floors of the Fulton County Jail. And so, of course, after I spent hours explaining my position, which infuriated me because this is a very clear issue that really shouldn't have any confusion. But what I realize is that the issue has been mischaracterized intentionally to the public, and frankly, it's just a lie. It's my belief, again, that there is no overcrowding issue with respect to the Fulton County Jail. The data that we have received supports that. In fact, we know that to be true. And lastly, Councilmember Bond, you come from a very long, rich history of great distinguished leaders. Your father was a wonderful orator and gave many profound speeches and quotes that I think are also fitting for today. And what he said essentially was that many are of the belief that the civil rights movement started in Montgomery, Alabama, to which we know is not true. Many also believed it ended in 1966, but we're actually still fighting today to address many of these atrocities and issues. And so it is my hope that my colleagues will not support this amendment. In fact, that we will continue to review and analyze the data. And I think you will ultimately find that there is no need to utilize the detention center in that manner. Instead, I think we should be moving toward providing hope and providing opportunities to the families that have been negatively impacted by the penal system. And so for that, I ask my colleagues to join me in not supporting this amendment today. Thank you.
I'm going to go to Councilmember Bond. I'll put you down. Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Councilman Waits, for your eloquent remarks. I will be brief because I know I've spoken to this issue at length during our previous debate back on August 15th, during Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee last week. And I just want to reiterate that We are on day 63 of a 90-day mandate for the Justice Policy Board to conduct a data review and analysis and to report back out to this body. And so my ask is that we ensure that the Justice Policy Board and the Jail Review Committee are able to do this work. We are so close to getting it done. I know they've been meeting and working diligently to make that happen. It's just been frustrating to see the roadblocks, the barriers, the recalcitrance, I don't know if that's the word, but it is tonight, that has made this much more difficult than it needs to be. I reiterate, we're on day 63 of a 90-day mandate, and this work could have been done months ago had our partners at Fulton County done what we asked them to, which was share their data with the Justice Policy Board so that this work could be done. As we are getting close to that 90-day mark, my ask for my colleagues tonight is to ensure that work can take place so that we can complete our due diligence. We are about to embark on a roughly $51 million transaction. And so I feel strongly that if we are embarking on something of this magnitude, we have to do our due diligence, and we have to ensure that we center all of our work around transparency, around honesty, around integrity. And I ask and implore my colleagues to vote no on this ordinance so that work can continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Just before we continue, I should have done this at the top. I just want to remind the body of Rule 10.1 regarding the rules of debate, that no member shall speak for more than 10 minutes on the question under debate, except by the majority vote by the members of council. So I just wanted to remind everybody of that. Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Hey, I love that rule. So I know I've been shy with my opinion on this. And that was sarcasm, guys. There are different ways in which I could have gone about making this statement without tearing down my colleagues. So for that, I apologize. I'm going to attempt a different approach. I am wholeheartedly against this legislation. Members of the council have talked about their own personal experiences. Well, I too have that. I underwent sexual assault in jail once. I also was unsheltered on and off for years and had to resort to a lot of really awful things to survive and make ends meet from 18 to 23. And to me, the nature of this legislation tells me that I should have been in jail and not given another opportunity. And I'm one of the lucky ones. I made it through because I had a community to lift me up. I made it through because I had a family to support me. Not everybody has that. And looking at the data, I mean, we've talked about this. Councilmember Waits, Councilmember Dozier did an incredible job of speaking about this, and members of the public and members of my district have called and spoken against this. And I want to just read off real quick again what the ACLU report states, that 515 people in the jail have been held for over 90 days and remain unindicted. I want to remind everybody of Khalif Browder, who was held in jail for 3 years without being indicted, and then upon release committed suicide because he could not recover from what happened to him. And you might say that happened in New York, but that is a very common story. So we should do everything we can against that. 293 people in the jail have been held for over 90 days and are unable to afford bail. 242 people in the jail were charged only with misdemeanors. 105 people in the jail were charged with divertible misdemeanor charges. So I read all that to say that if this is true, then we've gotten the report from the ACLU, an incredibly reputable organization. As our due diligence, the reason that Councilmember Dozier, I won't speak for him, but my understanding is he put forth this amendment for this exact purpose, was to understand the report so that we could do our due diligence as a city to ensure that we were not perpetuating mass incarceration, which it does upset me to say that we speak of the civil rights movement and mass incarceration in the same breath, when mass incarceration in many ways is modern day slavery, especially when we brag about convict labor, which we should never do. So there are many ways for us to do a better job. We have the data, it is our due diligence, and it is good politics and good governance to do our part to make sure that these facts check out, and if they don't, they don't. But we only know that if we do the due diligence to allow the Justice Board, Review Board to do their job, which is the whole reason we passed this in the first place. So again, I echo my colleagues in saying that I encourage all of my colleagues to vote against this legislation. We still have a lot of work to do. We don't need to rush to the finish line on this one. And again, it is not that much longer. So It is up to us to ensure that we are protecting people and not forcing them into jail without giving them an opportunity to reform, especially when they're divertible. Thank you.
Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I, like others, I appreciate the comments my colleagues have made on this particular issue, and I appreciate the public that came down to speak. But if you listen carefully to those qualified lawyers that did speak from the ACLU and from the other nonprofit, they have conflated the issue as I see it. As I see it, as we speak, and as we delay or defer or wait for a third party to do an analysis of data that is readily available to us, that has been provided to us subsequently by the sheriff, there are people still sleeping on the floor. And so when you say things like, or what has been characterized, Mr. Chair, as people say, oh, it's only so many days, it's only been 63 days, oh, it's only been this amount of time, you know, say that to the person who is sleeping on the floor and ask them. And I would challenge our esteemed lawyers here and even the great ACLU to go and talk to the people who are sleeping on the floor and ask them if they can wait. I'll remind you of a story that I relearned about Frederick Douglass. When he first wrote, he was challenged on his authenticity, on his transparency, and on how honest he was when he was going around the country talking about his experience being a runaway slave. Because he was so articulate, people didn't believe it. So he wrote his first pamphlet, which became his autobiography. But of course, in doing so, he outed himself as a runaway slave. And he had to go to London, had to flee to London. Once in London with his mentor and benefactor, William Lord Garrison, the British offered to pay his the amount of money that was owed to his former master. And William Lord Garrison intervened and said, hey, you know what? We've got a long-term plan. You're going to undermine our argument against slavery if you then, in fact, pay Frederick's what's owed upon his freedom. But he didn't ask. He opposed Frederick Douglass in wanting Frederick Douglass to have his freedom paid for him. And so, but Frederick Douglass said, "Wait a minute, hold on, wait a minute." He allowed the British to pay to make him emancipated, which infuriated Garrison and strained their relationship, even though they were working for the same goal. You know, should Fulton County, should the courts provide the bonds and do these things that are suggested by the activists? Of course they should. Should there be more reforms or more due diligence done by the magistrate court at Fulton County? Of course it should. Of course they should. Of course they should work to get people out. Of course they should do these things. No, that is not in dispute. But what has become mixed and muddled in this debate is that those who have a litigious interest in the crisis at Fulton County are urging us not to solve it, are urging us not to get human beings off the floor. Now, if this were to pass, which, you know, I can count, and I see the pendulum in the president's office, so I don't expect it to be successful, but think about the people who are on the floor. Not one word has come out of any activist's mouth or in any debate about the people who are actually on the floor. You mentioned my father, Councilmember Waits. And I would tell you, he was a big proponent and ally of the ACLU. He was a big proponent and ally of the Southern Center for, I'm not recalling that, of human rights. He was, as a matter of fact, as a child, I went to many of the meetings with him. I have a great respect for that organization. But what appalls me, what boils my blood, is that there are people living on the floor. You can fight the good fight at Fulton County. You can take it to the sheriff, right? But guess what? Most of the ills that are detailed in in the report that's probably forthcoming and the one that came from the ACLU are issues that the sheriff doesn't even control. And there's still people living on the floor. I have worked under those conditions. I have looked people in the eye. I've seen people die. I've rescued people from attempts of suicide in the city jail when I worked there. I know that it is an abysmal, abominable, hellish place. But it doesn't get better. I mean, how can you say that you're there to defend their human rights when you're content to let them stay on the floor for more than a minute? For more than 1 moment. It is insincere at best and indifferent and recalcitrant to take that position to say that those people that you say you're advocating for, that you want to keep out of the criminal justice system, that you want to rescue, it's okay for them to lay on the floor while somebody else does an analysis. My father would not have supported that, and he didn't. He didn't raise me to support that. It is inhumane to do so, and it does not expand incarceration of a set number of individuals to put them in a better environment. It is ghastly that this movement comes down here to talk about the ills of Fulton County and how bad it is, but is at the same time is content to let people sleep on the damn floor. It is amazing to me that you could come and prepare yourself to make remarks at this microphone and defend that position, to defend that angle. No one disagrees that Fulton County needs to be improved. I support that. I've called for that for more than 10 years. But how in God's name can you say, oh, the city shouldn't offer a better bed for someone who's under the conditions that you describe as onerous? And then you say, oh, well, just give us 30 more days. Ask the people who sleep on the floor if it's okay for them, from their perspective, to remain on the floor for another 30 days. Ask them how they feel. The voiceless that we all say that we're advocating for, that we're all working hard for. I mean, it's criminal to, you know what my father taught me? He taught me that it's criminal to have power to solve a problem and then not do anything about it, or to be slow about it. And that is what people are doing when they vote against this amendment. When this amendment came, that's what you did. You talk about roadblocks. You put the roadblocks there to hurt the people who can't defend themselves and have no voice. Because they're still, at this very moment, and they will be in 30 days whenever this report comes back, you get this spreadsheet, you know, back from the analysis, they'll still be on the floor. You know, you're right. I'm cut from a cloth where you say, hey, you know what? We got a problem. We can fix it. We can get the people off the floor. Let's get them off the floor. That doesn't stop this other work. This doesn't stop them from suing Fulton County. This doesn't stop them from bringing a lawsuit on behalf of an inmate or two or a dozen. But it does get human beings off of the floor. So I implore you today, those who are of the opposite position or have been, can we please get the people off of the floor over there? Families, you know, I had a family member assaulted, raped in that prison when the last year that Ted Jackson was that sheriff. I didn't want to mention it because then it colors how people interpret your positions. So I know that there's horrors that occur there. But God damn, These people are on the floor. Mr. President, I implore you, if it comes down to a time, don't do this again. Get the people off of the floor. They're women down the road. 30 of them can get off the floor within 24 hours. Can we do that? You can still fight your good fight. You can still stick it to them over in state court or federal court. Can we please get the people who suffer the most, who don't have a voice, can we please get them off of the floor?
Councilor Bond, it's been 10 minutes.
6 minutes?
10 minutes.
6 minutes?
It's been 10 minutes.
Dougie Fresh, you're on.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Lewis.
I tried to finish that rap song. He told me I was wrong. My fault. Right? I finished it by the remix in my generation. We dropped a remix in my generation.
I remember the original.
I first want to say, our council member, he said, get him off the floor. He said, get him off the floor and then go sue. Rob Pitts, I would never implore folks to go sue our county on the back end of the city council doing something, right? So Rob Pitts said, go take their jail to the sheriff. He literally said, go take our jail. Our sheriff is doing the job that he's supposed to do. He works for the county. The county commissioner has different thoughts. So this is political as all get out, right? And we talk about people on the floor from Cleveland Avenue, Atlanta, Georgia. I know everybody in that jail. We walked through that jail, y'all saw people shaking my hands. We ain't just talking. I know the people on the floor. I got family members on the floor. We talk about getting stabbed up. When I talk to our sheriff, what I talk to him about is how are people on Cleveland Avenue dying by people in jail making hits on them. So when we talking about, that's real talk. So I'm talking to the people in the jail, the voiceless. They ain't voiceless. They reaching out to council members who they know gonna listen to them and do something. I'm getting the calls. They ain't voiceless, I promise you. So I go from there to say, speaking also as an activist, because I'm an activist as well. I know we got some activists in the crowd, but I'm a full-time activist, right? And I'm blessed that I get to be a council member and be an activist. So speaking as an activist who's trying to play spades with the cards up, and I use that all the time, that means transparency. I don't care about you seeing the cards I have in my deck because it's gonna happen anyway. You can't stop power moves, right? So speaking as people that are doing that, this is more than just about people being on the floor. This is legit bigger than that. When we talk about our sheriff, I think we got the best sheriff in the nation. I don't think we can get a person better than Mr. Labatt, but Mr. Labatt's job is to run the jail. He don't do politics. What we're doing right now is politics. And the agreement that we're doing, we don't like the back end of it. And when we think, Mr. Buns, I respect you for your knowledge, your institutional knowledge of what this is supposed to look like and your respect after things happen, right? So after a deal is done, I believe that when you shake my hand, I believe that it's going to happen, whether you like it or not. We voted for something on the council 63 days ago. We voted for something. I want to get people off the floor. I want to be just like you. I want to get people off the floor. Had they done what we asked them to do, they had 63 days to do. All this stuff is a press of a button. All this stuff is in the system. So had they done that, we could have moved forward. Them moving so slow has me a little nervous. I think I voted no to all this stuff. But when you think about your Mr. Bond, senior, Mr. Bond, make sure I did every piece of research. I don't know him personally, but I did every piece of research, and my respect for people that built the city of Atlanta has been evident by me being here. So understanding that civil rights movement was a young person movement and they wanted information, they were seeking information at all times. To see folks seeking information 63 days ago for something that takes a click of a button is an issue. And me as a city council member, I've seen a lot of our powers be taken away as I've been here. I know I can't put up speed bumps on my road, right? Where I live on Polar Rock Place, I can't put up a speed bump. I live on a hill, they drive 60 miles an hour going down there. I try to respect the things that we do. Mr. Buns, I would ask you to respect the
paper that we voted for that said that the sheriff office would give us something within 90 days. It has now been 63 days. I would implore you to use your relationships and use the things that the city of Atlanta made sure that you got. 'Cause we love the people that built Atlanta. We love their kids too. I would implore you to use your relationships to ask them to get this stuff to us. It's been 63 days. They could have got it to us in 2 days. We could have moved forward. We could have moved forward. My goal is that the folks, I think they're smart enough to get it to us too. I think they stalling. When we talk about the paper, I don't think that Mr. Dozier was stalling. I believe in best intent. I believe Mr. Dozier was doing best intent. He does not understand the information. Lastly, if this was about people, why aren't we moving the folks from Rice Street first? This is political. The mayor of Union City, I love Mayor Vince Williams. He's the chairman of all of the cities in America, right? I keep telling you, I love these people that built our area. He making them move him out of this county. He got out of the jailing business a long time ago. He got out of it because people came down and told him to get out of the jailing business. So my whole thing is that we stand on what Mr. Dozier got passed, that we do what we're supposed to do, because I think we're stronger than Union City. That's our little brother. That's our little brother. I think we're stronger than them. If Mayor Vince Williams was able to get these things done, why can't we? Thank you.
Councilmember Waits.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As members of council, I believe that we're charged with making the best possible decisions for our city, and that includes those who are incarcerated. I have a great deal of respect for Chairman Pitts as well as Sheriff Labatt, and I respect the complexity and difficulty of their jobs. But I do believe that we are required to put people over politics. Those same people who do not have a voice, if they were given the option to go home or be transferred to another facility, I'm pretty confident that those 728 families and individuals would choose to go home. And those individuals that we're speaking to, and this is to the public so we can be clear about what this conversation is really about. It's not about getting people off the floor. It's about making sure that the people that are in the Fulton County Jail should actually be in that jail. I am referencing mentally ill individuals. I think it's a travesty to lock up people who are mentally ill simply because we do not have a place to put them. Secondly, individuals who have no access to legal counsel. We serve in a democratic society. I believe this is unconstitutional. And lastly, we have to hold court. We all know that our courts have been backlogged for whatever reason. It doesn't matter, but there are families that are impacted by those decisions. And lastly, Pat has talked about the fact that there are many individuals who are currently eligible for policing alternative services who were not referred to those services. Now, I'm not the best mathematician, and this is not rocket science, but if you were to look at the 728 individuals that the report states were over-detained, I'm pretty confident that that would address the need to place 700 individuals in our Atlanta Detention Center, essentially eliminating the need for the IGA agreement in the first place. And so I submit to you again, this is not a humanitarian crisis. This is a leadership crisis. And so we are simply calling on our colleagues to do what's in the best interest of our city, in terms of safety, in terms of our fiduciary responsibility. And I believe that that is to move forward with this report, the data, which we already have a pretty good report from ACLU, which pretty much indicates that there is no need to even use the facility for that reason at all. Thank you.
Councilmember Shook.
Call the question.
There's a motion by Councilmember Shook, seconded by Councilmember Hillis, to call the previous question. The call of previous question will move to an immediate vote. It is not debatable. It takes 2/3, so we need 10 aye votes to call the previous question and close debate. A yes vote is to close debate and move to vote. A no vote is to keep the debate open. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to call the previous question.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Councilmember Overstreet, how would you like your vote reflected? Councilmember Overstreet's an aye.
The The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. We'll move the previous question, which is the motion to adopt 22-0-1774. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
One moment, please. Will everyone please vote?
Councilmember Overstreet, how would you like your vote reflected?
Affirmative.
Councilmember Overstreet's an aye.
The vote is closed. 5 yeas, 9 nays.
5 yeas, 9 nays. The motion to adopt fails. Chair Hillis.
Completes the report, but in relation to this legislation, I've been in contact today with, as was mentioned, I co-chair the Justice Policy Board, who's been tasked with this jail population review, and they're looking to do their presentation to the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee, hopefully at the first November meeting, which is the second Monday in November. Thank you.
Thank you. There has been a request from the city attorney for, we've concluded standing reports. There has been a request from the city attorney for an executive session. Madam City Attorney, could you give us an indication as to the subject matter?
It's a personnel matter that we need to discuss.
It's a personnel matter. I would entertain a motion to move into executive session. Moved by Councilmember Juan, seconded. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Hillis. We can do this via unanimous consent. Is there any objection to the motion to move into executive session? Hearing none, Madam Deputy Clerk, please sound the count on the unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent, 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. We will now move into executive session.
Yeah, everything can wait. sure they've been sitting out all day.
No, they're in the refrigerator.
Oh, well, if they're in the refrigerator, they can stay in the refrigerator.
At least, okay.
All right, I would entertain a motion to return to regular session. Moved by Juan, seconded by Bakhtiari. We can do this via unanimous consent. Any objection to returning to regular session? Without objection, Madam Deputy Clerk, please sound the count of unanimous consent.
Eleven yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to return to regular session carries. We'll now move to the next agenda item, which is personal papers for immediate consideration. We have two. I will ask Councilmember Juan to go first.
Thank you, Council President. This is Elms ID 31244. It's a resolution by Councilmember Alex Juan to authorize the mayor or his designee to execute Amendment Number 2 for Employee Benefits Agreement FC 10389 with A, Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield of Georgia, Inc. for group health insurance, Medicare Advantage insurance, life insurance, dental insurance, and administration of flexible spending. B, Kaiser Foundation Health Plan of Georgia, Inc. for group health insurance and senior Medicare Advantage insurance. C, United Healthcare Insurance Company for Medicare Advantage insurance and voluntary vision insurance. D, Aetna Life Insurance, Inc. for dental insurance. E, Met Life Insurance for voluntary benefits. And F, American Family Life Assurance Company of Columbus, Inc. for short-term disability by extending the agreement for a period not to exceed 12 months on behalf of the Department of Human Resources in an amount not to exceed $163,348,609.48 to be charged to and paid from accounts listed and for other purposes. Whereas the City of Atlanta City solicited bids for FC 10389 employee benefits of various types of health insurance coverages, and whereas in accordance with Resolution 18R4249 adopted by the Atlanta City Council on October 15, 2018, and approved as per Charter 2-403 on October 15, 2018, the city executed FC 1039 employee benefits with A, Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield of Georgia, Inc., B, Kaiser Foundation Health Plan of Georgia, Inc., C, United Healthcare Insurance Company, D, Aetna Life Insurance, Inc., E, Met Life Insurance, and F, American Family Life Assurance Company. And whereas the initial term of the agreement was for 1 year with 2 one-year renewal term options to be exercised at the sole discretion of the city, and whereas in accordance with Resolution 19-R4736 adopted by the Atlanta City Council on October 21, 2019, and approved as per Charter 2-403 on October 26, 2019, the city exercised renewal number 1 of the agreement with contractors, and whereas in accordance with Resolution 20-R4451 adopted by the Atlanta City Council on November 2, 2020, and approved as per Charter 2-403 on November 11, 2020, the city exercised renewal number 2 of the agreement with contractors, and whereas in accordance with Ordinance 21-00736 adopted by the Atlanta City Council on October 4, 2021, and approved as per Charter 2-403 on October 13, 2021, the city entered into Amendment Number 1 of the agreement extending the term for 12 months, commencing January 1, 2022, and ending December 31, 2022. And whereas the city is in the process of completing a request for proposal for various types of health insurance coverages, and whereas the Commissioner of Resources and Chief Procurement Officer recommends executing Amendment Number 2 of the agreement with A, Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield of Georgia, Inc., B, Kaiser Foundation Health Plan of Georgia, Inc., C, United Healthcare Insurance Company, D, Aetna Life Insurance, Inc., E, Met Life Insurance, and F, American Family Life Assurance Company of Columbus, Inc., to extend the term for 12 months, effective January 1, 2023 through December 31, 2023, in an amount not to exceed $163,348,609.48, And whereas each company providing services pursuant to an agreement continues to perform services in a satisfactory manner, and whereas the Chief Procurement Officer certifies that organization and personal relationships disclosed by the contractor has been considered in accordance with City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, Section 2-1214, an amendment to the agreement is appropriate. And whereas the group health insurance agreements includes incentives for employees and retirees to engage in wellness initiatives and require the health insurance companies to contribute funds to the city's wellness initiative programs, therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, that the mayor or his designee is authorized to execute Amendment Number 2 to FC 10389 employee benefits with Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield of Georgia, Inc. for group health insurance plan, Medicare Advantage PPO insurance plan, life insurance plan, PPO dental insurance, and administration of the flexible spending accounts. B, Kaiser Foundation Health Plan of Georgia, Inc. for group health insurance, HMO, HDHP plan, and Medicare Advantage HMO insurance plan. C, United Health Insurance for Medicare Advantage PPO insurance plan and voluntary vision insurance. Be it further resolved that all services to be performed under these agreements shall be charged to and paid from the appropriate fund, department, account, and function activity as follows. Account numbers listed. Be it further resolved, the Commissioner of the Department of Human Resources, the City Attorney, and the Chief Procurement Officer or their designees are authorized to engage in such further discussions with the companies as is necessary to protect the city's interest in the form of the agreements. Be it further resolved that the Chief Procurement Officer or his designee shall prepare the agreements for approval as to form by the City Attorney or her designee and for execution by the Mayor. Be it further resolved that Amendment Number 2 shall not become binding upon the city, and the city shall incur no liability or obligation under it until such amendment has been signed by the mayor, attested by the municipal clerk, approved by the city attorney as to form, and delivered to A, Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield of Georgia, B, Kaiser Foundation Health Plan of Georgia, Inc., C, United Healthcare Insurance Company, D, Aetna Life Insurance, Inc., E, MetLife Insurance, and F, American Family Life Assurance Company of Columbus, Inc. Be it finally resolved, all resolutions and parts of the resolutions in conflict herewith are hereby waived for purposes of this resolution only and only to the extent of the conflict. The reason why this is here for immediate consideration is open enrollment is about to begin and time is of the essence. Therefore, I make a motion to adopt.
There's a motion to adopt ELMS ID 31244 by Councilmember Wan. It is seconded by Councilmember Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt ELMS ID 31244.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Thank you. That concludes.
Thank you, Councilmember Wan. There's one more for immediate consideration. Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This paper is media and awareness in regards to Domestic Violence Awareness Month. This is ELMS ID number 31239, a resolution by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, Jason Winston, Amir Faroqi, Byron Amos, Jason Dozier, Alex Wan, Howard Shook, Dustin Hillis, Andrea Boone, Antonio Lewis, and Councilmember Keisha Waits. A resolution acknowledging October as National Domestic Violence Awareness Month, recognizing the survivors of domestic violence for their strength, courage, and resilience, and for other purposes. Whereas since 1989, October has been recognized as National Domestic Violence Awareness Month, acknowledging domestic violence survivors and serving as a voice for its victims. And domestic violence is the willful intimidation, physical assault, battery, sexual assault, and/or other abusive behavior as part of a systematic pattern of power and control perpetrated by one intimate partner against another, including physical violence, sexual violence, threats, and emotional abuse with long-lasting trauma. In 2021 alone, the state of Georgia's Commission on Family Violence reported 114,640 instances of domestic violence, a staggering figure, yet a mere fraction of overall domestic violence occurrences. According to the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence, nearly 20 people per minute suffer violence at the hand of an intimate partner in the United States, more than 10 million cases annually, and the physical and emotional scars of domestic violence can cast a long shadow, and too many individuals, regardless of age, ability, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, circumstance, or race, face the pain and fear of domestic violence. And National Domestic Violence Awareness Month is a time to shed light on the basic human right to be free from violence and pledge to all survivors of domestic violence that they are not alone and that their unspeakable horrors do not go overlooked. During this month of October, we affirm the importance of working collectively to create an environment that offers assistance to survivors of domestic violence, to help them seek justice, redemption, and the ability to live full and healthy lives. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, that October is proclaimed as National Domestic Violence Awareness Month, recognizing the survivors of domestic violence for their strength, courage, and resilience, and be it finally resolved that all resolutions and parts of resolutions in conflict herewithin are hereby waived to the extent of the conflict. Then I'm reading it in this month because October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month. We are not meeting again this month, so it is being read in for immediate consideration, and I move for approval.
There's a motion to adopt ELMS ID 31239 by Councilmember Bakhtiari, seconded by Councilmember Wan. We'll move to discussion. Councilmember Bond. Sorry.
Yes, I'd like to add my name.
Thank you.
Please add Councilmember Bond's name. Any other discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt ELMS ID 31239.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. Twelve yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Thank you, Council President and colleagues.
I don't believe there are any other items for immediate consideration, so we'll move to personal papers to be referred. I'll actually start with Councilmember Faroki, who seems to have his hands full.
I've been waiting all year to go first. That's all it took. A resolution, ELMS number 31251, a resolution by Council Members Amir Faroki, Liliana Bakhtiari, Jason Winston, Jason Dozier, Byron Amos, requesting that the Commissioner of ATL DOT amend the administrative regulations for shareable dockless mobility device operators to allow device operation between 4 a.m. and midnight and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 31251 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
ELMS number 31253, an ordinance to amend the due date by which City Council must adopt the preliminary plan for the Moving Atlanta Forward Infrastructure Initiative, City Council discretionary accounts per ordinance 220-1369 and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 31253 will be referred jointly to the Transportation and Finance Exec Committees.
ELMS number 31243, a resolution by Councilmember Amir Faroki, authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute a special procurement agreement pursuant to Section 2-1191.1 on behalf of the City of Atlanta with insert vendor name to serve as operator for the Center for Diversion Services in accordance with the intergovernmental agreement between the City of Atlanta and Fulton County, which designates that the city will engage a third-party vendor that will manage the administrative, financial, and building-related functions of the Center for Diversion and Services for an initial term of 1 year, which shall be renewable for 2 years, 2 consecutive 2-year terms, upon Atlanta City Council approval and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 31243 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Wan.
Thank you, Council President. This is ELMS ID 31240. It's a resolution by Council Members Wan, Amos, Shook, Dozier, Winston, Faroki, Bond, Bakhtiari, Hillis, Lewis, I hope I didn't miss anybody, requesting the Chief Financial Officer to create account numbers within the Oracle financial system for each council district in order to transfer their district discretionary local funds as authorized in the May 2022 referendum upon their immediate availability and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31240 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
All right, in Elms 31176, a resolution by council members Mary Norwood and Alex Wan requesting the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on Glenbrook Drive Northwest between Howell Mill Road Northwest and Radcliffe Drive Northwest and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31176 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Elms number 31241, 31241, a resolution by Councilmember Andrea Boone, a resolution requesting the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on Delmar Lane Northwest and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31241 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Next item, Elms number 31224. 31224, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone, an ordinance authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to create a capital project fund, T-SPLOS 2 Capital Fund 3352, for recording T-SPLOS proceeds received from the state of Georgia and for the purpose of reporting T-SPLOS capital projects to provide the Chief Financial Officer with encumbrance authority for an amount not to exceed $60 million and 0 cents to facilitate funding of T-SPLOS 2 projects, to anticipate and appropriate all T-SPLOS 2 collected proceeds, to supersede and repeal all resolutions and ordinances which conflict with the provisions of this ordinance and for other related purposes.
Elms ID 31224 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee. Thank you. Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an ordinance by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, an ordinance waiving the requirements for Chapter 2, Article 9, Division 1, Section 2-910 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, authorizing the mayor, his designee, including the Commissioner of the Department of Planning, to apply for funding from the National Park Service in the amount not to exceed $75,000 and 0 cents for FY 2022 African American Civil Rights Application Resource Grant Program, the AACR grant program, for the purpose of creating African American Civil Rights Movement context statements, authorizing the mayor or his designee, including the Commissioner of the Department of City Planning or the Chief Procurement Officer, to enter into any agreements necessary for the application, for the acceptance and the implementation of the FY 2022 grant program and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31183, correct?
Yes, 31183.
Elms 31183 will be referred to the Community Development Human Services Committee.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
President.
you. Councilmember Winston.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have one item for consideration today, Elms ID 31225, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason Winston, an ordinance authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the Department of Finance to enter into amendment number 5 to CP-S-1210175 ATL Cloud Implementation and Post-Implementation Support Services with Deloitte Consulting LLP to add federal funds to the agreement in an amount not to exceed $499,530.23, an American Rescue Plan Act funding and $1,200,469.77 in emergency rental assistance funding to be exclusively used to support the scope of work relating to the Program Integrity Initiative for Detection of Fraud, Waste, and Abuse in the administration of federal funds received in response to COVID-19 under the agreement, and to modify the agreement to reflect terms required for use of such COVID-19 related federal funds. All contracted work will be charged to and paid from accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Helms ID 31225 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee. Councilmember Lewis.
Thank you, President Shipman. Helms ID 31244, a resolution. Definitely not mine. Okay, not mine either. Okay, Helms number 31249, a resolution by Councilmember Antonio Lewis, a resolution requesting the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on Grand Avenue from Cleveland Avenue to Old Jonesboro Road and for other purposes.
Helms ID 31249 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Helms ID 31248, a resolution by Councilmember Antonio Lewis, a resolution requesting the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on 3rd Avenue from Cleveland Avenue to Old Jonesboro Road and for other purposes.
Helms ID 31248 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Helms ID 31250, resolution by Councilmember Antonio Lewis, a resolution requesting the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on Conley Road from Thurman Road to Jonesboro Road and for other purposes.
Helms ID 31250 will refer to the Transportation Committee.
Helms ID 31238, an ordinance by Councilmember Antonio Lewis, an ordinance waiving Chapter 2, Article 1, Section 2-2 of the Atlanta City Code and authorizing the City of Atlanta Department of Watershed Management Bellwood Quarry Pumping Station located at 900 Lower Street, Northwest Atlanta, Georgia, 30318 to be named the Shirley Clark Franklin Pumping Station and Reservoir and for other purposes.
Helms ID 31238 will be referred to the City Utilities Committee. Thank you. Councilmember Amos.
Thanks, sir. I only have one today. AMS ID number 31245, a resolution by Byron D. Amos, a resolution authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute cooperative agreement CP-S 1220381 solid waste route management system with Rubicon Global LLC, utilizing the Sourcewell contract number 020221-RUB to provide fleet management technologies on behalf of the Department of Public Works for a one-time cost in the amount of $274,954.00 for a term of 3 years with 0 renewal options and an amount not to exceed $749,736.00 per annum. All contract work will be charged to and paid from the fund, department, organization, and account number listed herein and for other purposes.
Helms ID 31245 will be referred to the Utilities Committee. Thank you. Councilmember Hillis.
First paper is Helms ID 31242, resolution by Councilmember Dustin Hillis requesting the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on Johnson Road Northwest between Hollywood Road Northwest and River Trail Parkway, also known as the Proctor Creek Trail, in order to reduce speeding and for other purposes.
Helms ID 31242 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Helms ID 31252, A resolution by Councilmember Dustin Hillis requesting that the Department of Finance and City Planning conduct or commission a study to analyze the cost of certain regulatory activities related to the construction, use, and maintenance of real or personal property as authorized by law for the protection of the public, to ensure that the development fees imposed in accordance therewith are equitable, reasonable, and adequate to cover the cost thereof, requesting that this study be completed and a report of its findings and recommendations be presented to the Community Development and Human Services and the Finance and Executive Committees of the Atlanta City Council by no later than December 31st, 2023, and for other purposes.
Helms ID 31252 will be jointly referred to this Community Development and FEC.
That completes my items. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have one item, Elms ID number 31246, a resolution by Councilmember Jason Dozier expressing the City of Atlanta's support for the abandonment of the portion of Garnett Street Southwest located between Forsyth Street Southwest and the Garnett Street MARTA station, to the extent that the Commissioner of the Department of Transportation concludes that the proposed abandonment area is no longer useful or necessary for the public's use and convenience as a public right-of-way, to allow for the proposed abandonment area to be included in the development of the adjacent city-owned property at 184 Forsyth Street Southwest for the improvement of the public access to the Garnett MARTA station, to increase the amount of affordable housing constructed at the transit-oriented site, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31246 will be referred to the Community Development Committee. Finally, Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Thank you, Council President. Only one paper today, Helms ID number 31247, an ordinance by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari to waive provisions of Part 3, Code of Ordinances, Land Development Code, Part 16, Chapter 29, Section 16-29.001 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances for the purpose of waiving the distance requirements for development located at 250 Auburn Avenue Northeast and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31247 will be jointly referred to the Zoning Committee and the CRB. Any other papers today, colleagues? With that, we'll move to general remarks. Any general remarks? Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. The first thing I had is I just want to make a correction. During my report out, I had mentioned that the MPU boundaries work session that's being hosted by the Community Development and Human Services Committee will be at 9 o'clock on October the 27th. It is actually going to be at 9:30. So if any of our members of the public show up half an hour early because of my remarks earlier, I apologize in advance, but it is at 9:30. Separately, I know Councilmember Faroki had to step out, but I just want to give him a shout out. I know as a relatively new dad, along with Councilmember Winston, being a legislator and being a new parent is not the easiest thing in the world. I know there are many men and women across the city doing the work of the people and having to balance family life with their service. And so just want to give him a shout out, especially just because I know how hard it is, and just want to make sure people know that we see, we hear you want to make as much progress in improving the quality of life of our working families all over the city. And we're fighting a good fight, but we're walking the walk and talking the talk as well. So just want to give him a shout out. That was it.
Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Yes, thank you. Echoing Councilmember Dozier's remarks, and I'm also hoping that Councilmember Dozier and Councilmember Winston also bring their children to full council. But real quickly, just wanted to also thank Councilmember Boone for leading the effort on the maps. Also, Councilmember Dozier for what you did today with the repaving papers was nothing short of extraordinary. So thank you. And also this Sunday for everybody in District 5, we'll be doing coffee with the council member again at 11 a.m. at Perk Coffee in Eastlake. So if you want to come and talk about any issues that you may be having, please come out. And lastly, I hope my colleagues will continue to work with me to share the stories of what's happening in Iran. I know that we have a lot of constituents in each of our districts who have family members over there that are being affected, and it is not stopping, and women are still being brutalized. So I hope that you will join me in continuing to amplify those voices, because us as legislators have more reach than most. So thank you.
Councilmember Amos.
Yes, sir. Just want to bring everyone attention to the City of Atlanta and Atlanta Public Schools making history once again. On Thursday, October the 27th, Atlanta School Board Member District 2, which is comprised of Atlanta City Council District 3 and Council District 4, we will be having a joint town hall meeting. You will have your school board member and the 2 city council members that make up the school board district right there together answering questions. So that's Thursday, October the 27th at the historic Booker T. Washington High School from 6 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. We will also be going live on YouTube and multiple social media channels as well. So we're going to make history once again. So just want to put everyone on notice.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis.
I just want to make sure that we send out a condolences again to the Orange family, because when you think about the people that built Atlanta, Reverend James Orange, when you think about what he did for labor and what he did for the city of Atlanta, and his wife to hold him up the entire time, I appreciate you for all your service you've done to the city of Atlanta, and I want to say rest in peace again. Thank you.
Councilmember Winston.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to invite the public out this Saturday from 9 to 12 to Center Park Stadium, where I will be co-hosting a Helping Mamas Diaper Drive. So moms, you'll be able to come out and get free diapers from 9 to 12 at Center Park Stadium in the Summer Hill neighborhood. We'll walk up, receive products for babies and toddlers. Everything from diapers and wipes to clothing and feminine products will be available for free distribution. So that'll be this Saturday from 9 to 12 at Center Park Stadium, home to Georgia State Panthers. So come out this Saturday. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. This week's HelloFresh will be at Making a Way at 377 Westchester Boulevard, Northwest, 30314 this Wednesday at 3 p.m.
Thank you. Any other members? I would add 2 quick things. Early voting has started. It continues for the next few weeks. I would encourage you, no matter where you are in your county, you can vote at one of the early voting locations in your county. So please look those up at your appropriate county website. And then, of course, Election Day. Also, Atlanta Medical Center, the ER has closed already, and the full hospital is closing November 1st. Please visit wellstar.org or call 956-7827 if you need information about your medical records or your health care if you have a question about AMC closing. Anything else, colleagues? With that, we will move to the adjourning roll call.
Council President Doug Shipman. Council members Michael Bond. Matt Westmoreland. Keisha Shawn Waits. Jason Winston. Amir Faroki. Byron Amos. Jason Dozier. Liliana Bakhtiari. Alex Wan. Howard Shook. Mary Norwood. Dustin Hillis. Andrea Boone, Marcy Collier Overstreet, Antonio Lewis.
Let's go.
Without objection, we will. I'll entertain a motion. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. It's moved. Seconded. Without objection, we are adjourned. Thank you all very much.